A certain man, widely regarded as the useless eldest son of the Param family, bore a reputation that overshadowed him. He was seen as uncontrollable, a reclusive swordmaster confined to his room, often dismissed as a madman. His name was Gin Param. Amidst the chaos, a knight clad in armor trembled in pain, struggling to comprehend the reality of his defeat. He had fallen to Gin, someone he had considered nothing more than human garbage. The thought was inconceivable. As the finest knight in the north, how could he have been bested by such a man? Surrounding him lay the lifeless bodies of several others who had met the same fate. As the injured knight quivered, another figure approached. This newcomer, clad in fine armor and wielding a massive axe, observed the scene with cold detachment. He remarked on the substantial expense he had incurred in setting up the traps, his tone devoid of emotion. His icy gaze bore into the injured knight as he casually asked if the surroundings were to his liking. Enraged, the knight struggled to accept that someone like Gin, whom he deemed a worthless bastard, could have orchestrated such a scheme. Through clenched teeth, he demanded to know if Gin had foreseen everything. Without hesitation, Gin stepped closer, his expression unyielding, and revealed that he had anticipated every detail. He spoke of knowing their numbers, the identities of their spies, and even the source of their reinforcements. With chilling calm, he informed the knight that every move had played directly into his hands. Overwhelmed by the revelation, the knight refused to believe it. Raising his voice, he declared that he always had a hidden ace up his sleeve and demanded to know how someone as insignificant as Gin could have orchestrated such a victory. But before he could finish, Gin silenced him with a brutal kick to the face. "Stop talking," he commanded. Removing his opponent's helmet, Gin made his intentions clear. He would not only win this battle, but every war to come. Smiling, he confidently stated that victory was assured because he held every plan necessary for triumph. The narrative shifted to a year earlier, inside a soldier's camp near the Param estate, within the kingdom of Lithuania. In one of the tents, Gin awoke abruptly, his heart pounding as he realized he was still alive. Instinctively, he reached for his neck, his fingers trembling as he confirmed his survival. His mind raced, memories flooding back to him. The last thing he remembered was kneeling in defeat, his sword knocked from his grip, blood dripping from his mouth. Above him had stood a knight, distinguishable by his red hair and golden armor. That knight, known as the noble warrior Eden, was one of the 7 strongest men on the continent. With a voice heavy with finality, Eden had declared the war over. Pointing his sword at Gin's throat, he had asked if the defeated man had any last words. Struggling for breath, Gin had admitted his only regret, his failure to fulfill his vengeance. But with defiant resolve, he had added that he hoped Iden would meet his end as well. The noble knight had merely smirked, dismissing Gin's words as arrogance. He had gone on to taunt him, revealing that he knew of Gin's past, the fact that he was the eldest son of the fallen Parum household, the same son who had abandoned his family after the death of his sister. Gin had been taken aback. How could a man from a different kingdom know so much about him? Eden, reading his surprise, had explained that he had worked tirelessly to track him down. Then, with a cruel smile, he revealed something even more shocking. The Parum family's downfall had not been the work of one enemy alone. The Duke Deline household had not acted alone. Iden and his allies had conspired to bring them down. Gin had been stunned by this revelation. His mind reeled, struggling to process the weight of the betrayal. But before he could react, Iden had raised his sword, pressing the blade against his throat. "No need for more words," he had said coldly. "Accept your fate." But Gin had refused. Filled with fury, he had vowed never to forgive him. Unmoved by his defiance, Iden had struck the decisive blow, severing his head with a single stroke. The scene abruptly shifted back to the present. Gin stumbled forward, his breath ragged as he reached for a barrel of water. Gazing into its reflective surface, his hands trembled as he confirmed that his head was still attached. Confusion gripped him. Was he hallucinating? His mind struggled to reconcile what had happened. Looking around, he realized something even stranger. He appeared younger than he remembered. Suspicion gnawed at him. Had he been captured? Used as an experiment by mages? If so, he would make them pay. His eyes fell on a sword resting beside the barrel. His fingers twitched as he considered his next move. But before he could act, a voice called out to him. "Young master!" A figure entered the tent, his tone calm yet firm. He stated that he knew Gin was awake and urged him to come outside. The man, Ricardo, a soldier serving the Param household, stepped closer. Gin reacted instantly. In a flash, he moved behind Ricardo, pressing the sword against his neck. Startled, Ricardo froze, but rather than panic, he simply sighed. "Young master," he said, his tone steady, "you're crossing a line." Gin narrowed his eyes. Despite the blade at his throat, Ricardo remained unfazed. For the first time since awakening, uncertainty flickered through Gin's mind. With surprising nonchalance, Ricardo shoved Gieson back and pointed out that he'd exhausted himself earlier with a tantrum before passing out. He then reminded Gieson of his earlier outburst about wanting to lead a raid against the orcs. Still disoriented, Gieson accused Ricardo of talking nonsense, but Ricardo remained unfazed. Picking up a bag, he instructed Gieson to pack, explaining that others were waiting. Unease crept into Gieson's voice as he asked where they were going. Ricardo, already walking past him, replied without looking back, "The Perum estate." Stunned, Gieson grabbed Ricardo, demanding clarification. "You mean that Perum estate?" he asked, his voice filled with disbelief. The scene shifted. Now standing atop a cliff, Gieson stared at the estate in the distance. It was unmistakably the Perum estate. But something was wrong. It looked untouched, pristine. Yet, in his memory, he had seen it burn to the ground. How could it still be standing? Ricardo, stepping closer, eyed Gieson with suspicion. "What's with you? Having a nightmare?" he asked. He scoffed at the idea of calling the Perum estate fallen, warning that the Count would have him thrown out for such words. But Gieson barely heard him. His mind reeled. This had to be a dream. Pinching his cheek, he winced at the sharp pain. Reality sank in. It wasn't a dream. His reflection confirmed it. His face was younger, untouched by the scars of war. His estate was whole. And in that moment, the truth hit him. He had returned to the past. Memories of his younger self surged forward. Resentment toward his family, his immaturity fueled by inferiority, the constant criticism that drove him away. He had left, survived countless battles as a mercenary, and earned a fearsome reputation. But when he finally returned home, there was nothing left. His estate, his family, gone. Now standing before it once more, intact and unscathed, relief flooded through him. A laugh burst from his lips, uncontrollable, teetering on the edge of madness. He almost wanted to sing. But the moment was fleeting. Ricardo's words from earlier resurfaced in his mind. A raid. On the orcs. His blood ran cold. He remembered that raid. The disaster. The deaths. In his past life, he had joined the mission eager to prove himself. Reports claimed there were only 3 orcs. Overconfident, he insisted on leading. But when the squad encountered over 20, it turned into a massacre. Nearly everyone perished. Not this time. He would change the outcome. He would handle the monsters strategically. Orcs weren't cunning, but their brute strength made them deadly. However, earning the trust of soldiers who saw him as a failure would be just as difficult. Lost in thought, he was jolted back to reality by a thunderous crash. A wooden guard post flew through the air and slammed into the ground before him. A soldier screamed, "Orcs! We're under attack!" Chaos erupted. Men scrambled to form defensive lines. Gishin's heart pounded. They're early. This wasn't how it happened before. He watched in horror as massive, hulking figures tore through the ranks, their weapons cleaving through armor with terrifying ease. Among the chaos, a voice cut through the panic. "Hold formation!" It was Skoven, the squad's commander, clad in blue armor. He barked orders, rallying the men to stand their ground. But as he stepped forward to engage, an orc swung its massive weapon. Skoven barely managed to block, but the sheer force knocked him back. His face twisted in realization. This was an ambush. There were far more orcs than they had been led to believe. Before he could recover, another orc loomed behind him, ready to strike. A voice rang out, "Watch out!" A figure shoved Skoven aside just as the axe came down. It was Gishin. Skoven's eyes widened in shock. His young master had thrown himself into the fray. As the orc's weapon descended, Gishin moved with precision. He stabbed the creature's hand, severing its fingers in one swift motion. The beast roared in agony, staggering back. Without hesitating, Gishin followed up with a sharp slash to its thigh, halting its advance. Soldiers froze, staring in disbelief. The orc collapsed, howling in pain. But Gishin wasn't satisfied. His attack had been weaker than he expected. "Mana, I still can't use it yet." Frustration boiled within him. If only he had returned sooner. Turning to Skoven, his voice was firm. "Give me a weapon." Amid the chaos of battle, Gin turned to the commander with an audacious request. He wanted command of the squad. Skoven, caught off guard, could hardly believe what he was hearing. He had always seen Gin as reckless, but demanding leadership in the heat of combat, with soldiers' lives hanging in the balance, was beyond reckless. It was outright madness. Standing his ground, Skoven refused. The authority to lead was not something to be tossed aside, especially not during a life-or-death struggle. Gin, though annoyed, understood. If an inexperienced fool had approached him with such a demand, he likely would have reacted the same way. But before he could argue further, an orc lunged at him. "Fall back," Skoven ordered, convinced Gin had no place in the fray. But Gin didn't move. He took a stance. Then, to everyone's shock, he hurled his sword. Skoven instinctively dodged, spinning to demand an explanation, but before he could speak, a sickening sound behind him made him freeze. He turned to see Gin's blade lodged deep in the orc's skull. The beast crumpled, lifeless. The commander stared at the fallen creature, then at Gin. "How?" Gin didn't bother answering. Instead, he addressed Skoven directly. "Victory on the battlefield isn't just about skill. It's about morale. If the soldiers are paralyzed by fear, they've already lost." Skoven glanced at his men, shaken, hesitant, on the verge of breaking. Gin smirked and seized the moment. Without waiting for permission, he sprinted forward, yanked his sword from the orc's skull, and launched himself into the heart of the enemy. Gasps rang out as he landed atop another orc, driving his blade straight through its head. Standing on its corpse, he bellowed, taunting the remaining orcs, daring them to face him. "Come on, you pathetic beasts! I'll kill every last one of you!" The orcs snarled, their fury ignited. They turned their attention to Gin, rushing him in a frenzied charge. Unfazed, he danced between them with deadly precision, slicing open the stomachs of two, severing the arm of another, cutting through them with efficiency no one expected. Blood sprayed, heads rolled, and in mere moments, he had turned the tide. From the sidelines, Skoven watched in stunned silence. Even with his mastery of mana, he found it difficult to take on orcs with such ease. Yet here was Gin, a young man who, as far as anyone knew, lacked mana entirely, cutting them down like a seasoned warrior. But Skovin noticed something else. Gin was tiring. His movements, once sharp and fluid, became smaller, more calculated. He wasn't just swinging wildly. Every strike targeted weak points with surgical accuracy. That's when Skovin realized the truth. Gin wasn't fighting like an amateur desperately trying to survive. He was fighting like a master, a swordsman who had perfected his craft without ever relying on mana. Even as exhaustion set in, Gin didn't stop. He taunted the orcs, laughing, claiming he wasn't even warmed up yet. From the sidelines, Ricardo watched in horror as the orcs, now enraged, charged at Gin in full force. A soldier beside him pointed out what seemed obvious. Gin was retreating. Ricardo's heart pounded. Skovin! Skovin narrowed his eyes, watching the battlefield unfold. No, he muttered, he's drawing them in. Gin's sudden sprint toward the cliff puzzled Skovin. The path led straight to the edge, and as realization struck, Skovin understood his young master's intent. Wasting no time, he commanded his troops to form a shield wall and prepare to follow. At the cliff's edge, Gin braced himself against the relentless assault of the orcs, silently hoping that Skovin, with his keen strategic mind, would discern his plan. Though he would have preferred to handle the orcs himself, his stamina was nearly depleted. With a faint smile, he reassured himself that he had done enough. As if on cue, the orcs turned at the sound of advancing soldiers. Skovin and his men, spears raised, their shield wall unyielding, charged forward. The sight caused the orcs to hesitate. Seizing the moment, Gin grinned and declared the timing perfect. Without hesitation, he leapt off the cliff. The instant Gin vanished from sight, Skovin shouted the order. His troops surged forward, driving their spears into the monsters and forcing them back. Overwhelmed, the orcs tumbled one by one over the edge, their massive bodies crashing to the ground below, staining the earth with blood. As the dust settled, the soldiers stood in stunned silence, marveling at their victory. They had triumphed against overwhelming odds. But Skovin wasted no time in celebration. He rushed to the cliff's edge, calling out for Gin. Relief flooded him when he spotted his young master clinging to the rock face, his sword embedded deep to hold him steady. Gin, breathing heavily, managed a weak smile. Skovin stretched out his hand to help him up, but Gin's strength had run dry. His fingers slipped before he could grasp Skovin's hand. The sword came loose, and Gin plummeted into the abyss. Skovin and his soldiers could do nothing but watch in horror. Darkness swallowed him, and then a hazy memory surfaced. A familiar voice called his name. He knew it at once. It was Elena. Visions of his sister flooded his mind, her tear-streaked face when their mother died, her gratitude for his care, the bitter words she once hurled at him claiming she hated him. The memories blurred, and suddenly he saw a much younger Elena, tugging at his sleeve, begging to go with him. Gin's eyes snapped open. He was lying in a room, a damp cloth resting on his forehead. The realization dawned. His soldiers had managed to save him. Relief washed over him, but the dream's lingering presence unsettled him. Attempting to sit up, a sharp pain shot through him, his body trembling from the toll of battle. The door creaked open and a white-haired maid entered. Belinda. Her face lit up with relief as she spotted him awake. Setting a bucket down, she scolded him gently, reminding him that she had warned him to leave the battle to the soldiers. Before she could say more, Gin suddenly lurched forward, pulling her into a tight embrace. Belinda froze, startled by her master's uncharacteristic display of affection. Confused, she asked if she had done something to offend him, but Gin only tightened his grip, assuring her that he was simply happy to see her. Since childhood, Belinda had been his personal tutor, standing by his side despite his reckless antics. Yet in his past life, after the Perum family fell to ruin, she had vanished. He never saw her again. Belinda, still perplexed, remarked that they saw each other every day. Why was he acting as if they had been apart for years? Gin hesitated. He felt an urge to tell her the truth. His expression grew serious as he urged her to listen carefully. A catastrophe would soon befall their family. Belinda frowned, uncertain of his meaning, and pressed him for an explanation. Gin met her gaze. "I died," he said, "and I came back to life." For a moment, silence hung between them. Then Belinda laughed, assuming he was exaggerating due to his brush with death. Gin shook his head. "I'm not talking about the battle with the orcs." But she dismissed his words, urging him instead to focus on his recovery. Frustration stirred within him. She didn't believe him. Sensing his mood, Belinda changed the subject. She playfully asked what he would have done if his injuries had kept him from attending the upcoming festival. Gin blinked. The festival? Belinda reminded him that Elena had been eagerly waiting for this day, to go to the festival with him. It was the perfect chance for them to mend their strained relationship. Gin's gaze drifted to a framed picture of himself and his sister. Memories of the annual festival surfaced. In his previous life, his trauma had kept him from ever enjoying it. "When does it begin?" he asked. Belinda smiled. "Next week." Gin's breath caught. A week from now. That was the day his life changed forever. Lost in thought, he barely registered the sound of footsteps approaching. The door opened. Gin turned and froze. Elena stood before him. Gin darted forward without hesitation, wrapping his arms around his younger sister. Belinda and Elena both froze, eyes wide with surprise. Elena, taken aback by her brother's sudden display of affection, stiffened before shoving him away. "What are you doing?" she demanded, her expression caught between confusion and suspicion. "I missed you," Gin admitted earnestly. Elena recoiled, dusting off her clothes. "Creepy," she muttered, eyeing him warily. Gin, stunned by both her words and the sheer strength behind her push, barely managed to steady himself. He'd never realized just how strong she was. Shaking off the moment, Elena explained her presence. "Belinda asked me to come," she said, her tone growing sharp. "Now tell me, what game are you playing? You think this changes anything?" Gin blinked, genuinely lost. "What are you talking about?" Elena's gaze hardened. "Don't act like you don't remember. You were the one who told me to stay out of your life. You called me annoying, said even the sound of my breathing disgusted you." The words hit him like a punch to the gut. A terrible memory surfaced, one he wished he could forget. In his past life, he had been distant, even cruel to Elena. He had never appreciated her, never realized how much he had taken her for granted. The weight of regret settled over him like a crushing tide. "I'm sorry," Gin said quietly, sincerity thick in his voice. Belinda's mouth fell open. Her master apologizing first? That was unheard of. Elena, on the other hand, looked unconvinced. "Did you hit your head?" she asked bluntly. "I heard an orc landed a solid blow on you during the raid." Gin scowled. "Why does everyone keep saying that?" "I wasn't beaten. I was the one who took down the orcs." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a sharp pain shot through his body. His legs buckled and he collapsed. Elena smirked, arms crossed. "Oh yes, so impressive. And yet, here you are, trembling on the floor." Belinda snickered, and Elena joined in, the sight of Gin writhing in pain apparently amusing to them both. He stared at them, bewildered, but deep down, warmth stirred within him. He had missed this. missed them. But then a dark thought crept in. He remembered the festival happening next week. In his past life, he had rejected Elena's invitation to go, using the aftermath of the raid as an excuse. That had been the last time he ever saw her. Days later, her body had been found, torn apart along with her guards. The memory haunted him. Before he could dwell on it further, a knock at the door shattered his thoughts. 2 armored men entered, Jamal and Philip, Elena's bodyguards. Jamal inclined his head. "Lady Elena, we're ready whenever you are." Elena sighed, rubbing her temple. "I told you to wait outside." Jamal looked sheepish. "Apologies, my lady, but the servants have asked for your help overseeing the festival preparations." Gin's brows furrowed. "Why are the maids asking you to do that?" Belinda rolled her eyes. "Because you're useless," she said flatly. "You spend all your time lazing around while the estate struggles. There's a workers' shortage. Genius." Gin stiffened. A shortage? That was news to him, but thinking back, it made sense. He had never once paid attention to the affairs of the estate before. Elena exhaled. "I need to go." She turned to leave, but Gin took a step forward. "I'll help," he said. Both Elena and Belinda stared at him as if he had just grown a second head. "You must have been hit really hard," Elena muttered. Later, as the town bustled with festival preparations, Gin trailed behind Elena despite her repeated protests. "You're just going to scare everyone," she huffed. He shrugged. "Is that really how you treat someone offering to help? If you really want to help, go back to the manor and stay out of the way," she snapped. Gin barely listened, his mind elsewhere. In his previous life, Elena's body had been discovered near the slums, far from the festival grounds. Someone had lured her there. But who? And why? If he wanted to prevent history from repeating itself, he needed to know every inch of the estate, every potential danger. His thoughts were interrupted when a soldier sprinted toward them, his voice carrying through the crowd. "My lord!" Gin turned, immediately recognizing the man. "Fergus!" The old soldier skidded to a stop, panting heavily. Sweat dripped from his brow, but his relief was evident. "Thank the heavens," he breathed. "You're alive." Fergus grabbed Gin's hands, his grip firm. "Forgive me, my lord. I came the moment I heard about the orcs. I am your loyal servant, always." Gin stared at him, his chest tightening. Fergus had been loyal even in his past life, yet Gin had never truly appreciated it. This time, things would be different. Gin, growing weary of the endless mentions of the raid, brushed off the conversation with an impatient wave. Elena, ever the opportunist, turned to Fergus with a knowing grin. She praised his prompt arrival before slyly adding that her brother had been acting strangely since regaining consciousness. With exaggerated concern, she pleaded with Fergus to escort Gin back to his quarters. The old soldier, seeing no reason to refuse, nodded in agreement. Gin, however, clenched his jaw in frustration. His reputation as a reckless troublemaker was proving to be more of a curse than he had anticipated. Even now, it hindered him from making decisions without interference. Realizing that pushing back would only deepen their suspicions, he chose a different approach. He would postpone his investigation of the castle for now. Instead, he turned to Fergus with a request of his own. "Take me to the old training grounds," he said firmly. Fergus hesitated, clearly taken aback. The training grounds. Why? Gin's expression was unwavering. "I want to train." The veteran soldier stared at him, scanning his face for any signs of deception. After a long pause, he finally exhaled and gestured for Gin to follow. Upon arrival, Gin found himself unexpectedly impressed. The training ground was in pristine condition. far better maintained than he had expected. Weapons were neatly arranged, the soil was firm but well kept, and not a single speck of dust marred the equipment. It was a stark contrast to the crude and worn-out facilities he had used during his mercenary years. Fergus watched Jin take in his surroundings before explaining, "It's always been ready, in case you ever decided to use it." His voice carried an air of quiet conviction. "I always believed you'd grow out of that reckless phase." Gin was momentarily at a loss for words. The old soldier's unwavering faith in him, despite everything, struck a chord deep within him. Smiling faintly, he reached out and tapped Fergus's armor. "I don't plan on dying anytime soon," he said, his tone lighter than before. Then his expression darkened slightly as he added, "Death is an experience I never want to go through again." Fergus stiffened at those words, studying Jin with narrowed eyes. "You talk as if you've already been through it," he said cautiously. Jin smirked, sharp as ever. He met Fergus's gaze and spoke plainly. "That's because I have. I died, and now I'm back." Fergus frowned, unimpressed. "I don't have time for nonsense, boy." Jin chuckled. "Then don't waste your time arguing with me. Just leave. I'm going to train." Though clearly skeptical, Fergus knew better than to push the matter. Bowing slightly, he took his leave. Once alone, Gin finally allowed himself a moment of reflection. His past life had been riddled with mistakes. He had treated those around him like obstacles or nuisances, failing to see the allies he had cast aside. That ignorance had cost him dearly. He remembered it all too well. Helena's murder had been orchestrated by a rival territory, a calculated move to provoke Perim into a war. That war had led to the downfall of their entire household. Her death had been the spark that set everything ablaze. But this time would be different. Determined to change fate, Gin steeled himself. Strength was the key. His body was still weak, but he had the knowledge and the experience to rebuild it. Time was limited, but he wasn't one to back down from a challenge. Settling into a lotus position, he focused inward. Mana, the mystical energy that allowed humans to transcend their natural limits, was notoriously difficult to sense, let alone control. But for Gin, it was as natural as breathing. Even in the heat of battle, he had always been able to weave mana as effortlessly as spinning thread. In his previous life, forming a single mana core had been a feat in itself, but Gin had gone beyond that. He had uncovered a forgotten technique, a method described in a half-burned grimoire. By forging multiple interconnected cores, he had pushed his strength to new heights. 2, 3, even 5 cores, all linked together in a network, had granted him an explosive edge in battle. He clenched his teeth as he forced the mana through his body, attempting to recreate the process. Agony ripped through him. Blood trickled from his nose and mouth, his vision blurring from the strain. When the pain finally subsided, he let out a bitter laugh. 3 cores. That was all he could manage. In his past life, he had reached 5. The technique was powerful, but it came with a cost. It demanded an enormous amount of mana, draining him faster than he could replenish it. It had been his downfall in his final battle. He could still remember it vividly. His duel with Iden, the noble knight. Eden had arrived with an entire order of warriors at his back. Gin had fought like a demon, but when his mana reserves finally ran dry, he had been overwhelmed. He had always believed he would have won if the battle had been fought on equal footing. His fists clenched. It didn't matter anymore. He was young again, stronger than before. This time, he would perfect the technique, refine it until it was flawless. A slow, smoldering rage burned in his chest as he vowed to take revenge, not just on Iden, but on the traitors who had orchestrated the destruction of House Delhi. This time, they would be the ones to fall. He swore that this time it would be him who delivered the final blow. The scene shifted to the day of the festival. Gin donned his gear and made his way to the bustling grounds, his mind focused. Elena, spotting her brother among the crowd, was visibly shocked to see him there. "Is something wrong?" she asked, concern coloring her voice as she approached him. "You've never shown any interest in these events before." Gin gave a calm, measured response. "As a member of the Perum household, it's important to attend gatherings like this from time to time." Elena eyed him with suspicion. "You've been acting strange lately," she remarked, her gaze narrowing. "I heard about your week-long training regimen. That's not like you." Gin hesitated for a moment, then explained with a nervous smile, "There's nothing odd about the air of a noble family training hard. It's just what's expected." Elena's eyes widened as she reminded him, "But you've never cared about any of this before. You even called Father annoying and said you couldn't wait to take his place." Gin's jaw dropped as he heard his own words echoed back to him. A bright smile spread across Elena's face as she continued, "I think I like the changes in you. It feels like you're becoming the brother I used to know." As Gin processed her words, he reflected on the past week. His actions had indeed begun to change the way people saw him, shaping not only how others perceived him, but also what the future might hold. While Gin was lost in thought, he noticed Belinda giving orders to Elena's bodyguards. She told them to handle any potential problems caused by Gin themselves, stressing the need to avoid trouble, especially with so many visitors around. The two guards nodded, assuring her that they could manage. Despite the smooth flow of the festival, Gin found it difficult to gauge how his actions affected the smaller details. For him, it became essential to respond to each situation appropriately, using the information at hand to make the right choices. He stayed close to his sister throughout the festival, keeping an eye out for anything suspicious. Eventually, Elena took a seat, a thoughtful look on her face. "I've enjoyed the festival a little," she mused, "but it feels so repetitive. Is there anything new this year?" Gin couldn't shake the feeling that nothing unexpected had happened. He wondered if his mere presence had deterred any incidents. As he pondered this, a soldier approached Elena, suggesting they visit other parts of the festival where new events were reportedly taking place. His friend had mentioned them, and he invited Elena to join him. Surprised but intrigued, Elena took the soldier's hand, her excitement palpable at the prospect of exploring more activities. Gin, however, noticed something unsettling. The two soldiers accompanying them, Jamal and Philip, were traitors. Gin couldn't believe what he was seeing. The men who had once been his sister's most trusted knights, the ones who swore to protect her for as long as they lived, had now turned their backs on her. They'd been her defenders, ready to lay down their lives for her. But now, they were enemies. Jamal, with a grin plastered on his face, ushered Elena forward as though nothing were amiss. But the venue before them was deserted. No guests, no decorations, nothing. It was an empty stretch of road. "What's going on? There's no one here," Elena asked, her tone suspicious. Jamal brushed it off with a nervous chuckle. "The event's a bit delayed, but everyone will be here soon." Elena didn't buy it. "A performance in a place like this?" she mocked. Gin, his instincts on high alert, scanned the area. Everything about the situation felt wrong. The exits were blocked. This wasn't an accident. It was all planned. Elena tugged on his arm. "We need to go," she said. Jamal stopped her with an urgent gesture. "Just wait. It's worth it," he urged. But Elena wasn't convinced. "I'm not staying here," she replied firmly. Gin, trying to ease the tension, teased, "You've been hitting the gym. You look stronger today." Just as she was about to respond, Philip appeared, his face grim. "Hold on," Philip ordered, his voice sharp. Elena froze. "What's going on?" she demanded, voice shaking. Jamal, now visibly uneasy, offered a half-hearted apology. "Sorry for scaring you. We just had to bring you here." Before she could react, 3 men entered the scene. 2 wore black, while the leader stood apart, dressed in blue with a matching hat. Frank, the leader, looked at Jamal with a smug smile. "Well done," he said approvingly. "You've brought her, just as we agreed." Jamal puffed out his chest. "Our part's done. The deal's done." But Frank's eyes landed on Gin, his face darkening. "What's he doing here?" he growled. Elena stepped forward, fear creeping into her voice. "What's going on? What are you two planning?" Jamal's smile faltered. "We didn't plan for him to follow," he said. "But now he's here, he's walking into his death." Gin stepped forward, eyes narrowed. "You think you can escape this?" His voice was deadly calm. Jamal smirked. "We're leaving this place. You know, we've had enough of it. All the raids, the poverty. We're going somewhere far away." Gin's sword was out in a flash. He didn't hesitate. In an instant, he struck, slicing through Jamal's armor as if it were paper. Jamal collapsed, dead before he hit the ground. Gin stood over him, voice cold. "Those who run away don't get to betray their own." Gin turned to Philip, who was already moving to grab Elena. Philip's face twisted with rage as he spat at Jamal's corpse. "Idiot," he muttered, disbelief and anger mixing in his voice. "A knight brought down by an amateur?" Before Philip could draw his sword, Gin was already on him. A single, clean strike ended his life, and he crumpled to the ground. Elena rushed to Gin's side, her eyes wide in horror. She glanced at the lifeless bodies of the 2 men who once pledged to protect her. One of the men in black turned to Frank, disbelief in his voice. "Is this really Gin?" Another man, still reeling from the shock, added, "But he's never trained? How can he? This isn't possible." Frank, though, wasn't fazed. "I don't know how he's doing it, but he's not your average fighter. His mana..." He glanced at Gin, impressed but wary. "This is no coincidence." Elena, trembling, turned to Gin. "What's happening? What are you doing?" Gin didn't answer. Instead, he struck her neck with a swift motion, knocking her out cold. He gently set her down, his expression cold. "Rest," he muttered. Frank, watching in surprise, took a long drag from his pipe. "Well, I didn't expect that. You've got some impressive tricks hidden up your sleeve." Gin wiped the blood off his sword, his eyes narrowing. "Why do you care about my abilities?" Frank smirked, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. "I'm just wondering how you've been hiding this power all this time." Gin's eyes flicked to the remaining men. The 2 in black were nothing compared to Frank. Gin could feel Frank's power radiating. It was on a whole different level. This wasn't going to be an easy fight. Gin released his own mana, preparing himself. He couldn't afford to hold back. One of Frank's men, still stunned, asked if they should kill Gin. Frank, shaking his head, said, "No, alive. Capture him alive and break him. We want him to suffer." Frank's grin widened. "His screams will be beautiful." The 2 men rushed at Gin. He was ready. A firecracker appeared in his hand, distracting one of them just long enough for Gin to close the gap and strike. The man fell, dead before he knew what hit him. The last man charged, calling Gin's previous attack a cheap move. Gin blocked his sword with ease, then decapitated him in one swift motion. Frank, undeterred, charged at Gin. Gin was ready. He used his second sword to deflect Frank's attack, then shoved Frank's sword to the side, delivering a blow that made Frank stumble. Frank, caught off guard, reinforced his neck with mana to avoid the fatal strike. "I'll give you credit," he said with a grin. "You're faster than I expected. If it weren't for my mana, you'd have killed me." Gin didn't respond. His sword was already raised. Frank's eyes narrowed, and he charged once again. Gin wasn't backing down. This was far from over. Shoving Gin back, Frank sneered at his feeble mana, arrogantly confident in his inevitable victory. However, Gin's smile in response unsettled him, causing Frank to hesitate in confusion. Seizing the moment, Gin parried Frank's sword and threw off his balance. He followed up with a swift kick to Frank's face, sending him stumbling backward. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Frank smirked and reminded Gin that his attacks were futile against his reinforced mana. Yet, moments later, Frank coughed violently and collapsed to his knees, stunned by the unexpected strength of Gin's blow. He struggled to comprehend how Gin's seemingly weak mana had bypassed his defenses. Gin slowly closed in, revealing that he had suspected someone of orchestrating his sister's death, but never imagined the true culprit. With a piercing gaze, Gin unleashed his third core, dramatically boosting his mana. Frank, visibly shaken, couldn't react in time before Gin appeared right in front of him, moving faster than Frank's eyes could follow. Gin's strikes came relentlessly, each one heavier than the last. Despite his best efforts, Frank's arms went numb under the assault, and his sword was close to breaking. Frank tried to regain his composure, reminding himself that excessive mana surges usually had limited effects, but Gin's burst defied all logic. It was as though Gin had completely transformed. Seeing Frank faltering, Gin shattered the assassin's weapon with a decisive strike. Without hesitation, he drove his sword deep into Frank's torso, causing Frank to cry out in agony. Gin silenced him by grabbing his throat and pinning him against the wall, his sword still embedded. He demanded answers, insisting that Frank reveal who had ordered the assassination. Frank refused, instead producing a hidden blade and swearing to take Elena with him, determined to inflict more harm before his death. Before he could act, strings wrapped around his wrist, halting his movement. Gin, controlling the strings with cold precision, warned Frank not to make any rash moves. Gin then proposed a deal, offering to sheath his sword if Frank complied and refrained from further resistance. Frank, stunned, realized the threads binding him were made of mana, something he couldn't fathom how Gin had created with such precision. Gin drove his sword deeper into Frank's body and remarked that someone of Frank's skill should be able to patch up the injury. His voice was cold as he warned that once Frank's mana core was destroyed, no amount of healing would matter. Panic flashed in Frank's eyes as he looked down and saw Gin's sword glowing ominously. The assassin screamed in pain, accusing Gin of madness and claiming the backflow of mana could cause a catastrophic explosion, wiping out the entire area. He questioned whether Gin intended to self-destruct. Gin, with unflinching calm, replied that only the unskilled made such mistakes and assured Frank that he had complete control over the situation. Frank, realizing Gin wasn't bluffing, accepted his impending death and screamed, revealing that Count Desmond had orchestrated the assassination. The Count, Frank explained, sought to ignite a war between the Perum and Deard families. Gin was taken aback by this revelation. Such schemes were usually carried out by families allied with Duke Deline. The fact that the Duke was pulling strings from the shadows, remaining uninvolved, infuriated him. Gin demanded to know if this was the reason Frank had targeted his sister, to which Frank confirmed with a grim smile. Without hesitation, Gin drove his sword through Frank's body, causing Frank to cough up blood. Frank, with his last breath, reminded Gin of his earlier promise to put the sword away. Gin smirked and asked why Frank, who had taken so many lives, was now afraid of death. Frank laughed, catching Gin off guard, and moved closer. He declared that his death would change nothing. The Deard family's mission was accomplished and Perum was doomed to ruin. He sneered, questioning whether anyone would listen to someone like Gin. As Frank taunted him, Gin grabbed his head and slammed it against the wall with a sinister smile. Gin declared that his rebirth after death meant everything would be different this time. His sword began to glow brighter, and Frank's screams filled the air. A burst of energy erupted from Frank's mouth, and the explosion lit up the sky like fireworks. Moments later, Frank's lifeless body crumpled to the ground. Gin, breathing heavily, surveyed the scene. Bodies scattered, his sister unconscious and safe. Satisfied that no one else was nearby, he discarded his sword, took a deep breath, and collapsed to his knees, coughing up blood. Wiping his mouth, Gin muttered that detonating 3 mana cores had once been effortless for him. Steeling himself, he rose, vowing not to fall here. Heading to a nearby building, he kicked open the door and found 2 bodies inside. In his previous life, a 3rd body had been discovered here alongside Elena's. This time, based on Frank's earlier words, Gin identified one of the bodies as the son of the Degard family. The boy had been murdered alongside his escort knight, their deaths staged to frame Elena. Gin moved the bodies, knowing that revealing them would undoubtedly spark a war. Deciding to eliminate all evidence, he set the building ablaze with a firecracker, watching the flames consume the damning proof. Gin then carried his sister and began walking away, determined to ensure that his enemies would never succeed in their plans. Unbeknownst to Gin, a figure hidden in the trees observed his every move. After watching for a moment, the person disappeared into the shadows. The setting shifted to a round table, where the observer informed a group of high-ranking officials about the failure of the assassination. The members of the council appeared rattled, struggling to understand how Frank and the two knights had failed in their mission. The council members interrogated the spy, accusing him of underestimating the task, assuming it would be an easy success. The spy nervously admitted that their failure was due to Gin, a revelation that stunned the men at the table. They found it hard to believe that the so-called useless bastard of the North could achieve anything noteworthy. One member dismissed the accusation, claiming that blaming Gin was merely an excuse for failure, and demanded the spy stop using him as a scapegoat. However, the spy insisted that Gin was not like the reports and rumors had portrayed him, recalling how Gin had dealt with their men. The spy explained that Gin appeared to be an entirely different person. He reassured his superiors that their plans to eliminate the D-Guard family were still intact, and that starting a territorial war would not be difficult. Pleading for another opportunity, the spy promised to fix his mistake. The council, unimpressed, silenced him, scolding him for his failure to gather sufficient intelligence on a single individual. They condemned him for delaying their plans and were outraged by his request for another chance after such a failure. The group decided to eliminate the spy, but before the order was carried out, a man sitting on a throne intervened. His voice cut through the noise, and he dismissed the commotion as tiresome, asking the spy to explain what kind of opportunity he was requesting. The spy confidently assured the man that he could eliminate Gin. When asked how, the spy proposed arranging a duel. He explained that he had someone in mind for the task, and the council demanded to know the identity of this individual. The spy revealed that his choice was Cain Lois, a young man renowned for his strength-based swordsmanship and widely regarded as a paragon of raw power. The spy argued that no one in the north could match Cain's strength and assured the council that setting up the duel would be easy, as Cain was Gin's cousin. The man on the throne, fixing the spy with a cold gaze, warned that there would be no more chances if he failed again. The spy swore not to disappoint. The scene then shifted to the training hall of the Perham household, where Fergus entered the room to inform his master that it was time for a meal. As soon as he spoke, something flew toward him. Gin, practicing with his mana thread, had wrapped the thread around the sword near the entrance and pulled it toward himself. He carefully observed his own movements, testing the thread's handling as he swung the sword, fine-tuning his control. Fergus approached, apologizing for interrupting the training session, and asked how his master had managed to pull the sword. Gin showed him the mana thread and explained that it was a technique for manipulating mana as a string. He recounted that in his past life, he had relied on this method extensively, but in his current state, his limited mana reserves required him to implode his core to use the technique effectively. Ghazan noted that Gin's lack of mana now restricted him to creating fewer threads. Fergus, visibly impressed, admitted that he had never seen such a technique before. Despite believing himself to be well-trained in mana manipulation, he was puzzled by how Gin, whom he had considered unskilled and untrained, could master such an advanced method. Noticing Fergus's lingering presence, Gin asked if he needed something. Fergus replied that he had stopped by to deliver some news and bowed his head, expressing his gratitude to Gin for protecting his younger sister. Gin, surprised by the old man's gesture, replied that he had merely done what was necessary and invited Fergus to join him for a meal. The next day, the festival was temporarily halted, as expected, following the incident involving a knight's attempt to traffic the young lady inside the castle. Helena voiced her frustration to her brother, lamenting that no one believed her when she said he had saved her. She urged Gin to speak up and set the record straight. Gin reassured her that it wasn't necessary, adding that no one would believe him either. Belinda, overhearing the conversation, was visibly irritated. She expressed her disgust at Jamal and Philly, declaring that she had always suspected the two knights were perverts and accusing them of trying to take Elena for their own gain. Jin, meanwhile, felt a sense of relief knowing his sister had survived the ordeal and that he had managed to avert the potential war. Despite that, he was acutely aware that their enemies would not let up easily. Realizing that he couldn't confront these threats on his own for much longer, Gin concluded that it was essential to create his own military force. As he contemplated his next course of action, a maid entered the room with a food cart. She set a plate before him, and when Gin uncovered it, he was startled to find just a single slice of bread. Surprised, he turned to Belinda and inquired when they would have dessert. The maid, shocked by his question, asked if he was truly unaware of their dire situation. Before Gin could respond, loud shouting from outside caught his attention. Stunned by the noise coming from the castle gates, he paused for a moment. A plump man with a beard was demanding compensation from the Perum household for the losses incurred by the sudden cancellation of the festival. He wasn't alone. Other angry men joined him, holding pitchforks and shouting similar demands. They called out for Gin and Elena to appear, accusing them of wasting the county's money. The guards attempted to calm the crowd. Gin peered out the window to assess the situation, struggling to understand the source of the unrest. Belinda, standing beside him, explained the situation. She told him that the county's economy heavily relied on merchants, whose prosperity depended on the profits generated by the festival. While last year's event had been profitable, this year's sudden cancellation had left many merchants in distress, and their anger was understandable. Gin was taken aback, not realizing how fragile the county's financial situation had become. Recognizing the potential danger if the merchant's anger continued to escalate, he decided to take action. He turned to Fergus and asked about the soldiers' current status, ordering him to deploy them to quell the disturbance. However, Fergus revealed that there were no soldiers available. Gin was shocked by this news, and Fergus explained that most of their forces had been sent to the Forest of Monsters for reconstruction after an orc raid. Frustration spread across Jin's face as he processed the situation. Perum was caught in an ongoing struggle, squeezed between barbarian raids from the north and the looming threat of monsters from the forest on the other side. The difficulties of governing the region were becoming clearer by the day, and Gin realized that swift and strategic action was necessary to manage the growing unrest. Struggling to accept their harsh reality, no money and no soldiers, he pulled Belinda aside and reminded her that she was responsible for managing his finances. He asked her to use any remaining funds to appease the merchants. Belinda, visibly shocked, informed him that there were no funds left. Stunned, Gin demanded an explanation, and Belinda reminded him that the Count had cut off his allowance due to his previous reckless spending. Realizing he was financially broke, Gin pleaded with Belinda to lend him some money, but she admitted that she, too, had no cash. The scene shifted to Gin, gazing out the window at the town below, his mind racing. He couldn't believe how precarious their situation had become. Without money, even his foreknowledge of the future seemed to offer no advantage. Gin began to wonder if there was anything in their current situation that could change their fortunes. As he pondered this, Ricardo suddenly burst into the room, breathless. Startled, Gin asked why he was in such a rush. Ricardo, visibly distressed, informed him that there was an issue. Cain wanted to see him. The mention of Cain shocked Gin. The scene shifted once more to Scoven, who was struggling to stay on his feet. His face was battered and his opponent struck him again, delivering a blow so powerful it pierced his chest plate and sent him crashing to the ground. Outside the tavern, Gin arrived just in time to witness the commander's collapse. Scoven, noticing Gin, weakly called out. Gin, irritated by the sight, turned his gaze to Cain, who greeted him with a wide grin.
Want to stay ahead of the story? Get up to 16 episodes early, only on Patreon. Support the channel, unlock exclusive content, and be the first to know what happens next. Click the link in the description, and we'll see you way ahead in the story. Now, back to the video.
Facing Gin was a towering young man, Cain Lowes, the heir to Lowes County. Gin recognized him immediately, memories of their past flashing through his mind. Cain had always been a mix of friend and rival, a figure who stood both beside and above him. As Cain strode up the stairs, Gin turned to Ricardo for an explanation. Ricardo wasted no time in revealing the situation. He and Sken had come to the tavern to investigate reports of an incident. Upon arrival, they had stumbled upon Cain and his personal knight. Cain, having recognized them, had immediately begun asking questions about the rumors surrounding Gin. When Skov had tried to explain, Cain had cut him off with a sinister smirk, gripping his jaw tightly. Without hesitation, he accused Skov of daring to deceive the heir of Lowes County, then proceeded to pummel him. With Skov subdued, Cain turned his attention to Ricardo, demanding the truth. The rumors claimed that Gin, a man with no formal training, had somehow managed to defeat an orc with his bare hands and take down a group of treasonous knights single-handedly. Cain scoffed, dismissing the story as absurd. He claimed he had only been trying to teach the commander a lesson to bring him back to reality. Then his gaze shifted fully to Gin, his lips curling into a sneer. He accused him outright, saying that none of this chaos would have unfolded if Gin hadn't spread lies. Gin's mind wandered back to his past encounters with Cain. His arrogant cousin had always looked down on him, treating him like an underling rather than an equal. Every time Cain visited Param, trouble followed in his wake, yet no one dared to challenge him due to his status. His confidence and reckless nature were celebrated as signs of a future leader, while Gin's quiet demeanor was seen as weakness. Yet, instead of reacting with anger, Gin did something unexpected. He smiled. Cain's expression faltered for a split second. He had been expecting fury, perhaps even an impulsive attack, but certainly not this. Hours earlier in Lowes County, a spy had approached Cain with an intriguing proposition: eliminate Gin. Initially, Cain had been taken aback, but curiosity kept him listening. The spy assured him that if he succeeded, those in power, the ones who truly mattered, would back his family. Cain had considered the request. Defeating Gin wasn't a challenge, but outright killing the heir of another noble house was no simple matter. He had questioned how such an act could be pulled off without causing an uproar. The spy had reassured him with a simple plan. They would lure Gin into a duel and orchestrate his death to appear as an unfortunate accident. The fight would seem like a mere dispute between noble heirs, nothing more. Cain had listened carefully, weighing the opportunity. Then, with a slow, wicked grin, he had realized the truth. This wasn't just a chance to defeat his cousin, it was a chance to end him. At this very moment, Cain found himself wondering why the shadowy organization wanted Gin eliminated. He had a strong suspicion that something about his cousin had changed. A smirk tugged at his lips as he turned to Gin and asked why he was just standing there so casually on the stairs. His tone shifted, becoming more demanding. He insisted that Gin bring whatever he had prepared. Gin, confused, tilted his head and asked Cain what he meant. With an amused chuckle, Cain reminded him of the festival's interruption and insisted they should make up for it by having some fun. He spoke as if they were still partners in crime, bringing chaos wherever they went. With a dark gleam in his eyes, Cain asked if he was wrong. Unfazed by his cousin's imposing presence, Gin took a moment to think. Then, it clicked. Cain was referring to alcohol and women, the same indulgences he had forced Gin to provide for him during his past visits. Back then, Gin had obeyed without question, fearing the consequences of refusal. He had drained his own funds to meet Cain's demands, which suddenly made Belinda's earlier warning make sense. His father had cut him off due to reckless spending. As the realization settled in, Gin couldn't help but smile. The solution to his financial troubles had been in front of him all along. Cain's voice snapped him back to reality. Growing impatient, he called out again, demanding what was owed. Gin met his gaze and assured him he'd have what he wanted soon. But there was another matter to settle first. His eyes sharpened as he spoke, making even the spy observing from the shadows flinch. Cain frowned, clearly caught off guard. He asked what Gin was getting at. With an eerily calm smile, Gin explained that all the lavish entertainment Cain had enjoyed in the past hadn't come for free. Every luxury had been funded from Gin's own pocket, and now it was time for repayment. A hefty sum of 1,000 gold. Cain's expression twisted with disbelief. He scoffed, arguing that the costs couldn't have exceeded 100 gold. Laughing, he dismissed the demand, calling it nothing more than a token of friendship. Gin's smirk widened. "You really are an idiot," he remarked. "You've always treated me like a doormat." The mood in the tavern shifted as Gin leaned in slightly. "I'll give you a choice," he said coldly. "Pay up now, or I'll take it out of you another way." The entire room fell silent. Onlookers gawked at the audacity of Gin's words. Cain's companions bristled, one of them stepping forward and accusing Gin of acting out simply because Cain had been lenient with him. The noble heir himself scoffed at the idea that Gin had truly gotten stronger. He called him a fraud, claiming he had spread false rumors about defeating knights in battle. With a sneer, Cain went further, labeling Gin a parasite, a disgrace to the north. Then, with a clenched fist, he barked at Gin to pull himself together. Without warning, Cain swung. Gin moved like a shadow, easily sidestepping the blow. The bystanders, including Ricardo and the spy, looked on in shock. Cain, frustrated, adjusted his stance and aimed for Gin's head this time. But once again, Gin avoided it, ducking low before delivering a sharp counterstrike to Cain's ribs. A grunt of pain escaped Cain as he staggered back, disbelief flashing across his face. Gin didn't hesitate. He threw another punch, this time aimed at Cain's head. At the last second, Cain managed to block it with his palm, his lips curling into a triumphant smile. The moment was short-lived. Cain's expression twisted in agony as he collapsed to his knees, clutching his hand. A scream tore from his throat. The spy rushed to his side, alarmed. "Cain, are you all right?" Gin, unimpressed, rolled his eyes. "Quit whining. You blocked the hit, didn't you?" The spy's gaze snapped toward Gin, his expression darkening. "Stay away from him," he warned. The tavern remained deathly silent. No one could believe what they had just witnessed. Cain, once seen as an untouchable force, had been brought low before their very eyes. Cain, however, had no intention of letting this humiliation go unanswered. He shot a subtle glance at the spy and whispered under his breath, "Was that convincing?" The spy's lips curled into a sly grin. "Perfect," he murmured. "Everything is in place." With that, Cain steadied himself and reached into his coat. From his pocket, he pulled out a blue glove, a symbol of noble duels. He raised it high, voice steady despite the pain. "Gin, you've disgraced the nobility. You struck without provocation. You." Before he could finish, Gin's own glove smacked him in the face. The tavern gasped. Gin tilted his head, his smile unshaken. "Cain Lowe's," he said smoothly, "you just insulted an heir and attacked my knight. In doing so, you've tarnished the dignity of the nobility." His eyes gleamed. "Do you intend to deny it?" Cain clenched his jaw, taking a deep breath before letting out a laugh. He had always thought Gin was a fool, but he hadn't expected him to dig his own grave this thoroughly. With a slow, deliberate motion, Cain drew his sword. "Fine," he said, his voice dripping with menace. "If you want a duel, I'll give you one." His eyes darkened with promise. "And I'll make sure you regret it." His grip tightened on his blade. "Even if it costs me my life." Gin called out to Ricardo, who immediately responded to his command. Gin instructed him to bring the merchants who were protesting outside the castle, though Ricardo hesitated, clearly taken aback. Gin, now wearing a smile tinged with madness, reassured Ricardo that the merchants would make a substantial profit from this arrangement. Gin had realized that the cancellation of the festival had left both merchants and tourists frustrated. But he was confident that an event like this would reignite their excitement and ease the tension that had built up in the town. The scene shifted to a makeshift stage where Gin and Cain stood poised for a duel. The crowd around them buzzed with anticipation, eager to witness the confrontation. Many of them were eager to see Gin humiliated, and the atmosphere was charged with excitement. Merchants had reopened their stalls, selling goods to the eager tourists who had returned for the spectacle. Among the crowd, a rotund merchant loudly encouraged people to place bets, certain that Cain would emerge victorious. Confident in Cain's superiority, the merchants placed heavy wagers in his favor. Cain, resting his enormous sword on the ground, looked at Gin and questioned why he had turned a sacred duel into some kind of marketplace display. With a sinister grin, he warned Gin that his sword would not stop, even if Gin surrendered. Gin, unfazed, simply pointed out that enough people had gathered, signaling the beginning of the duel. Just as the fight was about to begin, a spy stepped forward, halting the proceedings. He argued that the bets couldn't proceed without a proper wager on Gin's side. The chubby merchant revealed to the crowd that no one had placed a bet on Gin, a fact that didn't surprise anyone. After all, most believed it would be foolish to wager on Gin considering the odds. Cain mocked Gin, laughing that even his own people didn't trust him. Undeterred, the chubby merchant suggested a different type of bet. They could wager on how long Gin would last against Cain. At that moment, Scovin, supported by Ricardo, stepped forward and placed a heavy bag of gold on the table, declaring his bet on Gin. The crowd was stunned by this bold move. Elena, too, approached, dropping an even larger bag of gold, announcing that she was betting on her brother. This move caught even Gin by surprise. When the merchant was asked if the amount was enough, he confirmed it was. Belinda, who had been standing nearby, reminded Elena that she had warned against making such a bold bet. Cain, growing increasingly irritated by the delay, demanded that the duel begin immediately. The referee signaled the start of the fight, and Gin, with a quick glance at his cousin, reminded Cain that, as his elder cousin, it would appear strange for him to make the first move. This statement confused Cain, who retorted that it was far too late for Gin to pretend to be the older brother. As the referee gave the signal, Cain charged forward, using his weight and momentum to swing his massive sword at Gin. Gin was able to block the strike, but he was shocked by the sheer force and weight of the weapon. With a taunting smile, Cain mocked Gin, claiming that he had sunk so low he no longer even acted like an elder sibling. Cain shoved Gin back with the hilt of his sword, then immediately followed up by swinging it toward Gin's head. Gin ducked, narrowly avoiding the blow, but Cain was relentless, following up with a powerful kick. Gin managed to avoid the kick, but the force of Cain's leg shattered the ground beneath them, causing the crowd to gasp in awe. It was clear that Cain's strength was overwhelming, and he showed no signs of giving Gin even a moment to recover or counterattack. With a cocky grin, Cain reveled in his own strength, clearly enjoying the feeling of dominance. Gin, however, remained unshaken by the display of power. He noted his cousin's pride, but it did not intimidate him. On the other hand, Belinda, witnessing the brutal display, began to panic. She grabbed Elena's arm and urged her to stop the fight. Nearby, the spy smiled knowingly, confident that it was already too late. He understood Cain's strategy perfectly. Overwhelming strength combined with relentless attacks would force Gin into a defensive position, leaving him exhausted and vulnerable. The spy knew that once Gin was worn down, Cain would strike the final blow. It was a strategy Cain had honed over time, and he had always emerged victorious using it. As Cain's attacks grew more intense, it seemed that Gin was running out of options. Gin nimbly dodged Cain's attacks with remarkable agility, evading his cousin's strikes. Cain, watching the evasive moves, remarked with a smirk that Gin remained as slippery as ever. He acknowledged that his cousin had certainly grown stronger since their last fight and decided to change his approach. Without warning, Cain grabbed his sword by the blade and swung the hilt toward Gin, mocking him. He reminded Gin that, as always, he had been exceptional at running away ever since their childhood days. Gin managed to parry the attack with his own sword, but Cain used the hilt to push Gin into the air, sending him soaring. The crowd gasped in collective disbelief, expecting this to be the end of the duel. The spy, watching intently, allowed himself a smug grin, sure that victory was already in Cain's grasp. As Gin descended, however, he muttered under his breath that he had intended to go easy on his cousin. But Cain had crossed the line. Gathering his energy, Gin focused his mana into his legs, steadying himself as he landed with precision. He immediately surged toward Cain, catching his cousin off guard with a sudden burst of speed. Cain gasped in pain as Gin's blade sank into his stomach. The spy, stunned by the turn of events, realized that Gin had cleverly used his mana to regain his footing and move with incredible speed. Gin taunted Cain, accusing him of being foolish and ignorant in his swordplay. He pointed out that Cain had grown arrogant, believing himself invincible simply because his opponents feared his strength. Taking a more solid stance, Gin vowed to show his cousin the error of his ways. Furious, Cain charged at Gin, swinging his sword with fury, but Gin swiftly countered by kicking Cain's blade to knock him back. Before Cain could recover, Gin leapt aside, narrowly avoiding another strike. He then delivered a precise blow to Cain's shoulder, striking the hand that held the sword. Cain, struggling to retaliate, thrust his sword forward in a desperate attempt to recover, but Gin anticipated the move. With a graceful sidestep, Gin pressed the blade down with his foot, and in a single, fluid motion, landed a cut close to Cain's neck. Blood began to trickle from the shallow wound Gin had left, leaving the audience in stunned silence. Then, as if on cue, cheers erupted. No one had expected Gin to display such expertise, and many in the crowd began to regret betting on Cain. Elena, pleased by the unexpected turn of events, pointed it out to Belinda, who smiled knowingly. Meanwhile, Cain, noticing the wound on his neck, realized it was a shallow cut. He deduced that Gin had held back, knowing that he could have inflicted far worse damage if he had wanted to. Confusion clouded Cain's thoughts. How had Gin become so skilled? He couldn't understand it. Gin locked eyes with his cousin, throwing his sword aside in a bold move that shocked the crowd. He declared that the difference in their skills was too vast for the duel to continue with swords. Turning to Cain, Gin informed him that they would now fight without weapons. Cain, visibly irked by Gin's challenge, demanded an explanation. Gin, maintaining his calm demeanor, explained that he saw this duel as a chance to teach his cousin a lesson. Rolling up his sleeves, he declared that the lesson would be delivered with his bare hands. Cain, taken aback, was momentarily speechless. Gin clarified further, telling Cain that his swordsmanship was far superior, and if Cain wanted a real challenge, he would need to fight without a weapon. Gin suggested they engage in a hand-to-hand combat duel, an area where Cain was more skilled. With a firm and unwavering voice, Gazan declared that he would double the original wager, boldly adding 1,000 gold. His confidence in victory was absolute. The crowd gasped at this unexpected turn, struggling to comprehend Gin's audacity in raising the stakes so drastically. Among them, the spy was the most shocked. He found it almost impossible to believe that Gin had the nerve to challenge Cain to a bare-handed fight. Yet, despite his disbelief, he couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction, convinced that Gin's recklessness had played right into his hands. As the fight was set to begin, the rotund merchant wasted no time, inviting spectators to place additional bets and announcing that the match had officially become a bare-handed contest. Opinions among the onlookers were sharply divided. Some dismissed Gin's decision as foolish, believing he stood no chance against Cain in raw strength. Others suspected he had a plan and placed their wagers on him instead. Cain, meanwhile, was stunned by his cousin's choice. After a brief hesitation, he simply shrugged and allowed Gin to do as he pleased. Removing his coat, he lifted his sword, his expression hardening as he made his intentions clear. Without warning, he lunged at Gin. Watching from the sidelines, Belinda clicked her tongue in frustration. "Master, pick up your weapon and end this," she urged. But Gin remained calm. As Cain's sword came slicing toward him with lethal intent, Gin dodged effortlessly. A smirk playing on his lips. It was clear to him now. Cain needed a lesson. Cain swung again, but Gin swiftly dropped to the ground, narrowly avoiding the blade. As Cain tried to adjust, Gin moved to his side in a flash, delivering a solid punch to his thigh. Before Cain could react, another crushing blow landed on his jaw, sending him stumbling backward and collapsing to the ground. For a moment, Cain lay there, dazed. He couldn't fathom how Gin, the cousin he had always considered beneath him, had executed such precise, effortless movements. The crowd erupted in astonishment, murmurs spreading like wildfire. Suddenly, the idea of Gin winning no longer seemed impossible. Standing over his fallen cousin, Gin's gaze was steady, his voice calm but firm. "Get up, we've barely started." Cain's blood boiled at those words. Snarling, he charged again, swinging his sword with reckless fury. But no matter how many times he slashed, Gin evaded each attack with ease. Then, in a single fluid motion, Gin caught Cain's arm, twisted it sharply, and locked him in place. Before Cain could counter, Gin drove his knee into his ribs, forcing a gasp of pain from his lips. Blood splattered from Cain's mouth as he staggered, disoriented. He couldn't process it. Gin, the cousin who had always bowed to him, always stayed in his shadow, was now dominating him with ease. It was humiliating, yet Cain refused to accept it. He had been certain that this fight would be an easy victory, one that would secure his family's standing. But Gin showed no mercy. He pressed his advantage relentlessly, unleashing blow after blow with no pause, no chance for Cain to recover. By the time Gin finally stepped back, Cain's face was swollen, his entire body bruised. Trembling, he looked up at his cousin, who now towered over him with an air of quiet dominance. Gin grabbed Cain by the hair, his voice low. "Your father was a man of honor. Count Lowe's stood by my father through ruin and hardship, all because of loyalty and friendship. But you," his grip tightened, "you chose a different path." A memory surfaced, a moment from years ago. He had stood before his father, seething with frustration as they argued. "Why?" he had demanded. "Why do you keep sending aid to Perum? Our own county is struggling." His father had met his anger with quiet resolve. "Because Count Perum is my friend," he had said simply. The memory faded as Cain returned to the present, just in time to see Gin's fist flying toward his face. Instinctively, he shut his eyes, but the blow never came. When he dared to look, Gin was standing before him, hand extended. "It's over," he said. Cain stared at him for a long moment. Then, head bowed, he exhaled shakily. "I lost." The crowd erupted in disbelief. Gin's name was chanted over and over, his victory sending shockwaves through the gathered spectators. Those who had bet on Cain cursed their misfortune, while those who had believed in Gin cheered in triumph. Among them, Elena beamed with pride at her brother's unexpected success. Meanwhile, Belinda and the two soldiers beside her stood frozen, unable to comprehend what they had just witnessed. Then, in the midst of the celebration, the spy stormed onto the stage, his face contorted with rage. He approached Cain, his voice a furious snarl. "Why did you surrender?" he demanded. "You were barely at a disadvantage." Cain didn't even lift his head. "I'm done," he said simply. "Let's go." The spy fumed, his fists clenching, but before he could say more, Gin's voice cut through the tension. With a confident smirk, Gin turned to the crowd. "A round of meat and drinks for everyone," he announced. "Courtesy of our generous friend here." The crowd erupted in cheers, celebrating their young master's generosity. The spy's eyes widened in horror. "What? I never agreed to that." Gin clapped a firm hand on the man's shoulder, his grip tightening just enough to send a message. "Consider it the price of losing," he said smoothly. "And don't worry, this isn't coming out of the betting pot. This is an additional contribution." His voice turned cold. "And if you try to run, you won't like the consequences." A shudder ran through the spy. He hesitated for only a moment before dropping to his knees. "Fine," he muttered. "I'll pay." The following day, in the quiet of his room, Gin placed a large box on the table. As he lifted the lid, his breath hitched slightly at the sight. Stacks of gold coins, his winnings from the bet. The sheer amount was staggering. This could fund an entire mercenary corps, he murmured to himself. Yet he knew the difficulty of amassing such wealth again. His enemies wouldn't wait. He had to act, and he had to act fast. As he sat in contemplation, Elena and Belinda entered, exchanging glances before hesitantly stepping forward. Jin noticed their nervous expressions and raised an eyebrow. Something wrong? Elena's lips curled into a bright smile. Brother, what are you going to do with all that money? Jin chuckled. Why? Do you want some? Elena shook her head. Just curious. Belinda, however, smirked knowingly. I already know what you're planning, she teased. Lady Amelia's birthday is coming up, isn't it? This whole grand display. You did it just to buy her an extravagant gift, didn't you? Jin blinked, taken aback. Elena gasped. Wait, you're working this hard just to impress your fiancé? Jin froze. Fiancé? For a moment, he looked completely lost, as if he had no idea what they were talking about. Jin turned to his sister for clarification, but Belinda, clearly amused, urged him to drop the act. There was no need to feign ignorance out of embarrassment. Elena then stepped in, reminding him that they were talking about Amelia from Rail County. The mention of the county's name caused Jin's expression to darken. He vividly recalled Amelia Rold, a noblewoman he once likened to a spider. Amelia Rold had been widely admired for her kindness and selflessness, winning the unwavering support of her people. Yet, in time, she would become infamous for leading a rebellion, earning the title the Witch of the North. Aligning herself with the Deline, she played a crucial role in the downfall of Pam. To Jin, she was nothing less than a traitor. A faint smirk crossed his lips as he turned to Belinda, casually asking when their father was expected to return. She informed him that their father, the Lord, would be back in a week. That time frame was sufficient. Rising from his seat, Jin announced his intention to visit Rold County. Belinda, surprised, pointed out that Amelia's birthday was still some time away and asked why he planned to go. Jin simply stated that he needed to secure funds from the county. The scene shifted to a striking noblewoman stepping onto the ground, her shoes left behind. She had piercing red eyes and a small spider tattoo near her mouth. It was Amelia. She handed her shoes to a ragged young girl who stared at them in disbelief, struggling to comprehend that Amelia was gifting them to her. With a serene expression, Amelia remarked that only she deserved to walk barefoot on this land. Then, turning to her soldiers, she instructed them to provide food and shelter for the people gathered around. Without hesitation, her men set to work distributing provisions, leaving the crowd in awe. As Amelia departed, grateful voices rose in thanks for her generosity. The scene transitioned again, this time to the lush garden of Rold Manor. A man knelt before Amelia, carefully washing her feet. This was Bernard, her loyal escort knight. As she idly stroked a cat lounging on the table, Amelia recalled her father's strict philosophy, absolute obedience from their people. She noted that commoners would follow anyone who kept them warm and well-fed. Bernard acknowledged her wisdom, praising her strategy. Winning the hearts of the people, he assured her, would be crucial in the battle to determine her father's successor. In response, Amelia playfully struck Bernard's face with her foot, though her tone remained commanding. She then inquired about a duel between the North's greatest swordsmen. Bernard, bowing his head, explained that he had deliberately avoided participating. Drawing attention too soon could disrupt their plans. He reminded her that the time had not yet come for her to reveal her true strength. With unwavering devotion, Bernard pressed his lips to her foot, pledging his blade to her cause. Amelia, calm yet imposing, reminded him that he was already her blade. After all, she had personally invested in his development. Lifting his chin, she leaned in closer, her gaze darkening. Her voice dropped into an ominous whisper as she warned him that weakness was unacceptable. Then, letting go of him, she shifted the conversation, inquiring about the merchants. Bernard reassured her that the Arca merchants posed no threat. Their guild had secured contracts for materials needed to rebuild the Bee outpost, recently destroyed in an orc attack on Perum. He further detailed how they were discreetly reclaiming the annual support funds Count Rold had been sending to Perum. Additionally, they had begun recruiting seasoned soldiers and knights from the region, battle-hardened men with experience fighting barbarian tribes, valuable assets to their growing forces. Amelia commended his efforts but reminded him to ensure their guild remained outwardly unremarkable. Their true intentions had to remain concealed until the time was right. As they spoke, a steward entered the garden. Bernard, displeased by the interruption, immediately stood and confronted him, his voice sharp with authority. Unfazed, the steward calmly explained that there was news from the gate. Gin had arrived to see Amelia. Amelia raised a brow, genuinely surprised. What business could Gin possibly have with her? She questioned the steward, who relayed that Gin had claimed he needed to discuss matters concerning the Merchant Guild. Both Amelia and Bernard exchanged glances, caught off guard by this unexpected development. The scene shifted once more to the visitors' room. Amelia entered, her posture poised and composed, and took a seat. Across from her sat Gin, draped in a rough coat, holding a small flower. He greeted her warmly, but Amelia's expression remained cold. She wasted no time chastising him for arriving unannounced, calling his manners disgraceful. Undeterred, Gin smiled and told her he had come to deliver an early birthday gift. He placed the flower on the table, casually remarking on its pleasant fragrance and mentioning that he had acquired it from the local merchant guild. Then he added that he intended to do all his future flower purchases through that guild, specifically the Arkham Merchant Guild. Amelia listened, but her expression revealed no understanding of his underlying message. Rising from her seat, she dismissed herself, claiming she saw no reason to stay now that she had received his so-called gift. But just as she turned to leave, Gin spoke again, his tone cold and commanding. "Sit back down." A chilling energy radiated from him, freezing Amelia in place. She hesitated, startled by the unfamiliar presence before her. This was not the timid young man who once stammered in her presence. There was something different, something formidable about him. Gin lifted his teacup, his gaze never wavering. He spoke with sharp precision. "I won't waste your time. I need 10,000 gold." Amelia blinked, caught off guard. Of all the things she had expected, a sudden demand for such an outrageous sum was not one of them. "You came all this way just to ask for money?" she asked, her voice laced with disbelief. She then questioned whether their father had sanctioned this, but Gin quickly clarified that his father had no involvement. He was simply asking her to hand over the gold. Without breaking eye contact, Gin casually poured his tea onto the floor. A smirk tugged at his lips as he made a pointed remark. "You never intended to marry me, did you?" For a brief moment, Amelia faltered. Gin continued, his words striking like daggers. If rumors spread about her secret efforts to amass power, especially during such a volatile succession struggle, it could spell disaster for her. As he spoke, Amelia's cat leapt onto the table, hissing at him. Amelia scoffed, dismissing his words as nothing more than a poor attempt at intimidation. But Gin remained unfazed. He assured her that, for now, her secret was safe with him. However, his silence was not guaranteed if he left empty-handed. Amelia's lips curled into a cold smile. "That scenario will never happen." Without hesitation, she called for Bernard. The knight entered immediately, placing a hand over his chest in greeting. Gin's eyes flickered with recognition. Bernard was more than just Amelia's escort. He was one of the finest swordsmen in the north, a warrior capable of rivaling legends. Gin turned back to Amelia, his voice calm but firm. "If I die here, a war will break out. Are you ready for that?" Amelia remained unfazed. With a serene expression, she replied, "If a ruffian barged in, caused chaos, and was cut down by my knight, that's the story the world will hear." Then with a smile, she gave Bernard a simple command. "Kill him." The knight moved without hesitation, drawing his sword in a fluid motion. Gin's expression hardened. There was no room for negotiation now. With a steady hand, he reached for the hilt of his own blade, ready to meet the challenge head-on. Just as Gin prepared to act, Bernard's knowing smile caught him off guard. Before he could process it, a sudden clatter shattered the tension. An assassin burst from the hollowed-out armor of a knight stationed behind him. The intruder lunged, aiming for Gin's chair, but Gin reacted instantly, leaping out of harm's way. As the assassin struggled to free his lodged weapon, Gin delivered a crushing kick to his chest, sending him hurtling through the window. The crash left both Amelia and Bernard momentarily stunned. Gin, unfazed, turned to his hosts, his disbelief evident. He scoffed at Amelia's feigned politeness while scheming an ambush, his words dripping with sarcasm as he retrieved his sword. Without another word, he lunged at Bernard, his blade slicing through the air. Bernard met the strike with a steady block, his cold gaze locking onto Jin's. "Has Rold County abandoned the principles of chivalry?" Gin asked, his voice laced with contempt. Bernard remained unmoved, responding with a mocking apology. He pointed out that it was Gin who had first shown disrespect, arriving uninvited and disturbing his mistress. With a sharp twist, Bernard trapped Gin's sword within his arms and declared that etiquette was wasted on someone like him. Seizing the opportunity, Bernard launched his own attack, but Gin was quicker. He sidestepped effortlessly, then vaulted into the air, delivering a powerful kick that forced Bernard back. The knight steadied himself, reassessing. Rumors had painted Gin as a braggart with little actual skill, but the man before him told a different story. Watching intently, Amelia's expression darkened. "Why are you holding back?" she snapped at Bernard. Frustration bled into her voice as she commanded, "Bring me his head. You know what that means." At her order, Bernard exhaled, his stance shifting as he released his mana. The air grew heavy with his presence. "Step forward if you dare," he challenged. Gin chuckled at the absurdity of it, a mere escort knight issuing commands. "Bold," he remarked. But Bernard wasn't posturing. In a blink, he closed the gap, his sword a blur. Though Gin narrowly dodged, the knight's blade still grazed his cheek, drawing a thin line of blood. Stunned by Bernard's speed, Gin found himself forced on the defensive as a relentless barrage followed. Each strike came faster, heavier, testing Gin's limits. Amelia, watching from her perch, clenched her fists. This wasn't the battle she had expected. Gin, the so-called weakling, was holding his own. Yet, her confidence in Bernard didn't waver. In a swift counter, Gin locked blades with Bernard, pressing his sword dangerously close to the knight's throat. But before he could deliver the final strike, Bernard twisted away, ensnaring Gin's weapon with his arm in a seamless maneuver. He countered with the same technique Gin had used earlier. Gin smirked, thinking he could disarm Bernard again. But this time the outcome was different. The knight's body pulsed with mana reinforcement, his grip unbreakable. With a chilling calm, Bernard declared, "Your trick won't work twice." Then, with sheer force, he slammed Gin to the ground. Wasting no time, he surged forward to capitalize on his advantage. Gin, however, recovered swiftly. He deflected the incoming strike and leapt back, putting distance between them. His mind raced. Bernard's mana infusion was giving him an undeniable physical edge. Bernard, too, was reevaluating. "You're not the man the rumors spoke of," he admitted. One couldn't truly know an opponent's strength until clashing blades with them. He studied Gin's movements, noting the lack of formal technique. "Your swordsmanship, it's not polished, not trained, more like refined through bloodshed, barbaric even." He tossed Gin's sword aside, shaking his head. "This wild style may work on the battlefield, but here it ends now." Gin, breathing heavily, remained silent. He knew the tide was turning against him. Bernard's precise thrusts disrupted his rhythm, targeting vital points with uncanny accuracy. The knight's larger frame, combined with his honed skill, created a suffocating advantage. Realizing he was up against someone beyond his current level, Gin made his move. Raising his hand, he revealed a thin mana thread wrapped around his wrist. "Your time's running out too," he murmured. He yanked the thread. Bernard, unfamiliar with the technique, hesitated. A mere fraction of a second, but enough. Gin exploited the opening, smashing the hilt of his sword against the back of Bernard's head. The knight staggered, his stance breaking. Gin followed up with a brutal knee to Bernard's face, leaving him momentarily dazed. Bernard's mind reeled. How had Gin positioned his weapon so perfectly? Amelia shouted his name, but before he could respond, Gin pressed forward, sword poised for the final blow. Yet, to his surprise, Bernard blocked the strike at the last second. With a powerful counter, he shoved Gin back. Their duel, fierce and unrelenting, reached a tipping point. Bernard turned to Amelia, his voice steady. "Leave the room," he instructed. "I can't guarantee your safety anymore." Determination burned in his eyes as he tightened his grip on his weapon. "Now, I'll fight at my best." Gin, unshaken, grinned. "That's exactly what I was hoping for," he said, eyes gleaming. "It's been a long time since I had this much fun." The scene shifted to Amelia, storming out of the room with her cat in tow. Humiliation burned within her as she replayed the encounter with Jin. How had he uncovered the truth about the Merchant Guild? It had to be an inside leak. There was no other way he could have known such details. Frustration gnawed at her, but as she ran, she begrudgingly admitted that the rumors of Gin slaying orcs and rescuing his younger sister from assassins were likely true. Even so, she remained convinced that much of his reputation was built on luck and exaggeration. As she turned a corner expecting to see her stationed guards, she instead froze in shock. The guards lay unconscious on the ground, and standing amid them was a hooded woman. The stranger turned, a faint smile playing on her lips. "It's been a while, hasn't it?" The hood fell back, revealing Belinda. Startled, Amelia demanded an explanation, but before she could react, Belinda moved with lightning speed. In an instant, she was beside Amelia, a blade pressing against her throat. "Silence," Belinda commanded, her tone calm but unyielding. Amelia stiffened, unable to believe what was happening. Belinda's gaze flickered to the spider clinging to Amelia's lips. With practiced ease, she plucked it away, her expression unreadable. "I overheard Count Perum and Count Rold during the engagement ceremony," she mused. "Your siblings always mocked your love for spiders, didn't they? You raised them to get revenge, yet you still wear one. Is it a symbol of overcoming the past or simple defiance?" Without waiting for an answer, she tossed the spider to the ground and crushed it under her heel with a sharp crunch. "Either way, it doesn't suit you." Her tone remained unsettlingly composed as she leaned in. "Now, cooperate." Back in the room, the clash between Jin and Bernard continued. Gin's instincts sharpened as he sensed the shift in the air. Bernard was now releasing an overwhelming amount of mana. The knight's gaze locked onto him with disdain. "You called me entertaining," Bernard sneered. "Only a lowly mercenary would speak like that." He tightened his grip on his weapon. "You are unworthy of calling yourself a noble, let alone one who serves a mistress." Gin's eyes narrowed. "You're an escort knight, Bernard. Don't overstep." With that, Bernard lunged. His strikes came in a blur, rapid, precise, relentless. Gin barely managed to parry, each impact growing harder to deflect. The knight's expression remained firm. "A noble must carry dignity," he stated, his attacks intensifying. Gin gritted his teeth. This was getting dangerous. "Enough of this," he growled. Summoning his strength, he twisted his sword to deflect Bernard's blade and aimed a decisive thrust toward the knight's head. But Bernard reacted instantly, redirecting the attack and forcing Gin to retreat. Then, with blinding speed, Bernard drove his sword forward, his blade slicing into Gin's shoulder. The knight's confidence wavered when he realized what had happened. Gin had deliberately taken the hit, using the impact to knock Bernard's blade aside and create an opening. Without hesitation, he struck back. Bernard barely blocked in time, the narrow escape making him reassess his opponent. Tightening his stance, Bernard locked down Gin's sword, then delivered a brutal kick, sending him backward. "This is the difference between a true warrior and someone who treats battle as entertainment," he said coldly. Gin, breathing heavily, couldn't help but smirk. Despite the pressure, the fight exhilarated him. Bernard had the upper hand. His speed, reach, and relentless strikes kept Gin on the defensive. Every attempt to counter was shut down. Then, in a deceptive maneuver, Bernard locked their swords together. On the surface, it appeared they were evenly matched, but Gin knew the truth. His current mana reserves weren't enough to overpower Bernard's superior strength. The situation was dire. As Bernard surged forward again, Gin made his decision. This fight needed to end. Bernard had accounted for nearly every variable, except one. Drawing upon his third mana core, Gin unleashed an explosive surge of energy. The room trembled as his strength skyrocketed. When their blades met again, the force of his strike sent Bernard's sword crashing downward, wrenching it from his grip. The knight froze, stunned beyond belief. "Impossible," he muttered. Before he could recover, Gin raised his sword, ready to end the fight. But then, "Stop!" Gin turned his head. Amelia stood nearby, fury radiating from her expression. "Take the 10,000 gold and leave," she snapped. Irritated, Gin lowered his weapon and took a step back. "Would have been easier if you just handed it over when I asked nicely," he remarked dryly. Belinda, watching from the sidelines, chuckled. "Gin, this is way past a lover's quarrel." Gin shrugged. just a difference of opinion. With a deliberate stride, he approached Amelia, resting his sword on his shoulder. His voice was calm but firm. There's been a change of plans. The fee has doubled. His gaze locked onto hers. 20,000 gold. Amelia hurled a vase against the floor, the sharp crash echoing through the room as shards scattered in every direction. Bernard stood beside her, his head bowed slightly in apology. He admitted his failure. Jin was far stronger than expected. The rumors had vastly underestimated him. Bernard explained that Gin had unleashed mana surpassing even that of an advanced knight. Amelia's expression darkened. "He's changed," she said grimly. When Bernard cautiously suggested reporting this to Duke Deli's faction for development, Amelia reacted instantly. A sharp slap landed across his face. Grabbing his collar, she pulled him close, eyes blazing with fury. "Do you have any idea what kind of terror the Duke inspires?" she snapped. Exposing this incident would mean their doom. The alliance with Duke Deli was a dangerous, secret pact, one her father knew nothing about. The Duke had pledged his support for her rebellion, but only in return for her help in toppling Param. If word of this deal ever got out, her own siblings would not hesitate to kill her. Her anger deepened as another thought crossed her mind. Jin might already know. He had inside knowledge of the Merchant Guild's secrets. If he had even a hint about her arrangement with the Duke, no, she couldn't take that risk. She turned to Bernard, her voice cold and resolute. Gin must be eliminated, no matter what. Bernard nodded without hesitation, accepting the command. Amelia then inquired about Gin's injuries. Bernard explained that while he had inflicted minor cuts across Gin's body and a deeper wound on his shoulder, the explosive burst of mana Gin had used would likely leave him weakened for some time. However, using knights from their own forces would be too risky. It would leave a trail. Amelia acknowledged the problem. "That's why I trained them," she murmured. Bernard immediately understood. "The Wild Cats?" She nodded. This elite group was composed of war orphans, outcasts, and those without noble status. Only the most naturally talented in mana control had been selected. Amelia placed a flag on the map before her, marking a specific location. "Send a dozen of them here. Only those with mastery over mana." Bernard studied the map. The ravine she marked was the only narrow passage between Rail Territory and Parum County, a remote, treacherous landscape. It was the perfect place for an ambush. "Understood, my lady," he said. Amelia's eyes burned with determination. "Jin will pay for what he did to me." Meanwhile, inside a carriage, Gin sat quietly, wrapping a cloth around his injured arm. His mind churned with thoughts. He could feel it. Amelia was already planning her next move. Across from him, Fergus studied his face. "You all right?" Gin offered a small, reassuring smile. "Just surface wounds." Reflecting on his recent battle, Gin acknowledged he had pushed himself to his limits, but it was worth it. The 20,000 gold he had taken from Amelia was more than enough. It would serve as the foundation to rebuild Parum. For his struggling territory, it was the equivalent of years of savings. Despite his anger toward Amelia, he had chosen not to kill her. That would have sparked a war, and Parum was in no position to handle that right now, not with the looming threat of barbarians. Retreat was the wiser choice. Besides, the information he had on the Aram Merchant Guild was already a heavy burden for Amelia. As he shrugged on his jacket, Belinda, his ever-watchful maid, observed him closely. "So, is everything going according to plan?" She reminded him of his previous orders, how she and Fergus were to subdue the guards upon hearing fighting noises and to take Amelia hostage if she stepped out of the room. Gin smirked. "I left that part to Fergus." Before he could say more, a sharp pain ripped through his body. His vision blurred and suddenly, he coughed up blood. "Jin!" Belinda and Fergus rushed to his side. Jin gritted his teeth. He recognized the sensation. This was the recoil from opening his third mana core. Though the pain wasn't as crippling as before, it was still significant. He needed a solution. He couldn't afford to be incapacitated every time he accessed his full power. Belinda wasted no time. Grabbing his hand, she pulled out a long mana-infused needle. "Your mana flow is chaotic," she observed, her tone sharp with concern. Without hesitation, she began pressing the needle into precise points on his palm. Gin stiffened, startled by the odd sensation. He felt something being released from his body. A sharp exhale left his lips as his tangled mana pathways started to untangle. This technique. It required an advanced understanding of mana control. He studied Belinda with renewed curiosity. He had always known she wasn't just an ordinary maid. His mother had brought her into their household, but even now, her true origins remained a mystery. Why would someone with such rare skills choose to serve as a mere headmaid in the countryside? Gin pushed the thought aside. It didn't matter. Skilled people in his territory were always an asset, and the challenges ahead were only beginning. Belinda, finishing her work, met his gaze. "No matter what happens, you have my loyalty," she assured him. Gin smirked. "Then help me spend some money," she blinked. "What?" He leaned back. "Amelia was the richest person I knew. It made sense to take from her." Belinda and Fergus exchanged stunned looks. "You ended your engagement over that?" Belinda asked, incredulous. "If Count Rayfold finds out..." Gin waved her off. "Amelia won't tell her father, that much I know." Belinda huffed in frustration. "Then at least tell me what you plan to do with it." Gin's expression shifted. "I'm going to conquer the forest of beasts." Silence filled the carriage. Belinda's eyebrows shot up. Fergus scoffed. "That's been impossible since your great-grandfather's time." Gin merely smiled. "That's why we need him." Fergus hesitated before speaking. "The man you asked me to find. He's at the designated location, but..." He hesitated. "Gin, he's not stable. He's not in his right mind." Gin's eyes gleamed. "Doesn't matter. If he's alive, he's useful." Belinda crossed her arms. "You're in no condition to travel." Gin sighed. "You think Amelia will just let us walk away?" Belinda clenched her fist. "I can fight. So can Fergus," Gin agreed. "But this isn't about battle. It's about expertise, and for that, we're going to meet the vanguard." Their journey led them deep into the forest, where an old wooden house stood, abandoned and decayed. Belinda frowned. "Are you sure this is the place?" Fergus gave a firm nod. "This is the address." They knocked. The door creaked open, revealing a massive, disheveled man with long, unkempt hair. His bloodshot eyes studied them with suspicion. "Who the hell are you?" Belinda leaned toward Gin, whispering, "He looks like he's barely surviving." But Gin remained unfazed. The man scoffed, dismissing Gin as just another bored noble. "Go away," Gin's voice cut through the air. "Ex-captain of the Ratatosk mercenaries. Gillian." The man froze. Slowly, he turned back, eyes narrowing with a mix of caution and recognition. Gin smiled. "I've been looking for you." The group stood frozen in shock, struggling to process the revelation before them. The man they had believed to be a mere vagrant was none other than the former leader of the Ratatosk mercenaries, a once legendary force whose members were required to master nearly every weapon. Though the group had long since disbanded, their reputation endured. Their name still whispered with reverence even in foreign lands. Without warning, Gillian suddenly hurled an axe straight at Gin. The blade missed by a hair's breadth, slicing through his jacket. Alarmed, the group instinctively drew their weapons, stepping in to defend their master. But Gillian, his expression dark and unreadable, demanded Gin state his purpose. Belinda, wary of Gillian's erratic behavior, urged Gin to retreat, warning him of the man's instability. Yet Gin remained unmoved. Instead, he uttered two words, "eternal punishment." At that, Gillian froze, his eyes widening. Gin then revealed that he knew the cure for the disease afflicting Gillian's daughter, describing the terrifying symptoms: relentless fever, bloodied coughs, and red spots spreading like flower petals across the skin. The illness was so excruciating that it had earned the name Eternal Punishment. Gin's voice was calm but firm as he asked Gillian if he was willing to listen. After a long pause, Gillian grudgingly stepped aside, allowing the group entry. Inside, agonized screams filled the air. Rachel, Gillian's daughter, writhed in pain upon her bed. As Gin observed her condition, he quickly determined that there was still time to act. Memories from his past life surfaced. He had once sought out Gillian to recruit him, but by the time he found him, it was too late. Rachel had died. Gillian had sold everything in a desperate bid to save her. And in his grief, he had ultimately taken his own life. The near-barren house, stripped of all but weapons, was proof that history was repeating itself. Rachel, sobbing, begged her father to end her suffering. Realizing there was no time to waste, Jin removed his jacket and announced that treatment would begin immediately. Before he could act, Belinda grabbed his shoulder, urging him to reconsider. She admitted she had no idea what he intended, but reminded him that priests had failed, declaring the disease a divine curse. How could he possibly succeed where holy power had failed? Gin brushed her hand aside, unwavering. He assured her he could save Rachel. Belinda remained skeptical, calling out once more. Gin turned to face her, reminding her of the promise she had made to trust him. The reminder silenced her hesitation. Without further delay, Gin handed her a list of medicinal herbs and instructed her to procure them at once. Though surprised by the requested ingredients, Belinda obeyed, swiftly returning with the necessary supplies. Survival, for mercenaries like Jillian, often depended on knowledge. Though eternal punishment was deemed incurable in the present, Gin knew that a cure would be discovered in the future. Armed with this foresight, he prepared to put it into practice. The remedy itself was surprisingly simple to create, though obtaining its key component, the rare and costly fairy's blessing, was the greatest challenge. With precise movements, Gin finely chopped the herbs, packed them tightly into a bottle, and submerged them in distilled alcohol. He shook the mixture thoroughly, letting it settle before adding the remaining ingredients and stirring them together. The final product glowed with an eerie purple hue. Gin handed the vial to Jillian, instructing him to administer the medicine to Rachel immediately. Desperate and out of options, Jillian complied. Within moments, the red splotches on Rachel's skin began to fade. The group stood in stunned silence, barely able to believe what they were witnessing. Jillian, more shaken than anyone, stared in disbelief at his daughter's transformation. Jin, composed as ever, simply remarked that the outcome had been expected. With a trembling voice, Jillian demanded to know how this was possible. Even divine magic had failed. How could Gin succeed where the gods themselves had not? Gin explained that while divine power could bolster a body's strength and aid in recovery, it was not a true cure. The disease required more than just holy intervention. It needed the right remedy. Jillian's hands trembled as he clutched Jin, his voice raw with emotion. Then, "She will be healed," Jin reassured him. Rachel would recover completely, though it would take a few months. Overwhelmed, Jillian stepped back, lowering his head in gratitude. He understood now. Jin had come to this place with a purpose. Stripped of everything, Jillian had nothing left to offer but himself. He dropped to his knees and swore his loyalty, pledging to become Jin's servant, or even his dog, if that was what was required. But Gin shook his head. "I don't need a servant," he declared. "I need the captain of the Ratatosk mercenaries." Jillian lifted his head. For the first time, he truly saw Gin, not just as a healer, but as a man filled with unshakable ambition. Something within him stirred. Without hesitation, Jillian seized an axe and severed his long ponytail. As the strands fell to the ground, his entire demeanor shifted. He no longer looked like a broken man. He was reborn, exuding an aura of strength and determination. Moving toward his weapons, Jillian asked if Jin had brought others. Jin confirmed that his group was the only one present. Jillian then asked if Jin had enemies. Jin smirked. "Plenty, and I'll be making more." Jillian picked up a spear, expertly tying a rope around its shaft. Without hesitation, he hurled it straight through the wooden wall of the house, sending it deep into the forest beyond. A sickening crunch followed. The wall splintered, revealing an unseen assassin pinned to a tree, impaled through the chest. The room fell into stunned silence. Jillian yanked the spear back with a swift tug of the rope, dragging the dying man into the house. He seized the assassin by the throat, his grip unyielding. "Who sent you?" he demanded. The assassin, barely able to speak, recognized Jillian instantly. He was a member of the Wild Cats, a group not easily taken by surprise. And yet, Jillian had detected him with ease. Jillian turned to Gin, awaiting his command. Jin, already suspecting the source of the attack, rested a hand on his sword. He sighed. "I really don't feel like drawing my blade again today." At that, Jillian grinned. Placing a hand over Jin's sword hilt to stop him, he nodded. "Leave it to me." Without hesitation, he snapped the assassin's neck. Belinda, witnessing the scene unfold, could barely contain her shock. The sheer ruthlessness, The swift and effortless way Jillian had executed his target, she struggled to understand why her master wanted someone this dangerous by his side. Yet Gin had no doubts. Jillian, dropping to one knee, pledged his life to Gin, vowing absolute loyalty. Gin, recognizing the power of having such a formidable ally for the battles ahead, smiled. "Good," he said. There was much work to be done.
Sorry for the interruption, but if you're loving this series, you don't have to wait. Get up to 16 episodes ahead right now on Patreon. Support the channel, unlock exclusive content, and stay ahead of the story. Links in the description. Now back to the video.
Deep within a secluded cabin in the woods, a group of wildcats traffickers had gathered. A tense silence filled the room as a member of their ranks delivered grim news. One of their own had been killed. The revelation sent a ripple of shock and unrest through the group. Vigo, their leader, swiftly demanded silence. Apologizing for the disturbance, the traffickers explained that Bernard had assured them Gin would neither discover their reconnaissance unit nor possess the strength to eliminate them. Doubt crept into Vigo's expression as he questioned whether the team had erred or if they had been misled with false intelligence. A subordinate, trembling, hesitated before revealing a shocking detail. Jillian had joined Jin's group. Startled, Vigo seized the man by the neck, demanding confirmation. Struggling for composure, the subordinate insisted he had seen it with his own eyes. Upon hearing this, Vigo's lips curled into a smirk. He expressed his satisfaction, remarking that his former captain had finally decided to act. The scene then shifted to Jillian, traveling through the forest alongside Jin and the others in a carriage. Inside, Belinda groaned about the sheer number of weapons Jillian had brought along, complaining that they had even been forced to buy another carriage to fit his entire arsenal. Turning to Gin, she questioned whether all of it was truly necessary, remarking that a sword or two should have sufficed. Gin, unbothered, reminded her that an extra carriage had already been needed to ensure Rachel's comfort. He assured Belinda that it wasn't an issue and urged her to endure it for now, emphasizing that their primary focus was escaping the ravine. Curious, Belinda then inquired about the assassin they had captured, suspecting Amelia was behind the attack. Gin confirmed her suspicions. At this, Belinda revealed that the assassin's mask bore the symbol of the Wild Cats, an infamous and highly dangerous trafficker guild enrolled. Gin, intrigued, pressed for more information. According to Belinda, the Wildcats were not just traffickers. They specialized in smuggling, assassination, drugs, and human trafficking. Former mercenaries made up their ranks, granting the guild formidable combat prowess. Their reputation as a shadowy, ruthless organization made them feared across the land. Gin was surprised that Belinda knew such details, given her time spent mostly in the castle. She admitted that before becoming the head maid, she had learned about such matters. She urged him to be cautious, warning that the Wildcats were relentless. Smiling confidently, Gin reassured her that there was nothing to worry about. They had Jillian on their side. Just as the words left his mouth, something stirred beneath the ground. As their carriage rolled forward, figures emerged from the earth, swiftly closing in on them. Jillian immediately sensed their presence. In an instant, the Wildcats attacked, launching a surprise ambush. Jillian reacted swiftly, drawing both an axe and a sword to parry their strikes. With precision, he severed one assailant's hand before driving his axe into another's chest. Before the wounded attacker could retaliate, Jillian ruthlessly tore his head apart, leaving both bodies crumpled lifelessly to the ground. Before he could recover, more Wildcats sprang into action. Ropes were released, triggering massive trees to topple onto the carriage. Belinda shouted a warning. If the trees landed, they would be crushed. Thinking fast, Jillian seized the reins, slowing the horses just in time to avoid catastrophe. However, the road ahead was now blocked. Jin, unfazed, remarked that he had anticipated an ambush. From the shadows, more traffickers closed in, and one of them stepped forward, Vigo. His gaze locked onto Jillian as he addressed him directly, calling him by a title that made Jillian's expression shift, the former captain of the Ratatosk mercenaries. Vigo accused Jillian of cowardice, blaming him for disbanding their group, all for the sake of his daughter. Stepping down from the carriage, Jillian denied any knowledge of what Vigo was claiming. Vigo's irritation flared. He scoffed, insisting that Jillian had forced him into the life he now led. He questioned whether Jillian had grown senile or was simply pretending not to remember his past comrades. Jillian remained silent. Vigo's smirk widened. If Jillian refused to remember, then he would make him remember. With that declaration, he commanded his men to attack. The wildcat surged forward, but before Gin could step in, Jillian held up a hand, declining his help. He assured Jin that this was personal and that he could handle it alone. Before the attackers could reach him, Jillian infused his axe with mana and swung with devastating force, instantly cutting down 4 enemies in a single strike. The sight stunned the remaining attackers, but they quickly regained their resolve and rushed him. Drawing his short sword, Jillian swiftly dispatched the first enemy who lunged at him. He then spun, plunging his axe into the neck of another before cleaving a third assailant in half. Vigo watched the carnage unfold, unimpressed. It was clear that Jillian had lost none of his strength. Still, he had a plan. Ordering his men to split into 2 groups, he commanded them to encircle Jillian. As they moved into position, Jillian leaped onto a horse, wielding a larger axe. With a mighty swing, he unleashed a mana-infused strike that cut through several foes in a single blow. The remaining wildcats hesitated, realizing their direct approach would be suicide. Instead, they shifted their focus to Jillian's horse, hoping to take away his mobility. But before they could act, Jillian secured a rope to his axe and swung it in a deadly arc, carving through their ranks. Belinda watched in astonishment as Jillian tore through his enemies like a force of nature. With his forces nearly wiped out, Vigo made his move. Lunging forward, he launched a direct attack. Sensing it, Jillian swiftly equipped a shield, blocking the strike. Vigo's eyes burned with fury as he accused Jillian of ruining his life, vowing to kill him. With 3 blades in hand, Vigo hurled them at Jillian's horse, bringing the beast crashing down. Jillian dismounted just before impact, landing on his feet, only to be met with an incoming blade. With lightning reflexes, he blocked the attack with a smaller axe, his voice firm as he once again denied being the captain of the Ratatosk mercenaries. Then, with brutal force, he bashed Vigo's ribs with his shield, sending him stumbling backward. Breathing heavily, Vigo demanded answers. If Jillian was not their former captain, then who was he? Jillian's response was resolute. He had abandoned his past. Now, he served as Jin's subordinate. The words ignited a fresh wave of rage in Vigo. Snarling, he charged forward, vowing to kill Jillian at any cost. Jillian skillfully parried Vigo's attacks as the 2 men clashed, with Vigo pushing his sword into Jillian's shield. He revealed the disheartening truth. After Jillian had left, the mercenary company had disbanded. Vigo lamented how he had lost his purpose, descending into a disgraceful existence, just struggling to survive. With a swift motion, Jillian deflected the sword and countered with a powerful swing of his axe. Vigo dropped low to avoid the strike, then quickly retaliated with a kick. Jillian blocked it with his wooden shield, but the shield shattered under the force. Vigo, frustration evident in his voice, explained how he had dedicated his life to making the Ratatosk mercenaries the greatest force in history. He could hardly believe that his former captain had abandoned everything to become a mere pawn for a spoiled noble. Drawing several blades, Vigo imbued them with mana and threw them at Jillian. Jillian intercepted with his axe, but Vigo, closing the gap, tried to stab him. Jillian narrowly dodged and countered with an overhead swing. Vigo blocked the strike with his sword, smiling as the intensity of their fight escalated. Vigo believed Jillian hadn't changed much from the captain he once admired, though he now saw him as weakened by his years spent searching for a cure for his daughter. Vigo, on the other hand, claimed to have grown stronger through countless battles, convinced that Jillian was no longer his equal. Jillian unleashed a massive swing, but Vigo dodged it by flipping over him, using his sword to leverage himself. Landing behind Jillian, Vigo kicked the blades that Jillian had previously blocked, sending them hurtling back toward him. Jillian used his armor to deflect the projectiles, and as Vigo charged forward, Jillian anticipated the attack. He swung his axe, but Vigo avoided it once more, taunting that the fight was over. In response, Jillian channeled mana into his hand and caught Vigo's strike, stunning Vigo in the process. He realized Jillian had been holding back. Gillian then asked if Vigo's pursuit of vengeance was driven by hatred. Vigo, still stunned, didn't answer. He just stared at Gillian's display of mana, unable to comprehend the shift in his former comrade. With a swift motion, Gillian slammed the head of his axe into Vigo's face, sending him flying into a nearby tree. Standing over his fallen opponent, Gillian questioned why Vigo had waited so long to act. Vigo bitterly admitted that he had already visited Gillian's former residence, only to find a feeble old man, unworthy of death. Anger filled Vigo's voice as he demanded to know what had become of the Gillian he once revered. Gillian threw Vigo's dagger to the ground and ordered him to pick it up. He explained that he was now just a body bound to another's will. Unsheathing his sword, Gillian promised to give Vigo the highest respect, even in their confrontation. He declared he would act as the captain of the Ratatosk mercenaries. Vigo, visibly pleased, picked up his dagger and charged at Gillian, excited to finally experience the fight he had long desired. The battle intensified as Vigo attacked more fiercely. Gillian stood firm, blocking Vigo's strikes with his axe. He then aimed to end the fight with a powerful swing, but Vigo dropped low, countering with a swift strike. Gillian parried the attack with his axe, forcing Vigo's dagger downward, and then drove his sword into Vigo's ribs. Despite the injury, Vigo gritted his teeth and retaliated. Gillian evaded, raised his axe high, and paused for a moment to acknowledge Vigo as the 5th unit commander of the Ratatosk mercenaries, calling him by his full name, Vigo Volos. Vigo smiled, but it was fleeting. Gillian plunged his blade into him, ending his life. With Vigo's lifeless body at his feet, Gillian picked up the dagger and stood silently, gazing at his fallen comrade. Ghislain commended Gillian's effort, and Belinda remarked that looting the wildcats could be quite profitable. Gillian, apologizing to Gin for the delay, was reassured by Gin, who expressed admiration for Gillian's skill. Reflecting on his early days as a mercenary, Gin admitted that stories about Gillian had inspired him and helped lay the foundation for his rise to becoming the mercenary king. This encounter confirmed that recruiting Gillian had been the right choice, as he had gained a reliable ally. Gin then asked Gillian if he remembered who Vigo had been. Raising Vigo's sword, Gillian replied that Vigo had been an old comrade. These words resonated deeply with Gin, prompting him to reflect on his own former comrades. He wondered where they were now and what their lives had become, knowing that their paths had long diverged before meeting him. Gin resolved to reconnect with them one day. Turning to the group, Gin instructed them to follow Belinda's suggestion and gather any valuables from the wildcats. Belinda ordered Gillian to lead the effort, but Gillian curtly reminded her that he was not her subordinate. 2 days later, the group arrived in Param territory. Belinda, visibly relieved, commented on their arrival. Gillian looked at the city ahead and asked Gin if it was Param. Gin confirmed it, feeling a sense of contentment at returning home. He reflected on how, when he had first run away, he had believed he could return any time. Gillian, studying the county, was asked for his opinion. Startled, he nervously responded that it seemed great, but Gin disagreed. He pointed out that the houses were outdated and renovations were impossible. He revealed that the fields lay uncultivated because the farmers had been conscripted into the military, leaving the land barren. Gillian remarked that he had heard of Param's perpetual conflict with the northern barbarians, but admitted that the situation was worse than expected. Gin affirmed the dire circumstances but expressed determination to fix the issues. Turning to Gillian, he declared that he needed his strength to make it happen. Both Belinda and Gillian were surprised by this sudden appeal. Gin understood that the upcoming battle would be long and arduous, a fight to eradicate everything tied to Duke Deline and to safeguard what had been taken for granted. Resolute, he vowed to restore the land no matter the cost. As the group entered the county, Belinda noticed something unusual and urged her master to look ahead. When Gin lifted his gaze, he saw an unexpected figure, a man in armor with a coat draped over his shoulder. It was his father.
At Param Castle, a tense discussion unfolded as a group of men gathered before the Count. The topic at hand was a surprising one. He proposed reducing their forces. Shock rippled through the room. One man immediately objected, arguing that maintaining the front lines would become nearly impossible with fewer troops. Another suggested seeking aid from the Rold family, but the general administrator delivered grim news. The Rolds had not only cut financial support, but were also amassing soldiers and stockpiling supplies instead. This revelation left the knights visibly unsettled. Another pressing issue was raised: the need for funds to rebuild the Forest of Beast garrison, recently ravaged in battle against the orcs. One knight pointed out that reducing their military strength wouldn't ease their financial burdens enough to justify the risks. Jin observed the heated debate, unsurprised by the tension. Among those present were Randolph, the stern and commanding knight captain, Albert, the bearded and ever-serious treasurer, and Homer, the composed but pragmatic general administrator. As the debate raged on, Gin's thoughts drifted to his father. Though only a few months had passed since they last met, for Gin, who had lived decades as the mercenary king, it felt far longer. When Count Zual-Perum, Gin's father, finally arrived, his son's words of welcome caught him off guard. Their interactions had always been formal, and the unexpected warmth in Gin's tone was unusual. As a child, Gin had found his father's strict nature suffocating, but now he could see the weight of responsibility pressing down on the Count's shoulders, etched into every weary line on his face. Sipping his tea, Zual-Perum noted Gin's week-long absence from the castle. Gin explained that he had been visiting the Rolds. The Count, wary, asked if he had caused trouble. Gin reassured him that he had not. Albert, the treasurer, interjected, bringing up rumors of a duel. Gin had supposedly bested Cain and walked away with a sizable sum of money. Skeptical, Albert questioned whether Gin had gone to Rayfold to gamble. Irritated, Gin clarified that his trip was an investment-related visit, specifically for business with Amelia. Homer, ever the voice of caution, reminded Gin of his responsibilities as Perum's future ruler, urging him to conduct himself with care. Gin, maintaining his composure, acknowledged the advice but dismissed any need for concern. Homer, however, grew more frustrated, sensing that Gin was disregarding his words entirely. At that moment, Zual set down his tea, instructing his subordinates to drop the subject. He then turned to Gin and, with a curious expression, mentioned hearing about some good trouble his son had caused. Gin, puzzled, waited for an explanation. Zual then asked if it was true that he had executed Jamal and Philip for attempting to sell Elena. The mention of those disloyal knights surprised Gin. Before he could respond, Randolph, the knight captain, scoffed at the idea that Gin could have single-handedly defeated them. He speculated that they must have turned on each other, and Gin had simply delivered the final blow. Gin recognized Randolph's disapproval. Despite the knights' treachery, their deaths at Gin's hands unsettled the captain. To avoid unnecessary conflict, Gin chose not to argue and allowed Randolph's assumption to stand. With a smug expression, Randolph declared his theory correct. However, Zual-Perum had a different reaction. Much to Gin's astonishment, his father praised him. The Aichi details of how the traitors were dealt with didn't concern him. Elena's safety was what mattered. It was the first time Gin had ever received such a genuine compliment from his father. Encouraged, Gin took the opportunity to make a request. Zual, surprised, listened as Homer swiftly cut in, warning Gin not to ask for money. Randolph, irritated, joined in, citing the numerous reckless incidents from Gin's past, selling military provisions for gambling, setting fire to the castle gates just to grill an army horse, and melting down armor to forge a useless, legendary sword. Gin couldn't deny these accusations. He didn't recall all the incidents clearly, but he knew he was likely responsible. However, he clarified that he wasn't asking for money. Instead, he needed his father's permission. Zual raised an eyebrow. "For what?" Gin answered without hesitation. "I want to pioneer the Forest of Beasts." Silence fell over the room. Shocked expressions surrounded him. Later that evening, Gin reclined in his quarters, recounting the scene with amusement. Unsurprisingly, his father had denied his request, reacting with alarm and shouting at him. Belinda, unfazed, remarked that such a response was inevitable. The forest was infamous, teeming with monsters and offering nothing of value in return. Turning to Gillian, Gin asked if he had heard the plan. Gillian nodded, recalling that Gin intended to use the money from Amelia to fund the venture. However, he warned that the Forest of Beasts was no ordinary danger zone. It was a death trap. No one who entered had ever returned alive. Its terrifying reputation stretched far beyond Perum, but Gin was unfazed. With a calm smile, he assured his guard that he knew exactly what he was getting into. "Then why risk it?" Belinda pressed. Gin merely smirked. "Because waiting any longer would be a waste of time." Rising to his feet, he walked toward the door, signaling that it was time to depart. Belinda, arms crossed, reminded him that the Count hadn't granted permission. Gin glanced over his shoulder. his eyes unwavering. That was just a courtesy. I don't need his permission. Belinda frowned. Then, what are you hoping to find in that forest? Gin didn't answer right away. The truth, if revealed too soon, could be disastrous. Buried near the entrance of the forest lay something invaluable, a hidden vein of runestone. When infused with mana, it produced runestones, an extremely rare mineral sought after by mages for crafting magical tools, barriers, alchemy devices, and powerful enchantments. In his previous life, Duke Deline had discovered this treasure trove, but in this lifetime, only Gin knew of its existence. Belinda, still unable to understand her master's determination, sighed and chose to trust him. Fine, she relented. You must have a plan. Jillian, ever loyal, reassured Gin of his commitment. Gin nodded. Belinda, head to the nearest guild and hire 200 mercenaries. Belinda's eyes widened. 200? You're willing to spend that much after nearly dying to earn it? Jillian, frowning, warned of the dangers of hiring mercenaries in large numbers. They were notoriously unruly and known for betraying their employers if the opportunity arose. Jin acknowledged the risks, but explained that he and Jillian would personally select the most reliable fighters. Jillian hesitated. Where exactly? Do you plan to find such mercenaries? A knowing smirk spread across Gin's lips. We're heading north to find the best small-scale mercenary group. Realization dawned on Jillian. His expression darkened. The Mad Dogs? He asked warily. Jin nodded. Jillian grimaced. The Mad Dogs, also known as the Curious Mercenaries, were notorious. Skilled, yes, but they had a reputation for turning on their employers the moment things went south. Yet Gin remained confident. We're going to put a leash on the Mad Dogs. Soon after, Jillian led Gin's horse toward the outskirts of Zimbar territory, where the Curious Mercenaries were based. From a distance, a mercenary spotted them approaching and alerted his companion. The second man laughed. Poor bastards. They have no idea what they're walking into. He took a second look through his spyglass and realized one of the approaching figures was a noble. His grin widened. A noble, huh? This'll be easy money. His amusement was cut short as a hand suddenly grabbed him. A scream of pain erupted, startling the camp. Jillian had seized the mercenary, lifting him effortlessly with one hand. The man cursed, demanding to know what was happening, until Jillian hurled him into the ground with bone-crushing force. Remaining mercenaries erupted in outrage. One stepped forward, swinging a spiked chain. You must be feeling brave with a noble behind you, he sneered, but you won't be leaving here alive. At that moment, another voice cut through the commotion. Jin, still seated on his horse, gazed down at them with cold authority. Shut up and fetch your captain. The mercenary scoffed at the demand, spinning his chain in a show of defiance. With a sneer, he taunted Gin, calling him a pampered noble brat who needed a lesson in responsibility. Without hesitation, he hurled the spiked chain toward Gin, only for something to intercept it midair. A dagger struck the chain, halting its momentum and sending the spiked ball crashing to the ground. The one responsible was Jillian. His blade lodged firmly between the links. The mercenary's eyes widened in shock as Jillian twisted the dagger, further entangling the weapon. Jin smirked at the display. Words alone won't be enough, he remarked. Handle this, Jillian, but no fatalities. Acknowledging the order, Jillian seized the chain and yanked hard. The mercenary had no time to react before he was sent hurtling toward him. As he came within reach, Jillian struck him in the stomach with the spiked ball. The man howled in pain, collapsing to his knees. His comrades erupted in rage at the sight, shouting that Jillian's status as a noble servant meant nothing to them. Without a word, Jillian twisted his dagger deeper into the chain, using it as leverage to hoist the injured mercenary into the air. With a powerful throw, he sent the man crashing into the approaching group, knocking several off their feet. The remaining mercenaries hesitated, stunned by his strength. From atop his horse, Gin sighed. How much longer are you going to keep me waiting? He asked, his tone laced with impatience. Dismounting, he ordered them to summon their captain. Before they could move, a voice cut through the tension. What's all this commotion? The mercenaries instinctively parted, making way for a man with fiery red hair and an imposing presence. He exuded authority, his sharp gaze sweeping over the scene. I'm Ka, he introduced himself, captain of the Cerberus mercenaries. Now tell me, why are you looking for me? Gin found the question absurd. Isn't it obvious? He said flatly. I have a job for you. Ka raised an eyebrow. You attack my men and then expect me to listen to a request? He scoffed. A noble should know better manners. Gin merely smiled. "This is how I greet people," he replied. "It's the most effective way to tame them." Ka let out a chuckle. "Then I wonder what would happen if you greeted us twice." The scene shifted to Ka's tent, where he sat across from Gin and Gillian, surrounded by his men. Leaning back, he folded his arms. "All right, let's hear it. What exactly do you want?" Gin's answer was simple. "I want to hire your mercenary group to pioneer the forest of beasts." Silence fell over the room. Then, incredulous laughter erupted from Ka's men. "Did he just say the forest of beasts?" one mercenary muttered. "That place is suicide," another added. They exchanged uneasy glances. The forest was infamous, teeming with deadly creatures and bordering Perim territory. No sane man would willingly venture there. Ka, however, remained composed. "Tell me," he said, his voice measured, "what kind of person must you be to even consider disturbing such a place?" Gin leaned forward, his expression unchanging. "The young lord of Perum." The tent burst into laughter. Ka and his men could hardly believe it. The infamous young lord from the rumors was sitting before them, calmly asking for their help with a suicidal mission. Wiping a tear from his eye, Ka smirked. "You really have no idea what that forest is like, do you?" He shook his head. "Sheltered nobles like you don't belong there." He gestured to his men, who immediately raised their weapons. Gillian tightened his grip on his axe, ready to fight. But Gin remained unbothered. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Ka. "Are you afraid?" he asked. The question caught Ka off guard. Then, his smirk returned. "Disappointed," he corrected. "I've heard stories about the Cerberus mercenaries' skills, but now I see they were nothing but exaggerations." Ka placed a boot on the table between them. "Listen, noble brat. Mercenaries don't take jobs without worthwhile rewards." Gin's expression darkened. "The weak always make excuses." Ka's amusement faded. "You're really ruining the mood," he muttered. "But since I'm in a good mood, I'll let you walk away. You just need to compensate us for this little disturbance." Gin's demeanor turned sharp. "No." Ka's eyes narrowed. "Instead," Gin continued, his voice unwavering, "I want a Marana recognition." The tent fell silent. Gillian stiffened, while the mercenaries exchanged stunned glances. Ka's eyes flickered with interest. "You know what you're asking for, don't you?" Ka said, voice low. Jin's confident smirk returned. "Of course." Marana recognition was a brutal mercenary duel, bound by strict rules. Each fighter wielded a single dagger, their arms tied together. No mana was allowed. Stepping out of the designated circle meant instant loss, and most of the time, the duel didn't just claim the loser's life, but sometimes even the victor's. The stakes were absolute. The loser admitted total defeat and became the winner's subordinate, a mere dog at their command. Jin leaned forward. "So, Captain, do you accept the bet?" Ka let out a low chuckle, then threw his head back in laughter. "You hear that, boys?" he called, grinning. "This noble thinks he can prove himself by our standards." His men laughed along, amused by the absurdity of the situation. Outside, the two fighters stood ready. Their arms were bound, daggers placed in their hands. Ka removed his jacket, revealing his battle-hardened physique. His men cheered for him, roaring for their captain to put the noble in his place. Ka gave Gin a condescending look. "You've got nowhere to run now, brat," he sneered. "I've fought in 5 of these duels. You?" Gin pulled him closer, with the binding, his eyes cold and unwavering. "Over 100. Ka's smirk disappeared. For the first time, his confidence wavered. At the signal, both men lunged at each other, daggers flashing. Their opening strikes barely missed, each narrowly dodging before launching into another precise exchange. Despite the rapid blows, neither managed to land a hit. Jin pressed forward, with sheer force, forcing Kerr onto the defensive. Spotting an opening, Kerr yanked Gin toward him, twisting to stab him from behind. Gin, unable to see the blade clearly, relied on instinct and skill to block each attempt. As Kerr overextended on a missed strike, Gin ducked low to evade and countered swiftly. But Kerr was just as quick, sidestepping and yanking Gin closer before slamming a powerful kick into his leg. The impact was brutal, but Gin gritted his teeth and endured. Kerr, momentarily surprised by Gin's resilience, scoffed. He doubted Gin's claim of having participated in over 100 Moriana recognitions. Most mercenaries never even experienced one. Charging again, he sneered, mocking Gin for making such an outlandish bluff. This time, he refused to give his opponent a chance to counter. The Cerberus mercenaries cheered for their captain, urging him to end it. But their enthusiasm died under Jillian's sharp glare, silencing them instantly. From the sidelines, Jillian watched closely, aware of the duel's harsh conditions. The confined space barely allowed room for one person to lie down, and with mana and external forces prohibited, only raw skill and physical strength mattered. Gin was at a disadvantage. His bound hands restricted his movements, limiting his ability to evade or defend, while Kerr had the upper hand in both size and control. Kerr capitalized on this, grabbing Gin's arm and forcing him down before swinging his dagger toward him. Gin narrowly escaped, rolling to the side, but landed unsteadily. A sharp pain shot through his leg, the same one that had absorbed Kerr's earlier kick. Without mana to dull the pain, the accumulated damage was beginning to wear on him. Kerr noticed the brief flicker of discomfort on Gin's face and smirked. "You look pale," he taunted. "Already at your limit?" He pressed the attack, driving Gin into a desperate defense. Despite his disdain for nobles, Kerr acknowledged Gin's determination, more than most of his kind ever showed. Even so, he remained, convinced that Gin lacked real skill. He had observed Gin's strategy, deflect dagger strikes while absorbing lesser blows. But in Moriana recognition, endurance meant little. Without mana, each injury added up, and now it was catching up to Gin. Kerr spun his dagger and lunged. Gin blocked, but Kerr immediately followed up with a strike toward his head. Gin dropped, low to dodge and countered from below, but Kerr easily deflected it. Seizing Gin's arm again, he forced him down and delivered another brutal kick, this time to his already wounded leg. Gin winced, and Kerr, seeing the reaction, assumed victory. Raising his dagger, Kerr declared the fight over. His men roared in triumph, certain of their captain's win. From the sidelines, Jillian tensed, gripping his axe, ready to intervene. But then, Gin smiled. In an instant, he dropped lower than before, evading Kerr's blade in a move that caught his opponent completely off guard. Before Kerr could react, Gin shifted and delivered a precise cut near his ribs. Gasps erupted from the watching mercenaries. Even Jillian was momentarily stunned. Enraged, Kerr charged blindly, but Gin was faster. Moving low again, he weaved past the attack and struck, this time slashing across Kerr's chest. The gathered mercenaries fell into stunned silence. Moments ago, their captain had dominated the fight, tossing Gin around like a plaything. Now, he was the one bleeding. The men shouted for Kerr to prove his strength, demanding he finish the fight. Meanwhile, Jillian watched intently, now realizing that Gin's skill was far greater than he had anticipated. Kerr lashed out, aiming for Gin's head, but Gin ducked, then rose swiftly, ramming his shoulder into Kerr's face. With his dagger clenched tight, he delivered a rapid barrage of strikes. Before Kerr could recover, Gin twisted his grip and drove his blade into Kerr's hand. Yet, despite the injury, Kerr did not cry out. Instead, he roared in defiance and charged once more. But Gin sidestepped easily. The shift was undeniable. Kerr, who had once dominated, now struggled. Jillian's eyes narrowed in understanding. Kerr had relied too much on brute strength, stiffening his body with every swing. His movements had become predictable and sluggish. Meanwhile, Gin had never tried to match him head-on. Instead, he remained fluid, letting Kerr's own momentum turn against him. Recognizing the inevitable outcome, Jillian quietly rested his axe back in its sheath. Kerr panted, his stance unsteady. His men jeered, telling him to stop playing and finish. Gin, watching his opponent struggle, nodded in approval. "I'll give you credit. You didn't break the rules and resort to mana," he said. "Most would have." Kerr, smirking despite his exhaustion, replied, "You talk like someone who's actually fought in 100 Moriana recognitions." He admitted his disadvantage in a straight fight, but reminded Gin that victory wasn't just about overpowering an opponent. There was another way. Jin's eyes narrowed as Kerr suddenly grabbed him and hoisted him into the air. Stepping out of the circle meant automatic defeat, and Kerr intended to throw Gin out. With confidence, he flung Gin toward the edge, certain of his win. But just before Gin's foot could touch the ground, he twisted mid-air, tightening his grip on Kerr's arm. Using Kerr's own legs as leverage, he reversed the momentum, pulling his opponent toward him instead. Gasps rang out as Gin maneuvered behind Kerr and locked his arm around his neck. Then, in one swift motion, he slammed Kerr's head into the ground, just outside the circle's boundary. Silence. The mercenaries stood frozen, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. Kerr, realizing his loss, glared at Gin in frustration. Jin smiled. "I win." Kerr, still in disbelief, turned to him. "Who are you?" he demanded. The skill Jin had displayed didn't match the image of a noble. Jin's expression turned cold. "That attitude of yours," he said, his piercing gaze unwavering. "You're speaking to your new master now." Pulling Kerr to his feet, Gin looked him straight in the eye. "So, what now?" Kerr assumed the fight was over, but Gin, calmly clenching his fist, corrected him. "I haven't stepped out of the circle yet." The realization hit, and Kerr's breath hitched. Jin smirked. "It's time to discipline my subordinate." Gin's actions made it clear. The fight was far from over. He drove a powerful punch into Kerr's face, sending him sprawling to the ground. Dazed, Kerr quickly raised a hand, signaling for a pause. He reminded Gin that the duel was decided the moment a fighter stepped outside the designated circle. Rather than acknowledging his words, Gin struck him again, coldly demanding to know if Kerr truly intended to follow battlefield etiquette. Seething with anger, Kerr spat out a curse, calling Gin a bastard and insisting that nobles weren't supposed to behave this way. His outburst was met with a stern command from Jillian, who warned him not to speak disrespectfully to his master. Kerr, undeterred, scoffed and branded Gin a madman. That insult earned him yet another punch. Blow after blow followed, until Gin's knuckles were slick with Kerr's blood. Watching from the sidelines, the mercenaries shifted uneasily. They had assumed their captain would be spared after losing the duel, but Gin showed no signs of stopping. Kerr, his face swollen beyond recognition, finally begged for mercy. Instead of relenting, Gin hauled him to his feet and, with a chilling calm, reminded him that he had yet to leave the circle. Panic seized Kerr as he turned to his men, shouting for them to intervene and kill Gin. The mercenaries hesitated, hands tightening around their sword hilts. But before they could move, Jillian unsheathed his axe. His voice rang with lethal authority as he warned them. Anyone who interfered would be executed on the spot. Seeing the deadly resolve in Jillian's eyes, the mercenaries froze. Kerr, trembling like a beaten stray, turned back to Gin. The noble met his gaze and asked if he was done. Instead of answering, Kerr let out a shaky, almost hysterical laugh. He had miscalculated. For the first time, the overconfidence that had always served him so well had betrayed him. He had long believed nobles were nothing but entitled weaklings, easy to manipulate with the right amount of pressure and intimidation. That belief had earned him the nickname Mad Dog, a title he had worn with pride. Yet now the so-called Mad Dog was at the mercy of the noble he had foolishly underestimated. The watching mercenaries exchanged uneasy glances. Their captain was battered, his strength drained, and his usual defiance all but shattered. Gin, assessing Kerr's injuries, finally turned to them. Breaking the tense silence, he ordered them to bring water, bandages, and a towel. Caught off guard, the men hesitated. But when Gin coldly warned that their captain would die if they didn't act fast, they sprang into motion. Jillian observed, carefully. Moments ago, these mercenaries had been wild and unruly, loyal only to their own interests. Now, without hesitation, they obeyed Gin's command. In a world where power mattered more than rules, Gin had asserted himself in the most direct and undeniable way by proving he was the one in control. Later, Kerr sat slumped in a chair, his body wrapped in fresh bandages. Gin placed a document on the table before him and instructed him to sign. Defeat weighed heavily in Kerr's eyes as he picked up the pen, knowing he had no other choice. He signed, his movements slow and reluctant. As he handed the paper over, he muttered a nervous request for Gin to take it. Gin, his gaze icy, ordered him to repeat himself. Visibly shaken, Kerr swallowed hard and forced out a trembling declaration. He looked forward to working together. Gin gripped his hand, causing him to flinch. His tone was calm but firm as he stated that they were now family. Whether Kerr liked
it or not, this was their new reality. A few days later, on the outskirts of Perum's territory, a group of mercenaries had gathered in the early morning light.
One of them, rubbing sleep from his eyes, asked why they had been summoned so early. A bald man with a shield chimed in, mentioning a rumor that their new employer was none other than the young Lord of Perum. The news was met with disbelief. One mercenary scoffed, calling Gin nothing more than a brat, incapable of leading seasoned fighters. He was certain this job would be easy. At that moment, a towering, muscular mercenary clapped his hands to draw their attention. Known as Gordon, the Muscle, he grinned and addressed the group. If their employer was just a rich kid, then they needed a representative to deal with him properly. His imposing presence made it clear he saw himself as the best choice. The others murmured in agreement, nodding along. Gordon smirked, praising them for their quick thinking and finding ways to profit with minimal effort. But he warned them that if they wanted to succeed, they needed a unified front. The mercenaries agreed, recalling past failures caused by poor coordination. The bald man asked how Gordon planned to handle things, and Gordon explained that knowing one's boundaries was key. He opened a bag of coins and declared that he would act as their spokesperson, pressuring their employer as needed. In exchange for his efforts, he expected contributions from the group. Impressed by his confidence and size, the mercenaries saw no reason to argue. They tossed coins into the bag, believing Gordon was the perfect man for the job. But their scheming was interrupted when one of them spotted someone approaching. They turned to see Jin riding toward them alone. Surprised, one mercenary remarked that the noble might turn tail and flee once he laid eyes on Gordon. Smirking, Gordon instructed the group to move forward as one, creating an intimidating presence. It was time, he declared, to teach the young lord a lesson about how the real world worked. But as Gin drew closer, Gordon's confidence wavered. Behind the noble, another group emerged from the distance. As they approached, the mercenaries recognized the newcomers instantly, the infamous Cuss mercenaries, distinguishable by their signature dog-snouted helmets. A wave of shock rippled through the group. Gordon, his smirk faltering, muttered a stunned question. How had Gin managed to recruit the feared mad dogs? Jin finally reached them, his expression unreadable. Instinctively, the mercenaries stepped back. He turned his gaze to Gordon. "Are you their representative?" he asked. Gordon, suddenly less certain of himself, nodded stiffly. Jin studied him for a moment before continuing. "Your name?" Swallowing, Gordon answered, "Gordon the Muscle." Jin smiled faintly. "Interesting name," he remarked, tapping Gordon's broad chest. "Pretty cool." Then his expression hardened. "I am Gin, young Lord of Perum," he declared. His voice left no room for argument. "Gather the mercenaries. We begin the pioneering of the Forest of Beasts today." Belinda fastened the last piece of Jin's armor, ensuring he was fully equipped. The expedition was finally ready. Their temporary base had been established, supplies secured, and most importantly, the troops had been gathered. Before moving out, Gin instructed Belinda to conduct a final head count. She promptly reported the numbers. 148 mercenaries contracted through the office, and an additional 41 he had personally recruited. Their total force stood at 192. Gin nodded in approval, commending her efforts, then asked if Skav had been properly informed. Belinda reassured him. Skav had not only been notified, but had also taken an unexpected initiative. Despite her concerns that he might resist, the knight had stepped in to ensure their passage through the Forest of Beasts remained undetected. As the commander of the forest post, Skav's involvement put her at ease. She urged Gin not to worry, and her confidence brought a slight smile to his face. Without further delay, Gin summoned the mercenaries and addressed them. "The land ahead is ours to claim," he declared. "I know you've heard the rumors about this forest. It's a place of unknown dangers, filled with creatures beyond imagination. But I refuse to let fear stop us. We will conquer it." A murmur spread through the ranks. The mention of the Forest of Beasts unsettled the mercenaries. Whispers of dread filled the air. Some claimed they hadn't been warned about such dangers. Others feared for their lives. Belinda stepped forward and silenced them with a sharp glare. "Do not interrupt your leader," she commanded. Jin, unfazed, offered an ultimatum. Anyone unwilling to proceed could withdraw, no questions asked. However, if they succeeded in this mission, he promised to pay them triple their current wages. A stunned silence followed. The offer was almost too good to be true. Belinda, stepping closer, leaned in and whispered, "Master, we've already spent everything on preparations." "How do you plan to pay them?" Gin remained composed. "A promise like this is necessary to keep morale high," he said. He was confident in their success. The rewards would come in time. "Do you trust me?" he asked. She exhaled, knowing she had no choice. "I do." Nearby, Kerr turned to Jillian. "Our master's lost his mind," he muttered. "How does he expect to pay up?" Jillian smirked. "He always has a plan." With that, Gin officially named them the Forest of Beasts Expedition Team and ordered the march forward. As they advanced, the group wasted no time cutting through the dense foliage. Even Gin worked alongside them, wielding an axe with precision. When he finally felled a tree before him, sunlight broke through the thick canopy. Raising his hand, he directed the men. "Clear the path ahead," he commanded. "Chop the fallen trees into logs, load them onto the carriages, and dig out the stumps." Jin had prepared well. In his past life, he had obtained a forest of beasts. Developmental journal, a rare resource detailing the land's hidden potential. If properly managed, this forest could be transformed into a thriving region. But for now, his priority was clear: securing the quickest route to the runestone Vin. The wealth from this expedition would be crucial in stopping the conspiracy surrounding Perum. As they worked, Kay observed their employer's unusual dedication. "Strange," he mused. "Why is he working so hard?" One mercenary shrugged. "Probably just putting on a show to maintain his noble dignity." Another scoffed. "Nah, he'll give up soon enough." Belinda overheard and shot them a withering glare. "Enough gossip, get back to work." Though they obeyed, their dismissive attitude irritated her. She approached Gin. "Master, you went through great trouble hiring these men. Why do this yourself?" Gin wiped sweat from his brow. "The faster we finish, the better. Staying here longer than necessary is a risk." She studied him for a moment before sighing. "You speak as if you already know what's ahead." Kay, watching their interaction, chuckled. "Imagine that. Our employer has someone worrying about him, while I'm willingly walking into danger. Like a loyal dog." Jillian, overhearing, smacked Kay with a log. "Hey, you trying to start something?" Kay grumbled. Their bickering continued, but the expedition pressed on. The Duchy of Deline had long sought to develop the Forest of Beasts, but Gin had never uncovered the Duke's true motivations. Still, he had managed to acquire invaluable records, maps, pinpointing key resources, and detailing the monster ecosystem. This knowledge gave him an edge. Among the supplies, one mercenary noticed an unusual abundance of oil lamps. "Why so many?" he wondered. "Wouldn't torches be cheaper?" Guinea didn't answer. Something was off. The deeper they ventured, the more unsettling the atmosphere became. "Stay sharp," he warned. As the sky dimmed unnaturally, a mercenary paused mid-swing and frowned. "Is it night already?" Another smirked. "Still no. Monsters. Maybe the rumors were just that, rumors." His companion chuckled. "At this rate, we're getting triple pay for an easy job." A bald mercenary slapped Gordon on the back as he carried a log. "Hey, maybe you should give the boss a refund." Gordon, however, wasn't laughing. Something felt wrong. Turning, he scanned their surroundings and spoke slowly. "We've cut down a lot of trees, right?" The others nodded. His face darkened. "Then why is the path behind us blocked?" Silence fell. The mercenaries turned in unison. Their escape route had vanished. Thick trees now stood where they had just cleared moments ago. Panic spread. Jin's voice rang out, firm and commanding. "Stay together. Weapons ready." Tension thickened as the realization sank in. The mercenaries who had mocked the dangers now gripped their swords, eyes darting through the eerie gloom. Jin turned to Gordon. "Move slowly. Come back toward us." Gordon obeyed, but his foot caught on a root, sending him sprawling. "Idiot," someone muttered. He turned back. Nothing happened. No monsters, no attack. Confused glances were exchanged. A bold mercenary let out a laugh. "All this panic for nothing. The trees just look similar, that's all." He scoffed at Gin. "You're overreacting, boss. This forest is nothing but dense trees and scary stories." Jin's expression remained unreadable. "Step forward," he ordered, "if you want to live." The mercenary sneered. "You're trying to scare us." And then, without warning, something coiled around his waist. His breath hitched, and in an instant, he was gone. Before he could react, the vines coiled around him and yanked him upward, lifting him high into the air. His frantic struggles were futile as he was dragged toward the top of a towering tree, where a monstrous, gaping maw lined with razor-sharp teeth awaited. In a single horrifying instant, the colossal tree-like beast swallowed him whole. The creature had no discernible presence, making it impossible to detect before it struck. It was the perfect ambush predator, thriving on catching prey off guard. Suddenly, an eerie eye opened amidst the bark, revealing its identity, Dirus ant. Gin's eyes darted around and his stomach dropped. More of them. Countless Dirus ants encircled the group. Panic erupted among the mercenaries as they scrambled to escape, their terror escalating as the creatures extended their vine-like limbs, snatching several unfortunate men and dragging them into their cavernous maws. Gordon, clutching desperately onto a tree trunk, screamed for help. One of his comrades rushed toward him, axe in hand, urging him to hold on. Swinging the axe with all his strength, the mercenary's expression turned to horror as the blade merely glanced off the vine, leaving it unscathed. While deep cracks splintered through his weapon, he barely had time to process his failure before the vine yanked Gordon even higher, inching him closer to his doom. Just as Gordon's fate seemed sealed, Gin sprang into action. Channeling his mana, he infused his sword with raw energy and slashed cleanly through the vine. As he landed, he drove his blade directly into the creature's eye. A deafening shriek erupted as blood sprayed from the wound. The mercenaries, frozen in awe at their employer's display, quickly realized the truth. Their best chance at survival lay in targeting the Dirus ant's eyes. Drawing in a sharp breath, Gin barked a command that cut through the chaos. He ordered the mercenaries to stop running and form a tight shield formation. Scattering would only make them easier prey. His decisive tone snapped them out of their panic, and they hastily complied, one of them muttering through gritted teeth that he refused to die here. Jin sprinted toward the carriage and demanded an update from Kerr. "Do we have the oil lamps?" Kerr nodded, realizing immediately what Gin had in mind. Without hesitation, Gin ordered him to light them and hurl them at the creatures. As the flames flickered to life, the purpose behind bringing so many lamps became painfully clear. Just as Kerr and his men prepared to throw, a warning rang out. "They're watching us!" There was no time to hesitate. "Throw them now!" Gin commanded. One by one, the lamps were hurled toward the monstrous beings, but the Dirus ants reacted swiftly. Their vines lashed out, swatting the projectiles away before they could make contact. Stunned, one of Kerr's subordinates muttered in disbelief. "It's not working." A vine lashed toward them, but before it could reach, Jillian intercepted it with a powerful cleave of his axe. Belinda, steadying her aim, fired her shots directly at the creature's eyes, each impact causing an agonized shriek. Jin seized the moment. "Jillian! Belinda! Get ready for a coordinated attack!" He turned back to the mercenaries, raising his sword high. "I'll draw their attention. Cover me!" Without another word, Gin charged forward. The Dirus ants responded instantly, vines whipping toward him from every direction. Belinda shouted a warning, but Gin was already moving, weaving through the onslaught with remarkable agility, his blade slicing through the relentless tendrils. Then, one of the creatures raised a massive leg, preparing to bring it down and crush him. The mercenaries held their breath, convinced their leader was done for. But Gin did not falter. Channeling his mana once more, he slashed upward with all his might, severing the colossal limb in one clean strike. Using the momentum of his leap, he drove his sword deep into the monster's eye. A ripple of horror passed through the remaining Dirus ants as their attention snapped toward him. Gasps echoed among the mercenaries, but Belinda kept her composure. "Now, throw the lamps again." This time, the mercenaries acted without hesitation. The lamps shattered against the creatures, flames erupting upon impact. Ear-piercing shrieks filled the air as fire crawled across their bark-like bodies. A cheer rose from the Cerberus mercenaries, but Gin was quick to cut it short. "Don't stop. Keep throwing until they're all burning." The fire spread rapidly, engulfing the monstrous creatures, their agonized howls ringing through the battlefield. A nervous murmur ran through the group as one of them voiced a new fear. At this rate, the whole forest might go up in flames. Gordon, attempting to mask his own unease, scoffed. "They're just weak to fire. Nothing special." Gin's sharp command snapped them all back to reality. "Stay focused. This fight isn't over yet." The urgency in his tone sent a fresh wave of tension through the mercenaries. Then, as if responding to his words, The dirus ants unleashed a dense cloud of steam, blanketing the battlefield. Confusion rippled through the group. "Did the fire go out already?" someone muttered. Belinda and Jillian rushed to Jin. "What's happening?" His expression was grim. "Their outer shells burn easily, but inside, they're different. The fire reached their moist cores. That's what's causing the steam." As the thick vapor dissipated, the mercenaries recoiled in horror. The dirus ants stood transformed, their grotesque true forms emerging from the burnt husks of their previous appearances. The creatures released guttural, bone-chilling screams, more terrifying than before. Disbelief spread like wildfire among the men. "They're still alive?" Gin wasted no time. Raising his sword high, he called out with unwavering resolve. "Ready? Your weapons. We're taking this fight to close quarters." With a battle cry, he launched himself toward the creatures, leading the charge, his unshakable determination igniting the will of those who followed. The true battle had only just begun. Gin advanced alone with unwavering confidence, while the mercenaries behind him hesitated, the weight of their task pressing down on them. Fear was evident in their eyes. One voiced his disbelief. Attacking such a colossal beast at close range seemed beyond reason. Another muttered that a single mistake would mean certain death, while a third admitted outright that facing such creatures felt impossible. Yet Kerr didn't hesitate. He sprang forward, shouting for Kerberos to advance, his energy bursting forth as if he had been waiting for this moment. The others followed, drawn by his fearless charge. Belinda, worried for her young master, moved after him, while Hurley kept close. Jillian turned to the frozen mercenaries, his voice cutting through their fear. "What are you waiting for?" he demanded, his tone sharp. He reminded them that the order had come directly from their young master, Gin. Trust him. Obey him. His words carried reassurance, promising safety if they followed Gin's lead. The sight of Gin standing alone against the advancing dirus rekindled their courage. A mercenary raised his weapon, rallying the others with a defiant cry. What would happen, would happen. Another added that if disaster struck, the young master would find a way to save them. Gordon roared a battle cry, and the group surged forward, forming squads to take on each dais. Jin's instructions rang clear. Strike the creature's burned shells. Without mana, they were now vulnerable. "They're nothing but oversized scarecrows," he said, dismissing their fear. At the front, Kerr, Jillian, and Belinda took position, weapons ready. The battlefield erupted into chaos, yet their attacks were systematic. Mercenaries struck wherever they could. Jin soared into the air, his superhuman strength allowing him to land powerful blows on their weak points, while Belinda stayed close, guarding his back. Jillian met the herd head-on, unwavering, while Kerr darted between the creatures, felling them one after another. Jin steeled himself. Hesitation meant death. With unshakable resolve, he lunged toward the gaping maw of a dais and delivered a devastating upward slash, splitting its jaws apart. His final strike signaled the end of the last creature in their path. For a moment, silence hung in the air. The mercenaries stood tense, scanning for more threats. Then, realization set in. They had won. Heavy breaths filled the clearing. Jin stepped forward, addressing the group. He acknowledged the dangers of the forest of beasts. They had barely crossed its threshold, and had already faced such formidable foes. A somber tension settled over them, but Gin's voice was resolute. "I'll always be at the front," he assured them. "Trust me, follow me." Their previous hesitation vanished, replaced with a unified affirmation. They pressed on. Not long after, they came across a massive boulder containing a runestone. Jin glanced at it but chose to ignore it for now. Clearing the path forward was the priority. Their journey brought them into battle once more, facing herds of orcs and swarms of flying monsters. Kerr fought with reckless enthusiasm, but even in the chaos, he felt a sting of jealousy at how Belinda fussed over Gin. Then, they encountered a new threat, a towering rat-like monster, 3 meters tall, its razor-sharp teeth gleaming as it screeched, eyes fixed on them as prey. Gordon stepped forward, taking the vanguard. Frustration rippled through the group. Another monster? How many more lay ahead? Before they could react, the beast lunged. Kerr and Jillian moved instantly. Kerr struck first, severing one of its legs with a powerful swing, but the creature still charged. Jillian stood his ground, an immovable force, intercepting the attack. Jin seized the moment, driving his blade into the monster's gaping mouth, silencing it for good. A quick head count confirmed no losses. As they moved forward, the mercenaries shared an unspoken understanding. Survival hinged on following their master's command. Together, they could overcome anything. Jillian noted their progress. "They're starting to look like a real unit," he observed. "Nothing teaches better than real combat," Kerr added. Jin nodded. "Then let's move. Clear the path ahead." Without hesitation, the mercenaries got to work, chopping down trees and forging their way forward. Not all shared their resolve. One mercenary privately thought the forest had driven them mad. By nightfall, they reached a pristine lake. The exhausted mercenaries rushed to wash their faces and fill their water pouches. Ever watchful, Belinda stayed close to Gin, her worry clear. Gin surveyed the area and determined the lake would serve as a crucial waypoint. They would camp here for the night. As fires were lit and food was shared, tension simmered among the group. Some whispered doubts about the mission, wondering what greater horrors lay ahead. At one campfire, Manus voiced his misgivings outright. "This isn't worth our lives," he argued. "The young master is chasing glory through brute force." Gordon scoffed. "You were paid, weren't you?" A mercenary with a patch over one eye spoke calmly. "He saved us more than once." Manus wasn't convinced. Nobles see mercenaries as expendable. His words planted seeds of doubt, though Manus himself secretly planned to use the others as cannon fodder for his escape. But then the one-eyed mercenary gestured toward Gin. "Look." Manus turned and scowled. Jin was tending to an injured mercenary, carefully applying medicine. "Keep it dry," he advised. "It'll heal faster." The mercenary nodded gratefully. "Thank you." Belinda approached, frustration spilling over. "That medicine is too valuable to waste like this." Gin dismissed her concern. "Medicine, left unused, is worthless." Then he called the next injured soldier forward. The patch-eyed mercenary addressed the group again. "Would a man who sees us as expendable waste expensive medicine on us?" Silence. Another mercenary nodded. "He's nothing like our last master." Manus clenched his jaw, anger bubbling beneath his skin. His attempt to sow discord had failed. Muttering curses under his breath, he walked off. Jin, having noticed the exchange, addressed the group. "Finish eating. Rest." Then he called Kerr and Jillian aside. Kerr, ever direct, wasted no time. "Are we just going to let Manus do as he pleases?" Gin remained calm. "The forest will deal with him." He glanced toward the night-darkened trees. "There are bigger concerns." Belinda frowned. "Like what?" Gin's gaze darkened. "How many lamps do we have left?" Kerr answered instantly. 24. Jin's expression turned grim. Supplies were dwindling. And yet, something was off. "The monsters attack constantly," he murmured. "But the past 2 nights have been quiet." Realization dawned on them. Jillian's voice was serious. "We've entered a territory ruled by something stronger." Jin nodded. "And whatever it is, it's watching us." A hush fell over the group. They had survived the forest of beasts so far, but the real danger was still ahead. Wait, before we continue, did you know you can watch up to 16 episodes ahead right now? Join our Patreon to unlock exclusive early access and support the series. Don't miss out. The link's in the description. All right, back to the action. Jin carefully placed several lanterns around the camp, their warm glow flickering in the darkness. The mercenaries, unaware of his intentions, slept soundly, exhausted from the day's journey. Even Gordon, bare-chested and leaning against a tree, drifted into deep slumber. Then, a faint sound broke the silence. Gordon's eyes snapped open. His breath caught in his throat as he spotted a lantern floating in midair, as if gripped by an invisible force. Before he could react, the lantern vanished into the darkness. A strangled cry escaped his lips. Moments later, his alarm turned into sheer terror. From the shadows, 4 pairs of glowing red eyes emerged, burning like embers in the night. Gordon's scream shattered the stillness of the camp as he scrambled to his feet, swinging his weapon wildly at the unseen creatures. His frantic shouts urged the others to wake. The commotion stirred the mercenaries from their sleep. They rushed to Gordon's side, weapons drawn. One of them demanded an explanation. Still breathless, Gordon insisted that a monstrous presence had been right next to him. But his claims were met with skepticism. No one else had seen a thing. Some exchanged confused glances, while others groaned, convinced that he had been dreaming. Gordon's pulse pounded as he scanned the darkness. He knew what he had seen, but as his eyes adjusted, the creatures were gone. One mercenary grumbled about the needless panic, while another suggested cutting Gordon some slack. After all, their recent encounters with monsters had been unnerving. Then, a voice cut through the doubt. A third mercenary admitted waking up to see a lantern vanish before their eyes. Murmurs spread through the group. Someone mentioned hearing a chilling laugh. Unease tightened its grip on the camp, as more mercenaries shared similar eerie experiences. A one-eyed veteran finally spoke, his tone grave. "Something is here," he said with certainty. His words, calm yet firm, steadied the rising panic. At that moment, Jin stepped forward. The mercenaries instinctively parted to let him through, their respect for him evident. At his side stood Jillian and Kerr. Without hesitation, Gin issued a command. "Regroup." The mercenaries obeyed, forming a defensive circle. The high-ranking members gathered inside a tent to hear Gin's explanation. Gordon, still shaken, demanded to know if they were truly surrounded by monsters. The one-eyed mercenary voiced his concern. The creatures were invisible, and if they couldn't see them, how could they fight? Jin nodded grimly. "They're shadow hunters," he explained. "Powerful beings that thrive in darkness. Physical attacks won't harm them. They steal light, turning it into a hunting ground where they control the fight." A heavy silence fell over the group. Gordon swallowed hard. "How many are there?" Jin's gaze darkened. "Hundreds." Gasps rippled through the tent. Belinda's eyes darted to the remaining lanterns, her voice barely above a whisper. "The light. It's dimming." Kerr clenched his fists. "They're toying with us," he growled. "We should strike first." Gin shut the idea down immediately. "Attacking blindly will only escalate their harassment. We need to wait for the right moment to counterattack." Belinda frowned. "But if we wait, the light will be gone." "If we act recklessly," Gin countered, "they'll force us into a battle we can't win. We need to strike all at once, and decisively." Skepticism flickered in Jillian's eyes. "How do you fight something you can't see?" Jin's expression remained steady. With these, he reached into his pack and produced several magic scrolls. "Belinda, you've prepared them," she nodded, distributing the scrolls to each mercenary. As Gin knelt, he drew a plan in the dirt. The mercenaries crowded around, listening intently. "The creatures are circling us from 3 sides, using stolen light to tighten their grip," he explained. "We can't defend the entire camp. We'll be flanked, but the lake at our backs keeps them from surrounding us completely." Jillian nodded, grasping the tactical advantage. "So we use that to our benefit?" Gin's lips curled into a smirk. "Exactly. We hold the initiative." Belinda hesitated. "How?" "We'll divide into 3 units, Gin continued. "A shield unit to absorb their attacks, a crossbow unit for ranged suppression, and an elite assault unit, led by me. The shield and crossbow units will form a tight formation at the center, while the assault team will break through their left flank. Once we regroup, we'll encircle them and wipe them out in one decisive strike." Gordon furrowed his brow. "Will that really work?" Kerr clapped him on the back. "As long as the center holds, we can pull it off." Belinda, ever sharp, raised a critical point. "But we can't even touch them in the dark." For once, Kerr had a reasonable suggestion. "What about mana?" Gin nodded approvingly. "That's where the magic scrolls come in." As night deepened, the mercenaries braced for battle, shields locked into formation. Crossbowmen took aim, ready to unleash a volley at a moment's notice. A voice rang out, a mercenary reporting the loss of the final lantern. Darkness closed in. Jin remained calm, recalling an entry from the pioneering journal of the Delini Ducal House. The shadow hunters had one weakness: light. He pulled a scroll from his belt. With a sharp motion, he tore it open. A surge of magic erupted. Light flooded the camp, turning night into day. A collective gasp followed. For the first time, the mercenaries saw their enemy. The shadow hunters, eel-like creatures with shifting, grotesque forms, screeched as they were exposed. Gordon's face twisted in a mix of horror and resolve. They were here all along!" The creatures, now fully visible, launched their attack. Chaos erupted. "Hold the line!" Gordon bellowed, rallying the shield unit as the first wave struck. The crossbowmen loosed their bolts, their projectiles slicing through the monsters now stripped of their camouflage. Jin's sword flashed in the artificial daylight. Assault. "Unit, with me!" Jillian charged at his side without hesitation. Kerr grinned, relishing the battle ahead. Belinda, ever vigilant, stayed close to Gin, ready to watch his back. With a single commanding motion, Jin raised his sword. "Now!" We end. This! With a war cry, the mercenaries surged forward, determined to turn the tide. Kerr's desire for battle burned brighter with every strike, his passion for combat igniting with each blow. His heart raced as he fought fiercely, his blade cutting through the air like a whirlwind. Jillian, with her tactical brilliance, moved fluidly across the battlefield, her weapons held with purpose. With a swift thrust, she pierced through several monsters in one motion, and with a quick swing, her blade swept through more foes in a wide arc. The pale creatures, adept at blending into the darkness, were no match for her sharp precision. Their fragile bodies crumpled under her strikes, unable to withstand her relentless assault. Jin, observing the situation, quickly assessed the battlefield. With this formidable team, he knew they could break through the enemy's defenses in the blink of an eye. He raised his hand, signaling his forces to press on and reduce the number of monsters in their path. Jillian, skilled as ever, engaged in battle with both her sword and axe, drawing the monsters' focus while expertly deflecting their attacks. Meanwhile, Kerr moved with fluid precision, disrupting the enemy's formation, cutting through their ranks with his blade, his every strike intentional and decisive. Despite his strength, the sheer number of monsters soon began to overwhelm Kerr. Sensing the danger, Belinda acted quickly. She hurled 8 daggers with deadly accuracy, each one finding its mark and clearing a path around Kerr. Once she had done her part, she called to Gin, signaling it was time for him to step in. Jin responded without hesitation, leaping high into the air, his sword moving in a dance of deadly grace. As he descended, his blade cut through the monsters with brutal efficiency, each strike leaving a trail of fallen foes. The strength of Pum's elite force was on full display as magical light illuminated the chaotic battlefield. The mercenaries, steadfast behind their shields, held firm, firing arrows without pause. The monsters had yet to break through their defenses, but the pressure was mounting. One mercenary cursed the overwhelming numbers, while another anxiously reported that they were running low on bolts. The situation grew more desperate with every passing moment, and the mercenaries began to fear the oncoming assault. Just as things seemed to take a turn for the worse, the assault squad arrived, charging in from the flank. Their weapons slashed through the masses of pale monsters with ruthless efficiency. Gin paused briefly, silently acknowledging the efforts of the shield and crossbow units who had held the line until now. The tide of battle was shifting in their favor. One of the mercenaries called out with relief, "The boss has arrived!" Another, equally relieved, shouted, "We're saved!" Gordon, observing the battlefield with satisfaction, nodded. Gin, however, remained focused. He ordered his forces to spread out and encircle the remaining monsters, tightening the noose. The mercenaries moved forward with precision, charging at the remaining enemies in an organized fashion. But then, something unexpected happened. A horned pale monster issued a loud, eerie scream, signaling a retreat. The mercenaries hesitated, confused by the strange turn of events. The pale creatures were not known for their intelligence, and it was unusual for one to give orders to retreat. Jin quickly deduced that the horned monster was their leader and immediately ordered Belinda to track it down. "Find the one with the horns," Jin commanded. "That's the one calling the retreat." Kerr, watching the pale monsters begin to pull back, asked, "Should we continue the chase?" Belinda, ever the strategist, considered the situation before answering. "Wouldn't it be better to let them go?" Gin shook his head, his decision clear. "The pale monsters are relentless. Even if they retreat now, they will follow us for days. The only way to stop them from hounding us again is to take out their leader. If we break their command structure, the rest will fall apart." Belinda smiled, impressed by the growth of her young master. She swiftly retrieved a hook attached to a line, infused it with mana, and expertly threw it toward a nearby tree. Using the line, she propelled herself into the air, soaring over the retreating pale monsters and heading straight for their leader. She spotted the horned creature and, with a precise flick, launched the hook toward it. With a signal to Gin, Belinda called for him to join the pursuit. Gin, seeing the signal, knew the time had come. He gathered his strength, pouring mana into his legs, and launched himself forward. He tore through the ranks of the retreating pale monsters, his sword cutting through them as he made his way toward the leader. With a final, decisive thrust, Gin's blade drove deep into the heart of the horned creature, ending its life in a single, swift motion. "It's over," Gin muttered, his sword cleaving the leader's body into two. With the leader down, Gin turned to the remaining mercenaries. "Finish them," he ordered. The mercenaries wasted no time, charging at the remaining monsters with all the fury of their recent victory. Gin stood resolute, watching the mercenaries charge into the fray. One mercenary, filled with anger, shouted, "Let's make these monsters regret ever crossing our path!" Kerr, eager to prove his strength, joined in the rallying cry. "We'll show them we're stronger than the last remnants of the Ratas." Jillian, overhearing Kerr's challenge, let out a soft sigh but said nothing. The battle was far from over, but the victory was now within their grasp. As the first rays of the sun bathed the battlefield, casting a golden hue over the chaotic remnants of the fight, the mercenaries stood victorious. They had fought through the night with unwavering determination, using light scroll magic to aid their efforts. Jin, standing tall among his men, delivered the final blow to the last of the pale monsters, his sword cleaving through its body, signaling the end of the battle. The mercenaries, exhausted but triumphant, erupted in cheers, their voices filled with both relief and the sweet taste of victory. The air was thick with the satisfaction of a job well done. The big three, Jin, Jillian, and Belinda, gathered together, exchanging words of praise and gratitude. Jillian, ever the tactician, offered a few kind words to Gin, commending him for his leadership and the precision with which he executed his plans. Jin, ever humble, acknowledged the compliment with a nod, but quickly redirected the praise to his mercenaries, recognizing their commitment and teamwork. Belinda, ever the protector, immediately noticed Jin's worn appearance. Her eyes scanned him for any signs of injury. "Are you hurt anywhere?" she asked, her voice laced with concern. Jin, always focused on the task at hand, gave a quick wave of dismissal. "Check the head count, Belinda," he instructed, his voice steady. He then turned to Kerr. "Get the Cerberus mercenaries moving, no rest. We need to clear the area." He looked to Jillian and continued, "We'll scatter the corpses of the pale monsters around the camp to drive off any other creatures." Kerr, confused by the plan, asked, "What's the point of scattering the bodies?" Jin, with his usual calm demeanor, explained, "The scent of these corpses will repel other monsters. The pale are high-ranking creatures, especially around the forest of beasts, and their remains will act as a natural deterrent." Jillian, with a mischievous glint in her eye, added, "And it'll keep this camp safe. I wouldn't want to sleep in a place full of these monsters, would you, Kerr?" she teased, calling him Kid in her usual playful manner. Kerr, always ready to rise to the challenge, shot back with a grin. "You want to settle this today, Gillian?" His posture was ready for a challenge, but it was clear that he relished the banter more than the fight. Jin, relieved to be distracted from his heavy thoughts, let out a long sigh. He couldn't help but reflect on the time spent in the forest of beasts. 10 days, he realized. 10 days of constant danger and uncertainty. Now that the pale threat was neutralized, only the task of mining the runestone veins remained. As the sun climbed higher, Gin couldn't shake the feeling that the worst was behind them. Belinda approached him with her report. "The Cerberus Mercenary Corps has 41 members. 3 contracted mercenaries were lost, leaving us with 126. Gin nodded thoughtfully, noting that Cerberus had suffered no casualties. Kerr, clearly pleased with his leadership, puffed out his chest and smugly declared, "No surprise there. Who else could lead such a fine group of mercenaries?" He shot a pointed glance at Jillian, almost daring her to disagree. Jillian, always calm and composed, merely raised an eyebrow, her lips curling into a faint smile. Jin, more focused on the task at hand, asked about the 3 mercenaries who had perished. Belinda was quick to answer, though her news wasn't as straightforward. "Their bodies are missing. We don't have confirmation of their deaths," Gordon added grimly. "Manus is also unaccounted for. Some speculate he perished in the fight, but there's no evidence of that." Another mercenary offered an alternate theory, suggesting Manus had sneaked off during the battle. It wasn't surprising to anyone familiar with Manus's track record. It seemed likely that Manus had convinced 2 other mercenaries to abandon the group and leave. As Gin processed this, 2 of Manus's former followers began talking. One mercenary, shaking from the intensity of the battle, remarked, "We would have died if Manus hadn't urged us to run." The second one added, "Now that we're safe, we can afford to slow down." But Manus, ever the pragmatist, snapped back at them, "Keep moving. The monsters are distracted, but we need to get as far away as possible while we can." It was too late. When Manus turned to check on his companions, he saw them frozen in fear, their eyes wide in terror. The 2 mercenaries pointed behind him, and Manus, still unaware of the danger, turned around. What he saw made his blood run cold. Looming over them was a gigantic serpent, its crimson eyes glowing with hunger. Its massive body was coiled, ready to strike, and Manus realized, far too late, that they had provoked something far beyond their ability to escape. The 3 mercenaries stood, frozen, knowing they had no chance against the terrifying creature. The blood python, instead of devouring the 3 fleeing mercenaries, carried them in its powerful coils. It tossed them carelessly into a massive heap of corpses at the heart of its lair, nestled within the runestone vein Jin had been searching. For Gin had been right all along. His journal, the one he had retrieved from his memories, proved accurate. The runestone vein lay just a short distance deeper into the forest, as he had suspected. The mercenaries, once grumbling and irritable, now worked with surprising discipline as they forged a path through the dense woods. They began by cutting down trees and carefully trimming them into manageable logs. Kerr stood back in astonishment, watching them work with no need for instructions. It was the first time he'd seen these mercenaries display such focus and efficiency. They had always been lazy, but today they were methodical and determined. Jillian muttered under his breath, sensing that this moment had been inevitable. Curry nodded in agreement, noting the irony. He then voiced a thought aloud, wondering if the mercenaries would disband once the mission was over. It would be a waste to use them only for this one expedition. Gin, focused on chopping through a tree, casually replied that he planned to hire them all as his personal soldiers. The mercenaries, through their experience on this journey, had shown potential beyond their usual roles. Gin believed they could form the core of a new force that could help him expand his influence. Gazelle approached with a report, informing Jin that monster corpses had been scattered near the clearing, as per his orders. Kerr acknowledged the report and nodded in approval. The tactics had worked. There hadn't been any signs of monsters between their camp and their current position. It was a good sign, a confirmation that their approach was effective. His gaze flickered briefly toward Gin. While the animosity from their past encounters seemed to have faded, an uneasy feeling lingered with Gin. He couldn't shake the sensation that something wasn't quite right, but he tried to ignore it. Suddenly, Belinda appeared, swinging from a tree before landing gracefully and kneeling. Her excitement was palpable as she spoke a single word that made Gin's heart race. There was something ahead. Instantly, Gin understood the significance. He ordered the mercenaries to clear the path quickly. Their goal was within reach. Energized by the command, the mercenaries pushed forward with renewed strength. Not long after, they arrived at the site of what they had been searching for. The runestone vein, radiant and alive with shimmering crystals, lay just beyond the final line of trees. The sight of it took their breath away. The crystals, jutting from the earth like a towering mountain, were beyond anything they had imagined. The mercenaries, for the first time in a long while, were speechless. One muttered in disbelief, "This can't be real." Another echoed the sentiment, stunned by the sight. Jin, calm as ever, explained that this was precisely why they had embarked on this expedition. The runestone vein before them was top grade. It was a discovery of immense value. Kerr marveled at the sight, realizing that the forest had hidden something far more valuable than he had expected. Nearby, Jillian couldn't help but smirk, offering a rare compliment to Jin for his foresight. But before anyone could celebrate further, Belinda, ever the enthusiastic one, sprang to Gin's side. Without hesitation, she threw her arms around him in a tight embrace, asking excitedly how he had known about the vein. One of the mercenaries, still in awe, wondered aloud if the scattered crystals were truly runestones. Another mercenary, filled with excitement, shouted that they had stumbled upon something most people could only dream of finding once in a lifetime. Talk quickly turned to mining the crystals and the wealth they could bring. However, the moment of triumph was abruptly shattered by a harsh voice that cut through the thick fog. "None of you are going anywhere." The mercenaries froze. The voice was unmistakable. They turned to see Manus, standing unnaturally still, as if under some dark influence. Before anyone could act, Manus collapsed, engulfed in a thick mist. The mercenaries rushed to his side, shouting in frustration and confusion. Gin, with the authority that had become second nature to him, raised his sword and ordered them to fall back. Without hesitation, he drew back his broadsword, preparing for what was to come. With a single swing, the force of his strike sent a blast of wind that swept the mist away, revealing the scene that lay hidden beneath. The mercenaries were stunned. Before them was the blood python's lair, a massive mound of bones, littered with the remains of countless creatures. Horror spread across their faces. One mercenary shouted, horrified by the sheer number of corpses scattered across the ground. Another demanded to know what had happened here. As they examined the scene, they realized the truth. This was no abandoned lair. Among the monstrous bodies were human remains as well. The evidence was clear. This place had been home to something far more dangerous than they had anticipated. Belinda and Gillian immediately assumed defensive stances, awaiting Jin's orders. Jin's gaze swept across the scene, his mind racing. Peaceful mining of the runestones was no longer an option. The scale of the carnage around them suggested that this was the nest of high-ranking monsters. The presence of fresh, undecayed bodies indicated that this place had not been abandoned for long. Jin's mind worked quickly. The discovery had shifted from an opportunity to mine valuable resources to a deadly confrontation. They were no longer the hunters, they were the hunted. The toxic gas from the scattered corpses had merged with the mist, clouding the area in an invisible danger that went unnoticed until it was almost too late. Gin cursed under his breath, remembering that no special threats had been recorded near the vein. Realizing the imminent danger, he quickly commanded everyone to be alert, his voice firm and steady as he sensed something drawing near. His instincts proved correct. The massive blood python materialized out of the mist like a nightmare come to life, its movement so quiet it was almost impossible to track. Without warning, the serpent opened its gaping maw, preparing to strike at Gin. His mind raced as he shouted for the mercenaries to scatter. Belinda, Kerr, and Gillian instantly positioned themselves, while Jin himself stepped forward as the vanguard. Unfazed by the looming threat, he leaped into the air, his sword raised high and ready for combat. As the python lunged toward him, Gin deftly dodged its strike, swinging his sword in a smooth arc. His momentum from the leap carried him closer to the serpent's body, and with a surge of mana, he thrust his sword toward its skull. Even with the power of 2 attacks, the sword only left a shallow mark on the python's scales. Watching from the sidelines, Gillian muttered in disbelief, astonished at how little effect the strikes had despite the mana infusion. Kerr, equally stunned, voiced his confusion, unable to understand how such a creature could withstand such powerful blows. As Gin attempted to retreat, the python immediately countered, opening its mouth wide and spraying venom from its fangs. Still in midair, Gin twisted his body and used his cape to shield himself from the poisonous spray. But the attack didn't end there. The serpent's tail came crashing down, aiming to strike Gin with a brutal force. Gin, anticipating the move, swung his sword with all his might, meeting the tail head-on. The impact was overwhelming, sending him crashing to the ground with a force that rattled his bones. Belinda's frantic voice cut through the chaos, filled with worry as she called out to her young lord. The ground trembled as the python's body writhed in fury, causing utter mayhem around them. One mercenary, caught in the chaos, screamed for everyone to watch out for the snake's rampage, while another demanded to know what kind of beast could possess such immense size. A third mercenary screamed in terror as the snake's overwhelming power began to tear through their ranks, crushing everything in its path. With the mercenaries in disarray, the experienced trio swiftly sprang into action. Gillian moved with precision, pulling 2 mercenaries out of harm's way. Belinda, with a swift motion, used a rope to help several others climb to safety, throwing them clear of the python's crushing force. Kerr, ever the leader, barked orders, commanding his group to scatter and avoid the destructive rampage of the serpent. The snake's fury seemed unrelenting. The mercenaries, overwhelmed by its monstrous strength, could do little but scream in terror as they fought to escape its crushing wrath. Still on the ground, Gin focused, forcing his body to circulate mana, preparing for his next strike as the python's deadly gaze remained locked on him. He knew this creature was the true master of the runestone vein. Jin's mind raced as he assessed the situation. The blood python was one of the legendary creatures within the forest of beasts that were deemed nearly impossible to hunt. It resided deep within the forest, far from human reach. Yet here it was, and Gin had not expected to encounter it so soon. The chances of victory seemed slim. The option to retreat crossed his mind, but there was no time to waste. He clenched the runestone tightly in his hand, steeling his resolve. If he turned back now, everything he had done thus far would be meaningless. He had come too far to give up now. Gin's mind was made up. He was not just fighting for himself. He was someone burdened with far greater responsibilities, and he would not back down. With a determined breath, Gin activated the 3 mana cores in his upper body, his sword raised in defiance of the monstrous creature before him. His eyes blazed with unyielding resolve as he summoned all the power he could muster. Considering his next move, Gin opened his 3rd mana core, wondering if he could muster enough strength to defeat the blood python. The serpent, having already wreaked havoc on the mercenaries, set its sights on him once again. Sensing the rising power within the seemingly insignificant human, the creature's mouth opened wide as it charged toward Gin, its massive form bearing down on him. Gin's sword flared with the mana he infused into it. With a quick sidestep, he deflected the python's strike, sending the creature's attack to the side. Without hesitation, Gin ran his blade along the serpent's head, but its scales proved far too tough to penetrate. Adapting his stance, Gin swung his sword upward like a dancer with a broadsword, before bringing it down with precise force, managing to gouge out one of the serpent's eyes. But the battle was far from over. The blood python retaliated, swinging, its massive tail down to crush Gin. Standing firm, Gin blocked the attack with his sword, the force of the blow reverberating through him as if he were a fortress. Mana surged through his veins, pushing him beyond his limits. Meanwhile, the serpent opened its mouth again, preparing to devour him whole. The blood python unleashed a rapid barrage of attacks, each strike made heavier by its colossal weight. Gin, relying on both his strength and the power of his 3rd mana core, managed to hold his ground, refusing to yield. With a fierce scream, Gin pushed back against the overwhelming odds, determined to stand his ground. The odds of survival were slim, but Gin knew there were some battles that had to be fought. Just as his father had borne the weight of their family's territory, Gin now carried the burden of his estate and its future. Kerr, Belinda, Jillian, and the rest of the mercenaries stood in awe as they witnessed their young lord fighting with everything he had. It was the first time they had seen Gin unleash all his strength in battle, and they couldn't help but marvel at the sheer intensity of his will. Gin moved closer to the snake's head, raising his sword to strike at its open mouth. This was the moment he had been waiting for, the moment he would fulfill his responsibility. After putting some distance between himself and the python to catch his breath, Gin observed the creature closely. It showed no signs of faltering. The thought crossed his mind that keeping his 3rd mana core open for too long was dangerous. He might run out of energy before he could finish the creature off. To his surprise, the mercenaries, whom he had led into battle, charged forward to help him. Belinda shouted for him to turn toward her, and Gin saw Jillian standing in front, ready to face the enormous serpent. Even Kerr stepped forward, preparing to fight alongside him. Belinda checked Gin for injuries and urged him to fall back to safety, pleading for him to retreat while they held off the serpent. Jin's response stunned them all. He commanded the mercenaries to leave immediately, to retreat from the battle. Kerr and Jillian paused, confused by the unexpected order, and Belinda was left bewildered. She wondered what Gin meant, her mind racing. Gordon questioned aloud whether their boss had truly given that command, while Jillian also spoke up, seeking clarification. Gin explained calmly, his voice resolute. He knew that even with all his power, he couldn't guarantee everyone's safety. Against such a monstrous foe, he couldn't afford to lose anyone here, not after everything they had done to get this far. He made it clear that he valued their lives far more than the battle itself. Belinda was still in shock. She couldn't believe he was willing to push himself even further, especially when surviving this long already felt like a miracle. She silently wondered why Gin would go to such lengths, but her question went unanswered. Jin's aura flared, once again, mana surging through his veins and into his sword. The blood python responded by releasing a cloud of poison, aiming to overwhelm the group with a deadly spray. Gin shouted for the mercenaries to flee immediately, but instead of retreating, they moved forward, raising their shields to protect him from the onslaught. Gin was taken aback by their unexpected response, unable to comprehend why they had chosen to fight rather than run. One mercenary shouted, expressing their willingness to fight alongside him. Another declared that they had never met an employer like him before. Gordon chimed in, affirming their loyalty, saying that they had survived countless battles thanks to Gin, and they would do so again. Kerr, with excitement in his voice, added that the treasure waiting for them was theirs for the taking if they could bring down the serpent. Belinda, with a voice full of conviction, vowed that she would not leave him behind. Jillian, the first to swear his loyalty, offered to create an opening by distracting the serpent. He told Gin that just as they believed in him, he should now believe in them. Jin steeled himself, fully understanding the risks. He knew that he might lose one of his men in this fight, but retreating was no longer an option. He warned them of the blood python's size, its poison, and the impenetrable scales that could deflect even mana-imbued blades. If the serpent landed, even a single blow, one of them would surely die. But Gin was resolute. This battle was his, and he would finish it, no matter the cost. Belinda was still in shock, struggling to comprehend why Gin was so determined to defeat the serpent. Her mind raced, but then Gin's gaze shifted toward the blood python's mangled right eye and the exposed wound. In that moment, the opportunity became clear to him. He knew he could strike. Raising his blade, Gin called out to the mercenaries with authority, commanding them to fall into formation and act as one. His voice rang with determination as he ordered them to heed his command. Without hesitation, the mercenaries rallied. Together, their resolve unwavering. The blood python towered before them, a terrifying force of nature, but the mercenaries were undeterred. Its gaping mouth opened wide, ready to strike, but the mercenaries raised their shields in preparation. Belinda, dagger in hand, positioned herself behind Kerr, who held his oddly shaped blade, both preparing to strike the serpent's right eye. Jillian, axe raised, aimed for the creature's vulnerable mouth, while Gin carefully moved, his blade searching for an opening. Together they restricted the serpent's movements, using every ounce of strength they could muster. Kerr thrust his blade into the serpent's right eye, drawing its attention. Furious, the snake reacted swiftly, swinging its head and opening, its jaws in a deadly snap, aimed directly at him. But Belinda was quick to act, yanking Kerr out of harm's way with a forceful pull that saved him from the serpent's lethal bite. Jillian saw his opening and leapt forward, his axe crashing down with tremendous force. Though the blade couldn't penetrate the serpent's tough scales, the sheer strength behind the strike drove the creature's head to the ground. Seizing the moment, Gin darted in from the side, heading straight for the remaining eye. The snake attempted to stop him, but it was too slow. With precise accuracy, Gin plunged his blade into the serpent's eye, causing it to shriek in agony. Jin's mind raced as he carried out the strike. He knew what would happen next, but the thought of standing by while others perished was unbearable. He had no choice but to finish the fight. The mercenaries, seeing their young master's resolve, attacked with everything they had, Jillian continuing to pin the serpent down. In its final moments, the blood python's remaining strength surged, and it jerked its head upward, sensing Gin's powerful mana rising above it. With fury, the serpent charged. Gin leapt into the air, his blade raised high, determined to end the battle once and for all. He had no choice but to finish it now. He was the only one who could protect the estate, and failure was not an option. As the serpent's massive jaws opened wide, it surged toward Gin, ready to swallow him whole. The mercenaries and Belinda watched in stunned horror, convinced that the young master had been devoured. But then, in a shocking turn of events, Gin's blade emerged from the serpent's head, piercing through its skull from the inside. He split the serpent's upper head in two, emerging from the wreckage, drenched in poison but victorious. The blood python was dead. Kerr and Jillian couldn't hide their smiles, relief flooding over them at the sight of their young master standing tall and unharmed. Belinda, overwhelmed with joy, was just as relieved. Jin had survived the impossible. He had done it for them, for the future of Perum. Gin knew that he couldn't allow the expedition to fail. As the mercenary king, he couldn't let those who followed him die without purpose. With the blood python defeated, the expedition to the runestone vein was a success. But back at Perum Castle, Albert was in a fury. He raged about Jin's defiance, condemning the young lord's actions as nothing short of treason. Entering the forest of beasts without permission was a direct challenge to authority. Walter, the Count of Perum, and Homer both tried to calm Albert's rising anger. Homer, knowing full well the young lord's reckless nature, mused that if Gin thought he was now the ruler, they'd have to handle it. Albert's accusations were sharp, his voice full of frustration. Homer sighed, trying to reason with him. explaining that there was no point in getting worked up now. Gin had been in the forest for over 2 weeks. If Skov had not falsified his report, they could have intervened earlier. Homer still couldn't understand why Skov had risked his knighthood to help Gin, though he understood the young lord's impulsiveness. Albert, growing more furious, insisted that they could no longer ignore Gin's actions. The lord had to act swiftly before Gin caused even more chaos. Homer reluctantly agreed, adding that once Gin returned, he would need to be imprisoned and severely punished. Walter remained silent, his mind racing. He couldn't fathom why his son had stirred up so much trouble. Suddenly the door swung open, and Rand, the captain of the Perum Knights, rushed in with urgency. The atmosphere shifted immediately, and everyone in the room sensed the weight of his words. Rand revealed startling news. The young lord had returned. Outside, Gin strode confidently toward Perum Castle, fully aware that meeting his father would come with consequences. But as he walked, he was certain that once his father saw the results of his actions, everything would be fine. He had secured the future of the estate, and no matter the consequences, he would stand by his choices. Gin walked into the room, his expression calm, as he approached the seat before his father, Walter, and the other officials, including the Knight Captain Albert. Though Albert was seething with fury, he remained silent, waiting for the Archduke to speak. Even Randall and Homer were at a loss, unsure of what the young man had planned. Walter, though visibly relieved that his son had returned safely from the Forest of Beasts, couldn't conceal his displeasure. Gin had blatantly disobeyed his orders, and that was not something easily overlooked. Gin, unbothered by the tense atmosphere, spoke first, his voice light and almost childish as he explained his return. He casually reminded his father that he had done what was necessary. Walter, his face hardening, calmly reminded Gin that he had explicitly told him not to go into the forest. Gin, in turn, apologized, but stood firm in his reasoning, stating that it was something that had to be done. Homer, still confused, demanded clarification. What exactly did Gin mean by, "it had to be done"? Randall quickly followed up, pointing out the gravity of the situation and questioning whether Gin truly believed it was worth disobeying orders. He reminded Gin of the perilous risk, not just to his own life but to the estate itself. If monsters had emerged from the forest and attacked the estate, it could have led to a catastrophic outcome. Gin, unfazed by their scolding, simply replied that he was still alive and that no monsters had attacked the estate. His calm response seemed to only fuel Homer's frustration, and Randall, his voice rising, demanded to know how Gin could be so reckless. Albert, who had been silent until now, spoke up, his voice tinged with frustration. He sarcastically asked if Gin found the situation amusing simply because no incidents had occurred in the forest. His tone suggested that, while angry, he might be willing to let this pass. However, Albert quickly put a letter on the table, signaling that this matter was far from over. Gin immediately recognized the letter as coming from Count Rayfold. Albert confirmed it, explaining that he had suspected something might go wrong when Gin visited Rayfold without warning. The situation was even worse than he had feared. Gin had extorted 20,000 gold from Lady Amelia, who had been sending support funds to Perum. This had enraged Count Rayfold, leading him to sever all ties with the estate and call off the engagement. Albert's words were harsh, underscoring the severity of the issue, which could shake the very foundations of the estate. Gin paused for a moment, contemplating. He wasn't troubled by the details of the report. Manipulating a greedy count was hardly a challenge, but he realized that Amelia's connections with the enemy had been her downfall, and her leverage over him had evaporated. The real issue, Gin understood, was that if he had delayed his mission any longer, he would have been trapped within the estate. As he processed this, Walter placed the letter back on the table, urging Gin to speak. Albert questioned him coldly, demanding to know if Gin had anything to say in response. Homer, never one to hold back, suggested that the 20,000 gold should be returned immediately. Randall, equally displeased, remarked that the sum would have been enough to cover the knight's expenses for quite some time. Gin simply replied that he had already spent it all. The room fell silent as the others exchanged bewildered glances. Gin, unfazed, explained that the money had been used to develop the Forest of Beasts. Albert, unable to believe what he was hearing, demanded to know if Gin had truly spent the entire amount on a forest full of monsters. Jin, refusing to make excuses, simply apologized for the situation with Rayfold. The apology did little to calm Albert, who grabbed Jin by the collar, cursing him as a reckless fool. He reprimanded Gin for jeopardizing the future of the estate with his actions. Homer, growing even angrier, declared that Gin was no longer fit to be the Archduke of Perum and insisted that he should be restrained and thrown into prison. Jin, however, remained calm and indifferent, responding in a nonchalant tone. He calmly assured them that he would personally provide the necessary support funds moving forward, including the 20,000 gold. Z. Walter, clearly perplexed, asked his Yiba son what he meant by that. Without hesitation, Gin called out to Belinda, who had been waiting outside the room. She entered, holding a box in her hands. Gin explained that if his goal had merely been to enter the forest of beasts and return, he would never have started developing it in the first place. Belinda walked up to the table, placing a box gently down before opening it. The older men gathered around, their expressions puzzled as they gazed at the glowing crystal inside. Z. Walter, however, recognized it instantly, his eyes widening with understanding. Gin explained calmly that it was a top-grade runestone. Those familiar with such rare treasures knew immediately of its value. Albert, seeing the crystal for the first time, was taken aback, his surprise evident. Homer, intrigued, picked it up and examined it closely, his voice full of curiosity as he asked Gin where he had found such a valuable item. Randall, still processing the discovery, quickly shot a skeptical look at Gin, accusing him of trading the 20,000 gold for it. Gin, unfazed, shrugged and explained with a casual tone that he had mined it himself from the forest of beasts. Belinda, standing nearby, shot an exasperated glance at the older men for doubting Gin's word. Albert, still recovering from the surprise, commented that while the runestone was indeed precious, it wouldn't be nearly enough to sustain the estate on its own. Gin nodded thoughtfully, agreeing with Albert but assured them that this was only a small part of the haul. With that, he led them outside to the estate's outskirts, where the full extent of his expedition was laid out before them. Massive piles of high-grade runestone were stacked up, with more being brought in by carriage. The bodies of various monsters, valuable for their remains, were being sorted by the mercenaries Gin had hastily gathered for the mission. Homer, astonished by the sheer scale of the operation, asked Gin how much of this had been collected in just 15 days. Randall, his eyes wide with disbelief, questioned whether he was seeing things correctly. Z. Walter, equally surprised, turned to Belinda, seeking confirmation that all of this had indeed been gathered during the expedition. Belinda nodded firmly, stating that Gin had personally led the effort and secured everything himself. Gin, his voice full of pride, explained that the haul included the remains of dangerous creatures like the Dirus Int and the blood python, though the runstones were just a fraction of what had been mined from the vein. He stressed that the goal of all this was to benefit the estate, and as such, everything collected should be used for its advancement. Albert, taking in the situation, estimated that with this much material, they would no longer have to worry about financial support. The realization hit Randall and Homer, leaving them both stunned and impressed. Their expressions softened, and they approached Gin, offering praise for his outstanding success. Randall, acknowledging Gin's exhaustion from the expedition, spoke first, offering his admiration. Homer quickly followed suit, adding his own compliments. Both men even massaged Gin's shoulders in gratitude. However, before he could fully accept their praise, Gin outlined his conditions. The first was that Scoven and Ricardo, who had only followed his orders, be immediately released. His second condition was that access to the Forest of Beasts remain restricted to prevent harmful rumors from spreading about the estate. Homer, after a brief moment of thought, agreed that these requests seemed reasonable. But Gin's third condition was more contentious. He insisted that he should personally recruit and manage the mercenaries and security forces, arguing that any interference with troop movements would only cause delays. Alarmed by this, Homer immediately raised his objections, demanding to know if Gin was suggesting the formation of a private army. Randall, equally concerned, questioned what Gin might do with such a force. Albert, maintaining a calm demeanor, intervened to clarify the situation. He reminded Gin that his current position required him to seek forgiveness, not make demands. Gin, however, remained unfazed, calmly explaining that his conditions were necessary to replace the financial support previously provided by Rayfold. He added that any delays in these operations would only hurt the estate's finances. Jin then turned to Albert, challenging him to consider whether he was truly willing to bear the consequences of any delays. Albert stood frozen for a moment, unsure of how to respond. The tension in the air was palpable. In that moment, Albert turned to Z. Walter, urging him to step in and take control before Gin's demands put the future of the estate at risk. However, Z. Walter remained silent, observing the situation unfold without intervening. Just as the atmosphere grew more tense, a voice broke through from behind, calling out to Gin. Everyone turned to see Jillian approaching, smiling warmly. Kerr, standing nearby, also greeted Gin with a smile. Jillian praised Gin for his efforts, and Gin responded with a nod, acknowledging the compliment. The mercenaries who had joined them on the expedition stood behind Jillian, clearly sharing in the respect and admiration for Gin. Jillian then reported that the loading of the runestone was nearly complete and that they were waiting for further instructions. With a single command, the mercenaries were prepared to move at a moment's notice. Kerr, speaking with newfound respect, reported that, as instructed, the Diracint bark had been stored without preservatives. He then asked for guidance on what to do with the blood python. Gin, without hesitation, issued the necessary instructions, detailing how to dismantle the creature's body, separating the venom, blood, flesh, and hide in order to prevent decay. The mercenaries acknowledged his orders, ready to carry them out immediately. Z. Walter, observing the mercenaries, was visibly impressed by their presence. However, he couldn't quite grasp how Gin had managed to command such an elite group. He commented on their formidable appearance, prompting Gin to turn and acknowledge the remark. Gin explained that while the mercenaries were indeed impressive, their assistance had been crucial to the success of the expedition. Without them, the mission would have been nearly impossible. As Z. Walter looked at his son, he saw him in a new light, recognizing his growth and capabilities. The moment was brief, but it marked a turning point in their relationship. Z. Walter then gave the command for the officials to return to the estate. As he began walking away, the others hesitated momentarily, but Z. Walter gave no chance for argument, and they followed swiftly behind him. Before departing, Z. Walter addressed Gin, choosing to overlook his recent actions. He reminded his son that if he ever defied his orders again, there would be consequences. Gin, both grateful and resolute, responded with a firm yet respectful tone, thanking his father while also expressing that one day he would inherit the estate as its rightful successor. As he walked away, Z. Walter remarked that Gin had the spirit of the Northern Wolf, a title given to the Count of Perum, who had long defended the northern frontier of Lithuania. Gin's father had led a lonely life, managing an estate in poverty and defending the northernmost boundary of the kingdom with a weak military force. He had dedicated his entire life to safeguarding the estate, even without the company of his wife, Elena, or his son. In the end, Z. Walter had passed away, his death solitary and largely forgotten, a stark contrast to the legacy he had hoped to leave behind. With the immediate tension fading, Kerr let out a relieved sigh, remarking that they could finally afford a moment of rest. However, Belinda, still concerned for Gin, asked if he was planning to head straight back to the castle. Gin shook his head, explaining that he couldn't rest yet. He instructed Belinda to prepare everything for departure, as they needed to be ready to leave at any moment. Surprised, Belinda asked if he wasn't going to rest after everything he had just endured. Jillian, noticing the weariness in Jin's demeanor, suggested that he take some time to recover, pointing out that it was nothing short of miraculous that he had survived being inside the blood python. Belinda, recalling the effort it took to detoxify him from the venom, sternly reminded him of the toll it had taken on his body and urged him to rest. Despite the exhaustion weighing on him, Gin placed a reassuring hand on Belinda's shoulder, expressing his gratitude for her support. He also assured her that he was relying on her, but deep down, he knew he couldn't afford to waste any time. The mining operation was a crucial part of securing the estate's future, and he was aware that word of the runestone vein would spread fast. Soon, it would reach the ears of those who might seek to take the estate for themselves. Determined to press on, Gin turned to leave, though each step grew more difficult. His breathing became shallow, and his body felt heavier with each passing moment. The urgency of strengthening their forces weighed heavily on his mind, as he knew they needed to reach a level of power where no one would dare to challenge them. But just as he was about to take another step, his body betrayed him. With a sharp intake of breath, he collapsed, unconscious, to the ground. Belinda cried out his name in panic, and though there was no immediate response, a wave of pain washed over everyone who had witnessed Gin's sudden fall. The sight of the once unyielding Archduke now lying motionless on the ground struck a deep chord in their hearts.
In the dim glow of a candlelit chamber, a lone pigeon descended through the shadows, a scroll clutched tightly in its talons. It landed gracefully on the arm of a man seated upon an imposing throne. The room was vast, the air thick with the scent of old parchment and burning incense. As the man untied the scroll, his sharp eyes flickered with intrigue. Partial reclamation of the forest of beasts confirmed, the message read. Commence territorial war with the Daigold family and wipe out Perdium. After that, the ducal house will step in. A smirk played on his lips. The destruction of Perdium, huh? He mused aloud. Are you saying we should turn it into a lordless land? A voice from the shadows answered. The time has finally come. This means the ducal house intends to appoint a new ruler for Perdium. His gaze shifted toward the round table before him, where his most trusted retainers sat in silent anticipation. How many of our people remain in Perdium? He inquired. A man with graying hair leaned forward. 2 retainers and 1 knight, my lord. Send the retainers to Digald's territory, he commanded. The death of Digald's missing heir in Perdium will be justification enough for war. The room fell into murmurs until another voice spoke, tinged with hesitation. And who shall lead the campaign, my lord? The man on the throne leaned back, his fingers tapping against the armrest. Victor will take full command of this operation. A hushed silence followed, then a scoff from one of the men. Victor? I can't believe we're bringing out Desmond's strongest card this soon. Another man, younger and more cautious, interjected. If Frank had done his job properly, Perdium would have collapsed on its own. One of the older retainers spoke next, his tone laced with concern. My lord, Victor will undoubtedly succeed, but isn't it premature to reveal our strongest asset? We've played our hand cautiously until now. This move feels rushed. The man on the throne studied him for a long moment before responding. Why does the ducal house, which has always operated in the shadows, now interfere directly in Perdium? No one spoke. Because of the forest of beasts. The tension in the room shifted immediately. The forest of beasts, one man echoed, his voice carrying a hint of alarm. Every decision follows Duke Belfine's will. Do not question any orders. Prepare for war. The figure in the throne rose, his dark cloak billowing. At last, his identity was clear. Count Desmond. The murmurs in the chamber ceased. This was no ordinary territorial dispute. This was a calculated maneuver orchestrated by a far greater force. Harold Desmond, he continued, addressing one of his closest advisors. Does anyone else know about this situation? Meanwhile, in another location, a piercing scream shattered the stillness of an opulent chamber. A woman, clad in a deep crimson gown, clutched the fabric of her dress as if to steady herself. Giselle Perdium, she screamed, her voice laced with fury and anguish. A man hurried forward, placing a firm yet gentle hand on her shoulder. My lady, he said softly, trying to console her. Her breath came in ragged gasps. That bastard secured the runestone mine, using the 20,000 gold he took from me. The man's expression darkened. Even after sending the wildcats, they failed to kill him. I even bowed my head to that damn father to cut off Perdium's funding, and still, he lives. She clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms. This makes me look like a fool. The man beside her didn't flinch. This isn't like you, my lady." Her chest rose and fell with measured breaths. "You're right," she admitted, forcing herself to calm. "I let my emotions take over. What's done is done." "Then give the order," the man urged. "Now that Perdium has found the runestone mine, they'll soon escape their financial troubles." She turned to him, eyes alight with calculation. It might seem like a victory for them, but the key detail is that they haven't sold the runestones yet. "Haven't sold them yet?" he echoed. A smirk curled her lips. "According to our latest intel, they secured the runestones no earlier than 2 days ago. That's not nearly enough time to establish a supply chain." The realization dawned on him. "We'll exploit that weakness." "Exactly. We know where they'll try to sell them." His brow furrowed. "And where is that?" Her voice was sharp, precise. "There's only one place in the north where they can sell runestones." She stepped toward the window, gazing out over the moonlit expanse. The Northern Tower, ruled by the 7th Circle Archmage Delmod. A pause. Then, with a slow, satisfied breath, she spoke the name that would determine the next battle. The Tower of Advancement. Runestones are the lifeblood of magical research, a resource so vital that the great magic towers guard their supply chains with ruthless efficiency. In the depths of a candlelit chamber, a cloaked figure laid out the plan before his gathered allies. "The Tower of Advancement is our target," he declared. "Not Giselle. Our focus is on the workers transporting the runestones." Another figure, draped in a dark hood, nodded in understanding. "We strike swiftly, hit and run, disrupt their supply lines, cut them off before they reach the tower. And in the chaos," a third voice added, "we seize the runestones for ourselves." Yet a murmur of uncertainty arose. "But what about the Crimson Tower in Brivant territory?" a man questioned. "Shouldn't we consider splitting our efforts?" A woman stepped forward, her expression unwavering. "That was the past. Things have changed," she said firmly. "The Crimson Tower has been in decline ever since it lost its top position. No mage in their right mind would choose it over the Tower of Advancement, not even Giselle Perdium." Her eyes darkened with cold determination. "This time, I will take everything from you, Giselle," she vowed.
Want to stay ahead of the story? Get up to 16 episodes early only on Patreon. Support the channel, unlock exclusive content, and be the first to know what happens next. Click the link in the description and we'll see you way ahead in the story. Now, back to the video.
Far away, within the silence of his chambers, Giselle was lost in the depths of a dream. A dream that soon turned into a nightmare. A monstrous creature loomed before him, its jaws widening as it swallowed him whole. Darkness engulfed him, and then came the venom, oozing from its insides, a corrosive force meant to break him down before he even reached the creature's stomach. But Giselle's body burned with defiance. His third mana core flared to life, incinerating the venom upon contact. The resulting fumes, however, were a new kind of torment, a poisonous haze that threatened to steal his breath, to pull him into unconsciousness. "Endure," a voice echoed in his mind. "If you lose consciousness here, it's over." His expedition, his future, everything he had worked for, it would all be lost. His grip on reality tightened. "If I can't avoid the poison," he resolved, "then I'll make it mine." The venom that had infiltrated his body, he wouldn't fight it. He would absorb it. Drawing it into his mana core, he spun it with fierce control, neutralizing the toxins in a process only a superhuman could achieve. Then, a realization struck. Could this be used as an alternative fuel? A new method to withstand mana explosions? His eyes snapped open, breath steady, body refreshed. He sat up, disoriented. "Is this my room?" he muttered. "What happened?" He remembered making amends with his father, but after that, Nothing. A voice broke the silence. "You're finally awake." He turned to his left and found Elena watching him intently. "You left without a word and collapsed the moment you returned," she said, her voice tinged with concern. "Elena?" Giselle asked, still dazed. Without warning, she pushed him back onto the bed and bolted from the room. "Belinda!" she shouted down the hall. "Brother is finally awake." Giselle remained still, processing her words. 2 days. He had been unconscious for 2 whole days. "I pushed my body to the limit," he thought. "I barely received first aid after emerging from the python, and yet I feel fine." He flexed his fingers. His body should have been battered, but instead, he felt stronger. No, more than that. His mana capacity had increased. Its very nature had shifted. His gaze darkened in thought. Could the blood python's energy have fused with me? A possibility he had never considered in his past life. I didn't plan for this, but the risk I took has paid off. Excitement stirred in his chest. If this method worked, he could grow stronger, faster, by unimaginable leaps. He needed to run tests, but there was no time for that now. For now, there was only one priority: the runestones. 2 days had passed. By now, word had already spread. He swung open his cabinet. "I need to gather the mercenaries immediately." A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. "You don't need to knock," he called. "Come in." The door swung open, revealing not just Belinda, but also his father, Walter Perdium. A rare sight. "Father?" Giselle said, momentarily caught off guard. Walter studied him for a long moment before speaking. "I heard from Belinda," he said, "that you jumped into a python's body and got poisoned." His tone was steady, unreadable. "Are you all right?" Giselle met his gaze. "As you can see," he replied evenly. Walter exhaled slightly, a subtle sign of relief. "Good." Belinda stepped forward, touching his face lightly. "You suddenly collapsed," she murmured. "You know how worried we were?" "I'm fine," he reassured her. But then his father's voice cut through the moment. "Giselle," he said, "we need to talk." A pause. "I have a request for you." Giselle's eyes narrowed. "A request?" he repeated.
Father and son strode toward the training grounds, their steps the only sound in the still air. Each carried a sword, their grips firm, but Gin's attention was drawn more to the man beside him. It was rare, almost unheard of, for the two of them to be alone like this. In his past life, Gin had always avoided these moments, fearing the inevitable reprimands that would follow. But now, he held his ground, determined to face whatever came next. When they reached the center of the arena Zed, Walter finally broke the silence. He apologized for summoning his son so soon after his recovery. Gin waved off the concern, casually mentioning that 2 days of rest had left him feeling better than ever. But his father's words lingered in the air, and Gin could sense there was more to this meeting. Growing uneasy, he decided to address the topic himself, asking directly about the request his father had made earlier. For a long moment, Walter simply studied him. Then, as if making a deliberate effort, he averted his gaze. Gin narrowed his eyes. His father's uncharacteristic hesitation set off warning bells in his mind. The silence stretched between them, heavy and unspoken. Jin's thoughts drifted to a distant evening from his childhood. He, his mother, and Eleanor had sat atop a grassy hill, looking out over Perum. That day, his mother had shared something about his father, something Gin had barely understood at the time. She had called him a man who rarely showed his true emotions, who always placed duty before himself. But when it came to her, she had said with a quiet laugh, he was different. Gin had dismissed her words back then, but standing before his father, now the memory carried new meaning. Without warning, Walter shifted into position, raising his sword. He instructed Gin to do the same. Suppressing his nerves, Gin complied, gripping his weapon tightly. Beads of sweat formed on his brow, but he locked eyes with his father, bracing for what was to come. Then, in a flash, Walter lunged. His blade shot forward, swift and precise. Gin barely had time to react, turning his sword just in time to deflect the attack. But the reprieve was brief. His father pulled back, spinning his sword before swinging downward with staggering force. Gin gritted his teeth and planted his feet, blocking near the hilt to absorb the impact. He retaliated with a swift counterattack, striking from behind. Walter was faster. He brought his sword down to block, then retaliated in a single, fluid motion, his movements as sharp and deliberate as a striking viper. Gin barely managed to parry in time. Their duel intensified, each exchange coming harder and faster than the last. Walter's technique was effortless, a mix of power and grace, but Gin held his own. He thrust with deadly precision, forcing his father to evade and counter in quick succession. With each clash, Gin became more aware of the nature of his father's swordplay. It wasn't just a weapon meant to overpower enemies, it was a blade that could both protect and destroy. As they fought, something shifted in Gin's understanding. He could feel the weight of the blade in his hands, not just as an instrument of battle, but as an extension of himself. His father had mastered the delicate balance between strength and restraint, and now Gin could sense it too. Then, in one final exchange, Walter came at him with overwhelming force. Gin braced himself, blocking with the hilt before twisting to strike from the side. His father responded instantly, raising his sword in defense. For a fleeting moment, they both saw it, an opening. They moved as one, their blades finding each other's throats. Locked in place, their gazes met. The match had ended in a draw. Gin studied his father, searching for any sign of emotion in his expression. Meanwhile, Walter looked upon his son with newfound wariness, as if seeing him in an entirely new light. Breaking the silence, Walter offered a rare word of praise, acknowledging how much Gin had grown. Gin, caught off guard, muttered a quiet thanks. But before he could dwell on it, his father continued, offering him advice. He pointed out that while Gin possessed the strength and reflexes to take down even monsters in the wild, his movements were too easily telegraphed. A skilled opponent would be able to read his intent. Gin frowned, considering the critique. He had always relied on analyzing his enemies in battle, but perhaps his father was right. There was more to combat than raw strength and speed. He would need to refine not just his body but his mind as well. As Gin reflected on his father's words, a revelation struck him. Until now, he had relied solely on instinct and experience, his swordsmanship shaped by survival rather than structured training. He had never been formally instructed, never had a mentor to refine his skills or correct his flaws. There were undoubtedly gaps in his technique, flaws he had compensated for in battle, but had never consciously addressed. Yet now, standing before his father, he realized that learning from someone else was not a weakness, but a strength. A newfound sense of gratitude settled within him. Turning to Walter, he sincerely thanked him for the lesson. His father, however, remained silent, his expression unreadable. After a long pause, he finally spoke, admitting that his initial intention had not been to instruct Gin, but to reprimand him. This revelation caught Gin off guard. Walter explained that no matter how skilled or capable a person was, breaking the rules had consequences. If merit alone justified disobedience, order would collapse and chaos would reign. Gin listened, without protest. He was no longer the reckless youth he had once been, blindly challenging authority. He was evolving, and his father saw it too. "You've changed," Walter remarked. Unlike others who sought personal gain or recognition, Gin's motivations ran deeper. He wasn't merely chasing accolades, he was preparing for something greater. With a measured tone, Walter urged him to stay the course, to consider not only himself, but the people of Perum. His role as the estate's successor came with responsibilities that could not be ignored. The weight of that word, responsibility, settled heavily on Gin. Though he did not say it aloud, his resolve had been set the moment he had woken in the barracks. Before his father departed, Gin remembered the request Walter had alluded to earlier. Pressing for an answer, he was met with uncharacteristic hesitation. Finally, his father turned and asked, almost reluctantly, if Gin had any money. The funds were needed for the reconstruction of the northern fortress. Later, draped in his cape, Gin strode toward the Forest of Beasts encampment. His mercenary force awaited him, the strongest of them standing at the front in silent acknowledgement of his arrival. As he approached, the ranks straightened, and a chorus of voices greeted him with practiced unity. A rare smile crossed his lips at the sight of them. He asked how they had fared in his absence, and the mercenaries responded with fervent energy, their admiration evident. Kerr noted how well Gin appeared, while Jillian, his voice tinged with concern, inquired about his condition. Jin reassured them, apologizing for the delay in his return. His next question was about Rachel, Jillian's daughter. The answer pleased him. She had recovered beyond all expectations. With a grateful bow, Jillian expressed his heartfelt thanks. With pleasantries exchanged, Gin's expression hardened. His voice carried an undeniable authority as he addressed his closest subordinates. "The estate is in danger," he declared. His words cut through the air, and his men immediately understood the gravity of the situation. They had fought beside him in the Forest of Beasts, had witnessed firsthand the battles he waged. If Gin was warning them of an impending threat, it was not to be taken lightly. Inside the confines of a tent, he laid everything bare. He recounted the attack on Elena, the forces conspiring in the shadows, the sinister plot aimed at igniting war. No detail was withheld. His subordinates listened with unwavering attention, knowing that whatever came next, they would stand at his side, prepared to fight. Jin's mind churned as he processed the grim reality before him. The corpse of the Dal Prince, the encroaching threats upon Perum, and the unsettling realization that spies had likely infiltrated the estate long ago. His pulse quickened. If enemies had been lurking in the shadows for so long, then how much had they already seen? How much had they already planned? Belinda, sharp as ever, finally understood why Gin had been in such a rush. She had assumed that uncovering the runestones would bring a rare moment of peace, but it was clear now, there was no time for respite. Perum had always been a place of turmoil, and now its newfound wealth made it an even greater target. Kerr, ever eager for conflict, smirked. After the mess in the Forest of Beasts, war seems like the only logical next step. Jillian nodded grimly. With the runestones discovered, our enemies won't just sit back and watch. They'll move fast. We've only delayed the inevitable. Jinai confirmed their fears with a firm nod. They won't let Perum be. Belinda, practical as always, suggested alerting the retainers and the Lord immediately. But Gin's expression darkened. "No," he said, shaking his head. Even Elena's own knights turned on her. There could be spies among the retainers as well. If we revealed too much, we might be handing our enemies the advantage they need. A heavy silence settled over the group. They had bought some time by saving Elena, but the discovery of the runestones had likely forced their enemies to act even faster. A storm was coming. Kerr was the first to break the silence. "Say the word, and I'll follow." His usual reckless demeanor had disappeared, replaced by unwavering resolve. Jillian followed. "I pledged my loyalty long ago. I'll see this through to the end." Belinda crossed her arms. "If anyone's guarding you, it'll be me." Ginny exhaled slowly, a rare smile forming at the edges of his lips. Their loyalty wasn't in question. These three had proven themselves countless times. But now, they would need to be more than just loyal. They would need to be ruthless. His voice turned steely as he laid out the stakes. The greatest threat to Perum wasn't just a faceless enemy. It was the Duke of Delini, a man who had long sought to bring Perum under his control. Count Desmond and Amelia, two cunning manipulators under the Duke's command, were already making their moves. Gin had no intention of letting them succeed. "The next step," he revealed, "is to head south to the Scarlet Flame Tower." Kerr's grin widened. "So it's time to sell the runestones?" The thought of the fortune they'd rake in clearly excited him. Belinda, however, furrowed her brow. "The Crimson Magic Tower is closer. Wouldn't they pay more?" Gin shook his head. "Perhaps, but dealing with them would create more complications than we can afford right now. The Scarlet Flame Tower will be the safer bet." Jillian, always the tactician, nodded in agreement. Handling high-value goods like this requires more than just a good price. It requires careful planning. We should assume we won't be the only ones interested in this transaction. Belinda tensed at the implication. An ambush? Jin's gaze sharpened. It's possible. Last time we tried something like this, we barely escaped unscathed. The Scarlet Flame Tower had once been the dominant force in the south, but after Delmont of the Crimson Magic Tower achieved the level of a 7th Circle mage, the balance of power had shifted. Now, the Scarlet Flame Tower struggled to maintain relevance. But Gin's interest in them wasn't just strategic, it was personal. There someone from his past life, someone he needed on his side. The towering Scarlet Flame Tower loomed ahead, its imposing silhouette cutting through the sky like a monument from a forgotten age. The structure, far more advanced than anything around it, stood as a testament to an era of magical prowess. Inside, its vast library, nestled between towering shelves lined with ancient tomes, a lone woman sat trembling. Her fingers clutched tightly around a staff as she whispered her teacher Wanat's name, her voice barely audible. She gazed into the distance, wondering when the light her mentor had spoken of would finally pierce through the darkness. Meanwhile, the party pressed forward toward the Scarlet Flame Tower, their expressions shifting as they took in its grand presence. Belinda and Kerr were visibly astonished, their eyes tracing the tower's immense height. Jin took the lead, ensuring he would not be burdened with paying the merchant's share. Among them, Gordon, the seasoned warrior, could hardly contain his awe. He had heard of the tower countless times, but never imagined he would witness it in person. One of the mercenaries echoed his sentiment, marveling at finally seeing the legendary structure up close. As they walked, Gordon made an observation. There was a stark divide between the lives of those within the tower and the struggling people of Perum. The world beyond the tower's walls seemed vastly different, almost like a separate reality. Magic. Towers often fostered thriving trade, and the Scarlet Flame Tower was no exception. Unlike the dirt-ridden streets of lesser settlements, the surroundings here were pristine, reflecting the wealth and influence of the mages who resided within. This tower, still standing among the great magical strongholds, was known for producing powerful magic scrolls. On the bustling streets, mages moved with effortless precision, weaving spells to repair roads and set down fresh street tiles. They worked not as mere scholars, but as craftsmen of the arcane, their gestures as fluid as master artisans. One mercenary gaped in disbelief, questioning how such labor could be done purely through magic. Another was even more astounded, having only ever seen magic channeled through scrolls, never as freely wielded as this. As the party continued onward, the mages working nearby took notice. Their gazes, cold and scrutinizing, briefly settled on the mercenaries with an air of quiet disdain. Then, without warning, their hands moved in unison, conjuring blue flames that crackled through the air. The fire coiled around them, not with destructive fury, but with an eerie, consuming intensity. Within moments, the mages vanished from sight, dissolving into thin air as though they had never been there at all. The mercenaries exchanged stunned glances. One muttered in amazement at what they had just witnessed. Gin, ever composed, explained with a measured tone, it was merely a concealment spell. The mages had no intention of being observed. Kerr scoffed, unimpressed. He chastised the others for their reaction, rolling his eyes at their amazement. Belinda, though shaken, could not deny her admiration. Even if the Scarlet Flame Tower had lost some of its former prestige, its influence remained undeniable. Gillian, the pragmatist, interjected. Bryant was among the wealthiest regions in the kingdom, after all. It was only logical that such a tower still commanded importance. But Gin remained deep in thought. Outwardly, the tower still carried an air of grandeur, yet something beneath the surface told a different story. A tale of decline, hidden beneath its polished exterior. At last, they reached the massive gates of the Scarlet Flame Tower. Standing before its formidable entrance, they paused, taking in the sheer scale of the structure before them. Gin allowed himself a small nod of satisfaction. They had finally arrived. Kerr craned his neck upward, struggling to take in the tower's full height. With a wry chuckle, he muttered that if he kept looking, he might just snap his neck trying to see the top. Lines of mana etched into the air, snaking toward the armored figures. At once, the lifeless suits of armor sprang to life, shifting into defensive stances. Their axes gleamed menacingly as a deep, hollow voice bellowed from within the enchanted. "Steel! State your names and purpose." Belinda observed the moving armor with suspicion. "They're like puppets," she muttered. Kerr snorted. "Lazy mages. Can't even be bothered to come down and speak to us in person." Gillian stepped forward, speaking with authority. "This is Gin, Archduke of Perum. We request an audience with the trademaster. The mages on the gate sneered. One scoffed, his voice dripping with disdain. Parum, that backwater place. You expect us to waste time dealing with shoddy materials and third-rate potions? Leave. Belinda bristled at the insult. You cowards. At least face us properly. The mages ignored her, motioning for the enchanted guards to take an offensive stance. The axes gleamed as they raised them higher. Jillian turned to Gin. What now? Jin studied the mages calmly before reaching into his coat and retrieving a small stone. He held it up, letting the light catch its intricate runic carvings. The mages squinted, unimpressed at first, until realization dawned on them. Their expressions shifted from scorn to disbelief. An entire carriage of runestones? Jin smirked. Are you sure you want to turn this away? The mages exchanged hurried glances before the gates creaked open. Moments later, Gin and Belinda were escorted inside to meet the trademaster. Two men greeted them with respectful bows, one introducing himself as Cylon, the tower's trading overseer. Cylon was quick to assure them of his assistance, but Gin was uninterested in pleasantries. I need someone with real authority. I want to meet the tower master. Cylon faltered for a moment before nodding. I will arrange it at once. Belinda, still fuming, whispered bitterly. They should have treated us with respect from the start. Before another word could be spoken, a deep explosion shook the tower's foundations. Jin's gaze sharpened. What was that? Cylon waved it off. Nothing unusual, just another experiment in the research lab. Jin didn't press the issue, but his mind lingered on a particular thought. Elsewhere, deep within the research lab, a heavy door creaked open. 3 figures strode in, their robes marking them as high-ranking disciples of the tower. The air was thick with residual magic, and on the ground, a lone figure lay motionless. A blonde-haired mage stepped forward, his voice sharp with condescension. How many times have you been warned? You don't belong here. His sneer deepened as his gaze fell upon a black-haired girl. You have no magic, and yet you think you deserve a place here? He glanced to his side, where another disciple stood, a man with dark hair, his smirk matching the blonde's. He chuckled. I suppose we shouldn't be surprised. After all, she was taken in by that teacher. The girl remained silent, her grip tightening on her staff. The air in the lab grew heavy. Something was coming. A blonde-haired man sneered, his voice dripping with arrogance. You should be grateful we even let you set foot in the Scarlet Flame Magic Tower. He scoffed. The black-haired girl lay crumpled on the cold stone floor, her body weak and disheveled. She gasped for air but managed to force out a reply. Her voice, though strained, carried defiance. As a mage, I have just as much right to use the research lab as anyone else, she declared. Aloy let out a cruel chuckle, his lips curling into a smirk. Calling yourself a mage. How amusing. With a flick of his wrist, crimson flames burst to life around his staff, the heat distorting the air. He raised his hand and cast his spell, fire gathering into a deadly sphere. If you're truly a mage, then block this, he challenged, hurling a blazing fireball toward her. The girl struggled to steady herself, raising her trembling hand in a desperate attempt to cast a defensive spell. But as the fireball hurtled closer, her strength wavered. She wasn't going to make it. Then, in an instant, a caped figure appeared between them. A flash of steel cut through the haze of flames. Jin moved like the wind, his sword slashing cleanly through the fireball, dispersing it before it could touch the girl. His presence alone shifted the energy in the room, the oppressive tension melting into stunned silence. He turned to the gathered mages, his expression unreadable. Is this what passes for research in the Scarlet Flame Tower? He mused, his tone laced with quiet disdain. Bullying the weak instead of advancing magic? Meanwhile, in the Tower Master's conference room, chaos of a different kind was unfolding. Hubert, the master of the Scarlet Flame Magic Tower, clenched his fists, his frustration barely contained. Our supply of runestones is nearly depleted, he repeated, his voice rising with every word. How could this happen? His head throbbed as he stared down the elders, who stood before him in uncomfortable silence. The reality was dire. Without runestones, their magical research would stagnate. Worse yet, the gap between their tower and the Crimson Magic Tower would only widen. Didn't I order you to secure enough runestones in advance? Hubert snapped, his patience unraveling. One of The elders, a man in a yellow hat, resisted the urge to roll his eyes. Hubert had spent more time rubbing shoulders with nobles and indulging in luxuries than managing the tower's resources. Yet now he had the audacity to lash out at them. Another elder, donning a red hat, shared a knowing glance with his peers. The problem wasn't just the lack of runestones, it was the tower's master himself. A third elder, dressed in green, spoke up, his tone measured but firm. Even if we secure more runestones, our master remains only a six-circle mage. Meanwhile, Delmud of the Crimson Magic Tower has already reached the seventh circle. The mere mention of Delmud sent a vein pulsing at Hubert's temple. He slammed his fist against the table. "If I had more runestones, I would have reached the seventh circle by now," he bellowed. "That lowborn mage isn't superior to me. He's just hoarding resources." His anger spiraled further, his accusations growing more desperate. "There's nothing special about those runestones. The Crimson Magic Tower shouldn't have such an edge over us." The elder in the green hat pressed on. "Then what do you propose we do if we run out completely?" Before Hubert could unleash another tirade, the door burst open. San, the tower's trade manager, rushed in, breathless. "Master Hubert, elders, you need to come down immediately." Hubert scowled. "San, this is not the time." "It is." San cut in urgently. "A massive shipment of runestones has just arrived." The room fell silent. For a moment, the weight of the situation seemed to shift. The elders exchanged glances, their initial skepticism turning into cautious hope. Back in the research lab, the fight raged on. Aloy, his frustration mounting, launched another series of fireballs at Gin, determined to overwhelm him. Yet Gin moved effortlessly, his blade cutting through every attack with infuriating ease. Each failed strike only fueled Aloy's anger. Grinding his teeth, Aloy poured every ounce of his mana into a final massive fireball. Flames roared as he hurled it toward Gin with all the force he could muster. Gin, unshaken, simply raised his sword. With a single downward slash, the fireball split cleanly in half, its energy dissipating harmlessly around him. The room fell into stunned silence. The gathered mages watched, wide-eyed, unable to process what they had just witnessed. Aloy's strongest attack, rendered useless. Aloy staggered back, his face a mix of rage and disbelief. "Who the hell are you?" he demanded, before he could receive an answer. A thin wire of energy coiled around his limbs, tightening with lethal precision. His breath hitched as he realized he was completely immobilized. From the shadows, Belinda stepped forward, her cold gaze locked onto Aloy. "Attacking." "My young master," she mused, her voice as sharp as a blade. "A mistake you won't be repeating." She pulled the wire tighter, watching as Aloy's earlier arrogance crumbled into fear. Aloy struggled against his restraints, panic creeping into his voice. "What? Who are you people?" Before anyone could respond, a commanding voice rang through. "The lab! Enough!" The room tensed as Hubert strode in, his expression a storm of barely contained fury. The four elders trailed behind him, their eyes scanning the chaotic scene. Aloy, helplessly bound, Gin standing tall with his sword drawn, and the black-haired girl still recovering from the ordeal. The air crackled with tension as all eyes turned to the Tower Master. This was far from over. The arrival of the Tower Master sent a ripple through the tense atmosphere. Vanessa let out a startled gasp, struggling to collect her thoughts. Standing beside her, Gin remained unmoved, his expression unreadable, despite the presence of the most powerful mage in the tower. At his command, Belinda loosened the bindings around Aloy, allowing him to collapse onto the floor, breathless and shaken. Scrambling to his feet, Aloy clung to his master's robes, his voice frantic as he pleaded his case. He insisted that intruders had breached the tower, and that he had only been trying to stop Vanessa from entering the lab when the young man had assaulted him. His words quivered with desperation as he painted himself as the noble defender, shielding a helpless girl from danger. Belinda scoffed, her sharp gaze filled with mockery. "You sound like a frightened little girl," she sneered. Aloy's face turned red with indignation. "I am not a girl," he snapped, his pride stinging more than his injuries. Meanwhile, Vanessa, still seated on the cold stone floor, mustered a weak explanation. "I only wanted to use the lab," she murmured. Her words stirred something deep within Gin. an old memory from a past life. He recalled a name that once sent tremors through the magical world, the Red Nightmare, a seventh circle mage known for her insanity and unpredictability, a force of nature. And yet, here she was, reduced to this state. Even legends had their vulnerable moments. Hubert's patience snapped. His voice boomed through the hall as he condemned the intruder. "Not only have you forced your way into my tower, but you dared to lay a hand on my disciple." Flames sparked at his fingertips, his magic surging as he prepared to unleash a fiery assault. The threat was clear. He would burn this insolent youth to nothing but ash. But Gin did not flinch. Belinda turned to him with a quiet but knowing look. "What are your orders, young master?" Despite the tension crackling in the air, Gin remained composed. With effortless confidence, he stepped forward and introduced himself, his voice steady and unwavering. "I am Gin Param, Archduke of the Param territory. I've come here to trade runestones." A stunned silence fell over the room. For a long moment, Hubert did not react, struggling to process what had just been said. A noble? Trading runestones? The absurdity of it all left him momentarily speechless. Aloy, his earlier indignation forgotten, gaped at Gin. You actually brought runestones here?" Jin smiled, as if the answer was obvious. "Would you like to see them?" Without waiting for a response, he led the group outside. The sight that greeted them left even the most seasoned mages dumbfounded. 10 wagons, overflowing with runestones, stood lined up before the tower gates. The elders, who only moments ago had been locked in a bitter debate over their dwindling resources, were now struck speechless. The sheer quantity of the magical stones was staggering, far beyond what they had dared to hope for. The first to break the silence was the Blue Hat Elder. This can't be real," he muttered in disbelief. The Red Hat Elder was equally shaken. "Where in the world did someone so young acquire this many runestones?" The Yellow Hat Elder turned to Hubert, awaiting his decision. "Tower Master, what should we do?" Hubert, however, did not answer immediately. He stood motionless, his face unreadable, but behind his composed exterior, his mind was whirling. This was no mere trade opportunity. This was power. If he secured these runestones, he could finally crush the Crimson Magic Tower once and for all. The mere thought of it sent an uncontrollable thrill through him. A slow, maniacal laugh threatened to escape, but he forced himself to remain calm. Outwardly, he maintained his dignified demeanor, but within, his ambition burned hotter than ever. As the tower man from the sidelines, Kerr's grip tightened around his sword. The audacity. They had risked everything to deliver this cargo, and now Hubert had the gall to act unimpressed. Vanessa, hesitant but earnest, spoke up. Even just one of these wagons would be enough to sustain the tower for weeks, but Hubert cut her off with a sharp glare. Silence. His voice dripped with disdain. "You've already caused enough trouble." His gaze flicked toward Ma, her with cold indifference. "Your late master left behind nothing but a burden," Gin observed silently, his expression unreadable. "So this is how they treat her." Hubert turned to the elders. "Well?" The elder in blue, catching on to Hubert's game, plucked a stone from the nearest wagon and inspected it with an exaggerated frown. It's not quite what I imagined." The elder in yellow followed suit. "Considering the source, there's a chance these might be counterfeit." Belinda's eyes flashed with anger. "Are you seriously suggesting that our Lord brought fake runestones?" Jin remained unshaken, watching their performance unfold. The elder in green shrugged. "We must be cautious. Scams are everywhere these days." Jin, finally speaking, let his words cut through the tension like a blade. "So you're saying you won't buy them?" The elder stiffened. Hubert's smug expression faltered. Jin turned on his heel. "We're leaving." Belinda, her lips curling into a smirk, shot the elders a look of pure mockery before following Gin's lead. Hubert's mind raced. No. If they walked away now, this unprecedented opportunity would slip through his fingers. "Hold." He forced a chuckle, signaling to the Blue Hat Elder, who quickly fell into step with his charade. Now, the elder said smoothly. "Perhaps we spoke too soon. Out of respect for your efforts, we might be willing to negotiate." Hubert, regaining his composure, nodded. "Yes, perhaps we were too hasty. As a gesture of generosity, We will purchase all of your runestones, at a slightly reduced price, of course. Jin barely reacted, his expression calm. Ah, I see the misunderstanding now. He turned to Kerr. Leave one wagon. The rest, take them back. Kerr hesitated for only a second before smirking. Understood. Hubert's face paled. The elders stiffened. Jin crossed his arms. We only ever agreed to sell one wagon's worth. Panic rippled through the Scarlet Tower's ranks as realization sank in. If they let the rest slip away, their chance at securing the upper hand against the Crimson Tower would vanish. Seizing the moment, Kerr turned to the mercenaries. Move the wagons. Now. The mercenaries obeyed immediately, their efficiency catching the elders off guard. Hubert, suddenly desperate, barked. Wait! What is the meaning of this? But Gin merely smiled. I believe we're done here. And with that, the wagons, save for one, began their slow but steady departure, leaving Hubert and his elders scrambling to regain control of the situation they had so carelessly thrown away.